Staring into the mirror, this young man could not believe what he saw. He had been transported into another world. Becoming Kai Storian in the VR game Mythical Defense, the youngest son of the legendary Storian sword family. Kai was once a key player in the early events, but he suffered a brutal defeat and died from a single enemy strike. Overwhelmed by confusion and helplessness, Hungu felt his hope slipping away. Raising his hand to check reality, he cried out in pain, and only then did he accept this was not a dream. He sighed deeply as his mind spiraled, trapped in the fate of the character he now embodied. No talent in swordplay or magic, a short lifespan, a terrible personality, and a trash reputation. His future looked bleak. Imprisoned by his own family, the more he thought, the deeper his despair grew. I am done, Hungu sighed, torn between staying or running, the only choices both leading to death. Feeling like a hopeless pawn on a chessboard, he cursed his fate. Isn't it true that when you respawn, you usually get some kind of cheat skill, like a status window or something? He muttered, annoyed. Suddenly, something strange happened. As if in response to his words, a glowing orb floated closer to Hungu. He reached out to touch it and wondered, what is this? The moment Hungu's hand touched the light, it blazed fiercely, something he would never seen before. His eyes wide, mouth agape, Hungu asked himself, what the heck is going on? A robotic voice announced, you have awakened. 2 new talents have been granted to you. The status window unlocked. You can now use wisdom. It will activate automatically. The character info for Kyo popped up before Hungu's eyes, making him exclaim, there it is, the status window. Curious, he stepped forward. Let us see what is up. Hungu scanned the info, searching for any strengths of the character named Kyo Storian, 13 years old. Gifted, wisdom, but status showed block mana flow. Addiction, weakness, yet only one thing caught his eye, the mana flow. Leaning closer, Hungu squinted at the detailed status, muttering, what is mana flow? I have never seen this before. The info displayed all of the character's powers by the name. It seemed like magic, but was not the best magic supposed to be mana fusion. Hungu studied the system info carefully, but his gut told him this was even better than mana fusion. He was convinced this was one of the strongest abilities. Finally, a way to unlock real power. Hungu smiled. Knowing barriers were about to break, he stared at the glowing orbs before him. A new status was surging up from the depths, so the strongest magic was mana fusion. Trusting his instincts, Hungu reached out to touch the light, feeling that the power he would just gained was even stronger than mana fusion. A radiant energy surged through the meridians in his arm, confirming to Hungu that this power was definitely top tier. Surprised, he felt the mana flowing inside him and thought, though I had mana fusion before, I never sensed this pure mana energy. It is raw and untamed. Silently, he plotted his best move. If he could absorb this right, Hungu whispered like he would just found salvation. Mana will flow into my body. Watching the floating lights, he calculated carefully, clenching his fist. Hungu focused on the mana surging through him, confident it would clear his blocked meridians. Mana flowed through his arm, moving exactly as he willed. He closed his eyes, pouring all his focus into his arm. Gritting his teeth, Hungu commanded, pierce it. The mana concentrated, forming a sharp, pointed shape. Hungu controlled the flow, shaping the mana like a drill to pierce through the barrier. Go now, he ordered, and the mana shot straight into the blocked meridian. Hungu's heart leaped. It is working. Excited, he looked down at his arm pulsing with energy. Mana was flowing now right to his elbow. If I keep gathering and expanding this, who knows what I will become? After successfully testing it, he clenched his fist and smiled with satisfaction, thinking, I can finally break through the mana blockage barrier. Hungu grinned triumphantly, confident now that he would survive. The next morning at the Marquis's mansion, a hot breakfast was being prepared with care. The maid's name was Okul Holam. After placing the last dish, she wiped her hands and said, all done. Okul was fussing over the food, thinking she had to bring it to him before it got cold. Suddenly, 2 other maids appeared, hands on hips, ordering her, wait, Okul. Do not bring that to Lord Kyo. Okul glanced sharply at them, surprised. The 2 maids stared back with irritation. One spoke up, we have decided to stop serving Master Kyo for a while, as a protest against his behavior. Maybe after a few days of going hungry, he will change his mind, so just let him starve. The maid beside her nodded in agreement. Yeah, exactly. Okul froze for a moment, stunned, but she quickly snapped back. Do whatever you want, I am gonna do my job. Seeing Okul refuse to back down, one maid got furious. Hey, you think you are the only one allowed to act all high and mighty? She flung her arm and knocked the tray out of Okul's hands. With a sneer, she hissed at Okul. You still think you are some noble? Okul stared at the spilled food, Ready to fall to the floor, from the side came the sharp voice of the earlier maid. How dare you act so arrogant after your family was disgraced, and you were sold into slavery? Seeing Okul not fight back, the maid got bolder and kept taunting her. Don't get cocky. The other maid looked uneasy but gently tugged her arm and whispered, Hey. Meanwhile, Okul was busy cleaning up the mess on the floor, ignoring everything around her. The angry maid noticed Okul ignoring her, grinding her teeth. Thinking, this girl's totally brushing me off, she furiously swung her arm, ready to escalate. Snarling, you planning to keep ignoring us? Suddenly, someone stepped in and asked, what is all this commotion about? The maid turned and immediately caught Leonhart's cold gaze fixed on her. The other maid was just as shocked to see him suddenly appear in the kitchen. She stammered, My lord, Lord Leonhart. He looked at them all without a hint of emotion. Another maid nervously asked, Why is Lord Leonhart in the kitchen? Ignoring her, Leonhart glanced at the spilled food on the floor and asked, Is this Lord Kyo's meal? Leonhart sighed quietly, thinking, these troublemakers are bothering her. Then he said, The meal is already late. He looked at Okul and ordered, Clean it up and bring it upstairs quickly. Okul kept her icy expression and replied, Yes, sir. The two other maids just looked away, ashamed. Finally, Okul was able to carry the food away. Leonhart watched her retreating figure, silent but his face clearly showing his displeasure on her behalf. Inside the room, Hungu was still deeply absorbed in studying the skill info displayed before him. He scrolled down to another section about mana flow. Sitting serious and thoughtful, Hungu realized that by mastering these two talents, he could rewrite the fate of the Marquis family. He had been playing fantasy defense for 15 years, so he had almost prophetic insight into the data. Born into power and wealth as a Marquis, he was not powerless against the forces of darkness. Hungu stared at the info board with a satisfied look, rubbing his chin as he set his goals. All right, I need to focus on 3 main missions. He started outlining a detailed plan to escape the LE fate. First, he would clear the mana pathways, break through the mana blockage barrier, and learn magic. Since mana flow was crucial for magic, it made sense to become a mage instead of a knight. To gain the Marquis's approval, Hungu carefully plotted his next steps. Second, stop the Marquis family from collapsing. The better they do, the better I will do. The Seltran Marquis family had reputation, skill, and wealth. That is a powerful shield for me. Plus, since their territory was on the outskirts, I do not have to stress about the capital's politics. Hungu silently nodded, continuing to map out each step. And finally, thirdly, the most crucial thing to defend against any sabotage is to recruit talent. Hungu laid out a flawless plan, each move like a chess piece perfectly placed. Some choices began to crystallize in his mind, prepping for the massive dark forces assault in the coming years. Hungu would use his sharp mind to pick out those with potential and bring them under his wing. They would become his most trusted allies. Holding a chess piece, Hungu thought, by building strength, he firmly believed he would survive this storm. Staring at the piece in his hand, Hungu snapped back to focus, ready to start gathering talents. I should start by scouting nearby. Hungu mulled over how to find talent, especially since he was part of the Storian Marquis family. Maybe I should start with Leonhart. He is a useful NPC, when suddenly a call interrupted his thoughts. The Lord of the Nest. Soft footsteps approached as Erciel stepped in quietly, whispering, I brought you some food. My lord. Hungu stared at her, caught off guard. The girl who just arrived slowly registered in his mind as the one he would once given a hard time. While Erciel set the food down on the table, Hungu was still lost in thought, trying to recall her name, something like you. As he muttered the first syllable, Erciel suddenly made a mechanical chime sound. An info panel appeared before his eyes, activating his clairvoyant skill. Target, low rank. Scanning essence. Another info panel popped up, and Hungu exclaimed, This is... Looking over Erciel's info, he realized with clairvoyance, he could see every detail about her right on his system display. Erciel, age 12, talented, eternal friend of the spirits, housekeeper, calm personality, superpower, likability rating 30. As he Hungu suddenly spotted something that made him jump up. Wait a second. He fixed his gaze on the phrase, eternal friend of the spirits. Lost in thought about this top-tier spirit revival ability, Erciel suddenly turned, and their eyes met. Startled, Hungu shut down the system and quickly faced her. Erciel maintained her composure, politely saying, Enjoy your meal. Hungu, still flustered, stammered back, Thanks. He sat on the bed, clutching the tray, watching her walk away. He could not help but wonder why a girl with the potential to be a genius spirit summoner was working as a servant in a place like this. Hungu watched Erciel stand silently by the door, his mind racing with questions. Memories of K. He unknowingly triggered a flashback to 1 year ago, before he arrived in this world. At an auction, the announcer called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, gather round. Today, we are offering a very special item." His voice echoed through the hall, capturing everyone's attention. Something you won't see anywhere else. Hungu was also there, watching the auction. As the announcer said, "We can barely get our hands on her ourselves." The announcer gestured to draw eyes as a girl stepped out from the wings. Despite her carefully groomed appearance, her small hands were cruelly shackled. The announcer continued, introducing the third daughter of the Nam family, Helheim's prized possession. Her name echoed through the hall. She wore a dazzling social gown but could not muster a single smile. The charismatic speech stirred the nobles into whispers. She was a noble with status, polite and intelligent. The announcer signaled, "Let the bidding begin." The nobles' bids rang out. 50 gold. 70 gold. 90 gold. Leonhart slipped through the noisy crowd behind, coldly watching the girl treated like merchandise. He turned to Hungu and said, "Lord Kaio, come on. Slave auctions are not worth your time." Hungu said nothing and simply raised his hand. 300 gold. Leonhart froze, incredulous, calling him Lord Kaio. Hearing that huge sum, the announcer who had been hushed suddenly burst out again. 300 gold. 300 gold. Do we have 300 gold? He stood above and kept calling out, "Anyone willing to pay more?" Leonhart was sweating, trying to stop Hungu. "Are you seriously going to buy a premium slave? What would your father say? You are overreacting. Don't lecture me, I will spend my money how I want." Hungu's mind was still lonely, trapped in that bare room, yelling alone. Besides, his father would not care what he did anyway. A helpless voice echoed behind him. "Kaio, step forward." The crowd roared. 300 gold. The auctioneer finalized it. Sold for 300 gold. At that moment, Hungu stepped closer to Os. He looked at her fierce face, then spoke slowly, almost to make sure she heard every word. "Starting now." Hungu's cold eyes, wild with madness, declared fiercely, "You are mine." Suddenly, Hungu called out, and at that same moment, the shackles on Os' hands dropped to the ground. He boldly said, "You are free now." She stared at her freed hands, a flicker of hope lighting her eyes. Pointing at Os, Hung said, "You are no longer a slave because I bought you." Standing in the evening light, no longer frantic like usual, he said coldly, "Now you can go wherever you want." Without a hint of hesitation, Hungu turned his back and prepared to leave. Os hesitated, repeating his words, "Go wherever I want." Then she lowered her head and asked, "But you just said I belong to you." At those words, he paused, then turned to look at Os. She rushed over and grabbed the corner of his shirt desperately. Os pleaded, her voice trembling with raw sincerity, "I will follow you." Hungu blinked emotionlessly but seemed conflicted about something. After a moment's thought, he sighed softly. He shrugged, turned his back, and walked away, leaving behind, "Do whatever you want." The flood of memories ended, and Hungu suddenly snapped back to reality. Only now did he realize these events were the memories Kaio had lived through. Through those memories, Hungu finally understood why Os became the Marquis's maid. He recalled images from the past and realized it was because Kaio saved her when she was about to be sold into slavery after her family's downfall. So much suffering at such a young age. Hungu sat quietly, spoon in hand, lost in thought. It felt like he would truly merged with this guy, even sensing the vivid emotions Kaio held for Okul. Two small souls sharing the same feeling, abandoned by the world, trapped by fate. Just as he took his first bite, his eyes sparkled brightly. Hungu asked, "Did you make this yourself?" The question startled Okul. She hurried over, nervously replying, "Yes." "Is something wrong?" He did not hold back praise. "It is amazing. You are a great cook." Hungu smiled warmly and said, "Make some more next time. Okay?" Seeing that rare, radiant smile on his face, she was momentarily stunned. Okul quickly regained her composure and reluctantly replied, "Yes, sir." A status window appeared above her head showing favorability 35. Hungu glanced at it and thought, only 35. They would just had a wildly dramatic first meeting, not exactly a high favorability score. Especially after witnessing that illegal stunt, Hungu broke out in a cold sweat at this miracle, thinking, well, she actually still has some favorability. Then he seriously recalled Okul's fate in fantasy defense. There was not a spirit mage in PC named Okul. Hungu imagined if she were a mage, she would shine bright, but life is not a dream. She was probably caught in the Marquis family's internal rebellion. She did not survive long enough for her mage talents to bloom. Hungu vowed to himself, This time, I won't let that happen. I want to lose such a valuable talent right before my eyes. He stared at her, then smiled warmly and asked, Okul, have you ever wanted to learn spirit magic? Okul hesitated by the edge, timidly asking, Spirit magic? Hungu nodded. Yeah, I think you might have some talent for it. Surprised by his confidence, her cheeks flushed bright red in embarrassment. She quickly humbled herself, replying, I never imagined I would have any talent for spirit magic. Okul's answer caught Hungu off guard even more than he had guessed apparently. She had never seen soul magic before, not even back at her family's place. Hungu figured soul magic was some rare, high-tier stuff, so a low-ranking noble family probably could not teach her something like that. But he shrugged off that excuse, deciding he would deal with it later. Looking at Okul, Hungu took the lead and said, All right then, start thinking about this, because you are going to have to learn it. She blinked, clearly confused, and started to protest. But before she could finish, Hungu cut her off with a firm, no refusals. He got off the bed, stepped over to stand in front of her, and declared, Okul, you have to obey my orders. Okul was stunned for a moment by his commanding attitude. Hungu locked eyes with her and stated, Because from now on, you are mine. Okul stood frozen. The two of them locked in a silent stare down. She did not reply or refuse. Instead, she placed her hand over her heart, feeling a flicker of excitement inside. The notification popped up again. Affection level 50. At the same time, Okul replied, Yes, sir. Days passed in the blink of an eye, and Hungu found himself feeling irritated, like he was locked in a staring contest with someone. Turns out, it was Leonhart standing there like a statue, blocking his way. They stared each other down for a while, and Hungu noticed Leonhart was not budging an inch. Losing patience, Hungu ordered, Move aside. I want to go out. But Leonhart flat out refused. That stubborn attitude made Hungu furious. He flopped back on the bed, slamming his fist down. I have not been outside in days. You expect to be locked up here forever, Leonhart said calmly. You cannot leave until your master gives the order. His serious gaze reminded Hun. Have you forgotten what your master said? Leonhart's unwavering stance made Hungu break out in a sweat and feel weak inside. Damn, he thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered Remtern shouting in his face. House arrest. Looking back, this culprit had caused so much trouble that Marquis Storian had no choice but to lock him up. Hungu quietly calculated, backing away with a mix of anxiety and determination. Time was running out. The mana particles in the room had noticeably dwindled compared to before. Hungu thought, ever since discovering he could open a mana channel, he would been absorbing mana every single day. He clenched his fist tightly, though not enough to open all channels at once like the first day. The mana had piled up inside him like XP in a video game. Looking at his healthy body, all thanks to soaking up the mana particles in the room, his physical condition was improving, but a new worry crept in. The limited mana here was not enough to cure his mana blockage. He needed to get outside and gather more. He had to get out and collect more mana. Hungu waved his hand, trying to act innocent. I want to go far. He made up a flimsy excuse but tried to sell it. I am just going for a walk. Gotta get some exercise. Leonhart looked at him like he would just heard the weirdest thing ever. Exercise. He bluntly called out the lie. This is the first time I have heard you come up with an excuse this ridiculous. Hungu snapped back. What do you take me for? Without beating around the bush, Leonhart said, after all these years guarding KO. It is the first time I have heard you say something like that. Hungu was shocked. Turns out the original owner of this body was a real tank, and his reputation had been terrible for so long that his trust level was 0. He looked at Leonhart, thinking, who would have guessed this guy was an unbreakable wall? Inside, Hungu screamed there is no reasoning with him. Secretly, he assessed Leonhart, currently KO Storian's bodyguard, but originally a famous figure in fantasy defense. Hungu tried to recall Leonhart's traits in the game: exceptional defense and attack skills. With lots of potential, he truly respected Leonhart. The guy could be developed into a commanding knight and serve as the team's main defender. He was also famous among players for his loyalty guaranteed, never to betray. Hungu remembered Leonhart's fate when his house fell in the original game. After the Marquis family collapsed, he became a wandering knight who could be recruited by players. Hungu stared at Leonhart standing tall before him, deep in thought. But right now, the rebellion of the second son had not happened yet, so Leonhart was still inside Marquis Storian's mansion. He sighed, blaming himself for wasting a genius, a talent like this, stuck babysitting a criminal like him. What the heck is the Storian Knight squad doing? Hungu awkwardly asked Leonhart. Why are you here anyway? He instantly regretted asking such a dumb question. Leonhart frowned, shooting back. What is wrong with me being your bodyguard? The system panel popped up again, favorability -60. Hongyu silently screamed favorability just took a hit. Grinning, he quickly backtracked. I do not have a problem with you. Inside, he panicked, thinking, you are too talented to waste on this job. You idiot. Leonhart bowed his head, explaining carefully, I am just following orders from my master. Hongyu stared at him. His eyes grew serious as he let out a quiet sigh. Hongyu guessed that Leonhart's loyalty was not to him but to his master, Remten's Sultorian. He forced a bitter laugh. Well, duh. Who'd want to be loyal to a criminal like me? But I can't just let this slide. Hongyu called out again. All right then. Leonhart, I need to convince my dad. Leonhart said nothing but suspicion flickered in his eyes. Something about this kid felt different. Hungry for an answer, Hongyu urged him, while secretly plotting once he caught Leonhart's gaze, that night would be his. With a confident smile, Hongyu asked, you will agree? 1TU. On the outside calm, but inside he was screaming Leonhart would be his second recruit. Hands on hips, he declared loudly, you are going to help me, right? Hearing this, Leonhart thought, this guy's attitude is definitely different. He replied smoothly, sir, what exactly are you plotting? Plotting? What do you mean by that? You really do not trust me? Huh? Hongyu shot back, knowing he had to explain or Leonhart would not help. Hongyu started, I have been locked in my room a long time. My thoughts have changed, Leonhart asked. Changed how? Hongyu smiled, like he would finally figured something out, folding his arms with swagger. He said, I have decided I want to live long. Leonhart's face fell, lips tightening at that wish. He looked at him, thinking, he wants to live longer. This guy, who has given up everything to a fatal mana blockage, actually says that. Memories flash back to the Grand Nuganga courtroom, where Remington declared, this kid won to live past 20, not only lacking magical talent, but he is also terrible with a sword. Remington sat on the throne, hands clasped, wearing a mournful expression. Being the youngest, the kid had no chance to inherit the family, yet he said he still wanted to keep him close. After stating his wish, Remington's face softened as he seriously asked, do you resent my decision? His full name was Remington Sultorian, Marquis of Storian. Hearing that he was to guard Hongyu, Leonhart bit his lip, carefully considering the offer before replying politely. Protecting the direct heir of the Marquis' SS family was an indescribable honor for a knight of the Sultorian order. Bowing respectfully, he promised, I will carry out my duty faithfully. Hearing this, Remington praised him. Leonhart, you truly are loyal. Then he explained why he chose Leonhart as the protector. That is why I want you by his side. Remington walked over to the window, eyes fierce as he gazed out at the castle grounds. Behind him, Leonhart stared at the man expectantly. Remington continued, in this vast Marquis estate, I can trust anyone else to guard him but you. It was clear he truly trusted Leonhart's skill and character. After all the talk, his final words were simple, take good care of him. Leonhart pondered, lips pressed tight, then lowered his gaze, as if he would make his final decision. He raised his hand in salute. I accept the order. Marquis. Leonhart was still lost deep in the memory of Remington's proposal, while in the present, Hongyu kept talking nonstop, pushing his agenda. You gotta be healthy if you want to live longer, right? I am stepping out for some exercise. Then you say it again. I can tell Dad, and he will agree for sure. After laying out his thoughts clearly, Hung swayed back and forth in front of him, all excited, asking, can I go out now? Just as he was happily looking forward to some fresh air and exercise, a hand shot out toward Hongyu, cutting him off before he could finish. Leonhart said firmly, you can still work out right here in the room. Frustrated at being shut down, Hongyu frowned, scratched his head, clearly scheming a new plan. When soft does not work, it is time to play hard. His face turned cold as he muttered under his breath, stubborn as hell. Then snapped, step aside. Gon was the innocent, cheerful look. Now he was icy and serious. Warning, don't make me say this twice. While thinking, I have to get out, I need more mana cores. The two locked eyes, neither willing to back down. Seeing his frustration, Leonhart gave a slight smirk. Sensing something in the air, he stared closely at Hongu's face, pondering there was something different about this young master. But even so, a dark aura began to seep from Leonhart's body. His power surprised Hongyu as Leonhart's presence suddenly overwhelmed him completely. Leonhart's resolve did not waver. His orders were absolute, and they applied here too. Young master, the dark energy intensified as Leonhart stepped forward. Threatening. But if you really want to go out, you will have to get past me first. Hungo blinked in shock at the overwhelming power radiating off him. Leonhart's aura was so intense it forced him back an inch. Hungo stared at Leonhart, who was poised for battle, and could not help but worry. Damn it! Leonhart's using his aura like that on a kid just because I want to step outside. Hungo pinched his nose, blocking out the suffocating pressure. Thinking, if I were just a normal 13-year-old kid, I would be scared stiff and have crapped myself by now. But I am not that kid anymore. Hearing the challenge win, and you get out, Hungo smirked and shot back. Don't he forget your promise. Leonhart's eyes widened, like he could not believe what was happening right before him. The kid's hand shot forward. Yeah. Only if I were just a regular 13-year-old. Snap! Out of nowhere, Hungo surged past Leonhart. His eyes were still wide with shock. Mouth agape, unable to process the sudden shift, seeing Hungo breeze past so easily. Leonhart glanced sideways. Hung kept smiling confidently, as if this whole thing was a piece of cake. By now, he would already stepped out the door, and the oppressive aura had vanished. Hungo spun around and asked, well, how about this? He raised his hand in a mock salute. Grinning, I just beat you. Leonhart cut to a massive, breathtaking garden with grand palace roof shimmering in the sun, and swans gliding across a serene lake. The view was stunning, making Hungo breathlessly say, the air here is so fresh, defeated so easily. Leonhart grudgingly followed behind, muttering, how long has it been since I have been outside? Hung glanced around the garden, soaking it all in, even if it was just a side yard. The feeling of freedom was incredible. He wondered, does it always look this beautiful? His eyes lit up with excitement, face glowing as he exclaimed, and best of all, countless tiny, round mana particles floated everywhere around him like a little squirrel. Hungo darted around, ready to absorb every last one. From Leonhart's perspective, Hungo looked like a carefree kid playing around, never thought stepping outside could feel this good. He felt old just watching him, but thinking back to how effortlessly Hungo overpowered him earlier made Leonhart hesitate for a moment. He was genuinely shook back then, just stared wide-eyed as the kid crushed him so easily. But still, Leonhart could not believe what he would just witnessed. How could this be happening? He recalled that faint smile on your face back then, and thought, he never trained to use mana or aura, so there is no way he could handle this pressure at that time. Seeing Leonhart silent, Hungo gradually paid attention and turned to look at him. Then he smiled, still gathering mana nonstop, clearly still a bit shaken from what just happened. Well, anyone would be rattled after all. The reason Kyo can withstand Leonhart's aura is straightforward. Physically, he is just a 13-year-old noble kid who has never fought. But mentally, he is a battle-hardened veteran who survived countless virtual wars over 10 years in Vergaming. Fantasy Defense is famous for its hyper-realistic Ver visuals. I have grown numb to life or death moments, having witnessed horrifying scenes, wading through heaps of corpses, and drowning in blood countless times. For someone who has endured all that, I thought to myself, little scare tactics like Zacchaeus are just child's play. After gathering enough mana, Hungo laughed loudly. That is enough. I will be able to filter more mana channels now. Going outside was definitely the smart move. After mulling it over, Leonhart spoke up. I will ask the Marquis for punishment because of my actions. You were a bit surprised and asked, what? He went on. Even if I was just following the Marquis' orders, using my aura on someone I serve is wrong. Then Kam decided to speak next, but Hungo cut him off. No need. He pressed his lips together, pondering the right words to say next. Then Hungo's lips curled, eyes glancing at him. But if you insist on telling my dad, add one more thing. Back at the castle, when Remtung heard the report, he asked, Kyo does not want Leonhart punished. Has Kyo really pleaded for his subordinate's pardon? Not trusting his ears, he pressed again. Leonhart, should I believe this? Leonhart replied, yes, what I said is true. He continued, it is not that I think you are lying. It is just... I was speechless. I understand. I could not believe my own eyes either. He recounted what happened back then, how Kyo calmly faced his aura, seeing how easily he seemed to overcome my pressure. I found it hard to believe. I even doubted what I was witnessing. The more he listened, Remtung's eyebrows furrowed deeper, his hand stroking his chin thoughtfully before asking, Kyo resisted the aura of a seasoned knight like you. Then he asked, what did he do in the garden after that? Leonhart frowned, recalling Kyo's strange behavior at the time. A huge peak rose into the dark night, the wind howling softly, mingled with the rustling of leaves. Hungo's fingertips touched. Leonhart narrated, He sat down to meditate. This move left Leonhart stunned as he watched from behind. Then he broke the silence, asking, "You know meditation?" Which made Kyo open one eye. Hungu explained, "When I was little, the mark was no. My father taught me swordsmanship, and that is when I learned to meditate." Then he closed his eyes again. "Honestly, I gave it up a long time ago." Hearing that, Leonhart stayed silent, saying nothing. In the stillness of the night, Hunga's voice was oddly soft. "Hey Leonhart, when I am meditating, do not let anyone come near me, or I will lose my focus." He replied. "Understood." Back in reality, Leonhart continued. After that, Kyo did not move at all. He meditated in that spot for 6 whole hours. Hearing that, Remington was shocked, unable to believe his ears. 6 hours. Not 6 seconds. Leonhart confirmed. "Yes, 6 hours." Remington repeated, baffled, rubbing his chin. Eyebrows tightening. "That kid." He paused. Recalling the past, he was the one who personally taught cave swordsmanship back then. "I tried to teach him the family's sword style. Since he was young, he is the heir of the Storian clan. I wanted him to follow the sword path and grow strong, so his mana flow would not get blocked. But things did not go as planned. His sword shattered on the ground, and that kid, K, collapsed, hands trembling with no strength, saying, 'Father, I can tea.'" His face went pale as he shouted, "Your legs, they are about to give out." Seeing that weak look, Remington just could not accept it. He stared down at Kyo, who was slumped on the ground. Then he barked an order. "Get up, Kyo," he shouted loud enough to shake the room. "In our family history, we have never had anyone this weak to fall apart like this." Hearing that from his father, Kyo's expression paled even more. Retreating inward, knowing that spoiling him was the poison killing Kyo's future, Remington, though deeply loving his son, decided to walk away and let him think for himself. Reflecting on it all, he muttered in confusion, "He has no talent for swordsmanship, no determination, no patience. Can't even handle basic training." Yet that same kid sat meditating for 6 hours straight. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. He guessed aloud. Did he hit his head somewhere? Can someone really change that fast? "Did you check the food for anything weird?" Lin immediately replied. "Yeah." Thankfully, nothing was off. He recalled all the recent changes in Kyo, no doubt. Kyo was different lately, not just suddenly more determined, but even the way he looked at me had completely changed. With no other guesses, Remington stopped thinking about it. If the kid was finally starting to grow up, that was not necessarily bad. He looked at Leon and said, "Leon, I will let this slide." Then he ordered, "Keep an eye on Kyo." Lin quickly obeyed. "Yes, sir." Inside a room, waves of powerful energy radiated everywhere, the forces being absorbed into his hands. Outsiders only saw Hungu meditating, but in reality, he was soaking up the overflowing power around him. The system's voice echoed. "Mana is overflowing. Sharp perception skill enhanced. Your eyes can now precisely assess your body's condition." Hearing this, Hungu whispered, "Good." The absorbed energies covered his entire body. He would unleash the mana veins all the way to his heart. The overflowing power coursed through Hungu's limbs, starting from his arms. The energy surged straight up to his shoulders, then spread across his back to his spine. Not only that, the mana overflow made his eyes glow brightly. All the power was being absorbed directly into his heart. His whole face was lit up by that radiant mana overflow. Hungu stared intently at the power within him, growing stronger by the second. The system's voice sounded again. "Mana veins to the heart have been unlocked." The system updated. Mana vein congestion weakening. His hair whipped up from the power surge. Fists clenched tight, looks like he would accomplished what he set out to do. Hungu beamed. Done. Now. His heart was enveloped in unshakable power. Hungu had drawn mana from outside and opened all the meridians leading to his heart. He could finally use magic. Clenching his fists as if deciding something big, he stared joyfully at his heart glowing with power and prepared to seriously train his magic. A quick intro. In this world, to use magic, you have to trace a magical circle near your heart. The higher the magic level, the more circles you need to trace. And the more circles you create, the longer it takes. Anyone wanting to become a mage has to start practicing magic from age 5 or 8, and by 12, they will create their first magic circle, marking their official start on the mage path. Thinking that through, he folded his arms and said a little proudly, "By those standards, I am already 13, so I am a bit late to start learning magic." Then Hungu's eyes flashed brightly. "But that is only if I am a regular Nepis." The system screen popped up. Name: Kyo Seltrin. Age: 13. Talents: Mana delay, sharp perception, mana flow block. Addiction. Weak embrace. With this mana delay power, my situation's totally different. He stared at the stat screen and said, with this, and my mana veins now flowing to my heart, finally, I am in good enough shape to study magic. Now I just have to trace the magic circles. Suddenly remembering something, he wondered, but how exactly do I do this? Maybe I should just follow the game's learning method. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. A voice called from outside. Kaio, it is Leonhart. He came bearing good news. Kaio's eyes lit up bright as he gasped. What? Father lifted the house arrest. Lin nodded seriously. Yes, but on the condition that I supervise him, you are allowed to leave the room and stroll around the garden. But you can go outside the mansion. Just that little freedom had me over the moon, arms thrown up, running around like crazy. All right then. Hungu was so excited he felt like melting on the spot, finally allowed into the garden. This is a great start. He glanced at Leonhart, thinking to himself, this guy's special. Looks like Leon spoke well to the Marquis. I knew winning him over first was the right move. But when I saw my system bar -20 favor, I was speechless. But frozen in disbelief. Hungu wondered. -20 favor. What did I even do? How did it jump up 30 points out of nowhere? He replayed all his past actions with Leon in his mind. The first time, the favor was definitely -50. Remembering the night he meditated outside for 6 hours. Hungu guessed maybe Leon was moved seeing him meditate all night. Then he remembered passing out from exhaustion right after that 6-hour meditation. Could Leon be the type who respects sheer willpower? Like in sports, shaking off the overthinking. He turned to look at Leonhart. Then he reached out, saying, perfect timing. Leonhart, I want to take you somewhere. Leon asked, where exactly do you want to go? Hung put on a mysterious smile and replied, just follow me and you will see. Sunlight poured through the majestic window of the Grand Palace Tower, dazzling and bright. Inside was a room filled wall to wall with books, decorated with breathtaking paintings. Alex spotted the two entering and was so startled she dropped the book she was holding. Young Master Kaihu. She gasped. She stammered. How did you get in here? Seeing Leonhart in a tight spot, Alex quickly grabbed him and pulled him aside. Wait, what is going on? Leonhart, she asked. Isn't young Master Kaihu banned from the library? He calmly replied. The Marquis lifted the ban. Hearing this, Alex was even more shocked. What? Alex sank into panic, clueless about what was happening because young Master Kaihu, recalling a painful past, she held her book like a fragile treasure before it was torn apart and dropped to the floor. Alex dropped to her knees, sobbing and begging, please, do not tear it. That book is rare. It is priceless. I hunted it down traveling across the kingdom, but all she got were harsh orders from Kaihu. Who cares? It is just a pile of paper. You are dead anyway. You won't get to read it. At that moment, he turned vicious, clutching a candle and shouting fiercely, I will tear it up and throw it away. She screamed in despair. Please do not. Back in the present, Alex clung to Leon as if about to cry out loud. Young Master Kaihu was banned from the library. Right? Hearing Kaihu's traumatic past, Hung quickly dodged and wondered suspiciously. There is more to this? That memory made him silently scold his past self, such a reckless idiot. He did not want to hear any more of those ugly memories from before. Hungu explained. I came to the library to read. Why are you here? Got any books on magic? You are here to study magic. Right, Alex? Still sniffling, looked suspiciously at him and asked, magic? Seeing Hungu seriously searching for books, she stopped crying and adjusted her glasses, replying, well, it is not like we do not have any, but I only have beginner books for newbies. The Marquis family always focused on swordsmanship, so there are not many magic books. Hungu nodded. That is fine. Hungu smiled and said, bring me the book on how to cast magic circles. In the library, the sound of Hungu reading intently echoed. Mana is the energy that creates everything supernatural energy. He absorbed every detail in the book Supernatural Energy, as defined by scholar Alan Zhang. Linked to the birth of Joshua Allen Grant Day. After a while, staring at the endless pages full of words made Hungu's head spin. Looking back at the densely packed text, he muttered, this is supposed to be an intro book. So complicated. Just get to the point. He cried over the pages, feeling like giving up. How could a 7-year-old kid understand this? It is like reading a college thesis. Normally in a game, a status window would pop up and automatically upload the info to my brain. Do I really have to read all this? The system seemed to read his mind and announced, sharp cognition activated. Hearing this, he looked up. There it was, the status window. The system screen kept displaying. This is a low-level book. Translating text now. Instantly, the chaotic jumble of words was covered by a layer of energy, smoothing everything out like magic. After a moment, the system showed the translation was complete. Hunggu's eyes lit up, no longer looking dead tired like before. His clairvoyant skill could even translate this. He turned his head and thought quietly, "Guess I do not need to hang around here anymore." Behind him was a mountain of books Alex had gathered for Hunggu. Then he shouted, "Alex, bring me more beginner-level magic books." Hunggu said happily, "Let me borrow all of these." Scene shifts to the Yuaninga castle where he is staying. The stacks of books were placed on the table as Leonhart said, "This is the last batch." He watched Hunggu eagerly dive into reading and announced, "I have brought all the books you needed." Hunggu quickly replied, "Thanks, man. You have been a lifesaver." Leonhart stood there watching Hunggu's excitement as he searched for books to read with Nenga hat. "Let us see about that." A bit worried, he asked Han, "Are you sure this is okay?" Hearing that, Hunggu looked puzzled and asked back, "What do you mean?" Leonhart explained Alex's expression. He borrowed a ton of books all at once. The librarian was really worried. She even cried, begging him to make sure the rare books got back safely since they are priceless. "I could not even trade my whole family for those," Hunggu said with a grin. "Don't worry. I will finish reading them in no time. She is probably scared I will burn them or something." Leonhart wondered silently. He hated reading before. Why the sudden interest? That stack was all about magical knowledge on how to use mana. The next books were basic spellcasting techniques Leonhart noticed and started thinking. Then he asked, "The mana blockage disease that clogs the body's meridians." Hunggu seemed to get where he was going and cut in. "Mana and aura can escape the body. So magic is tough for me? Don't expect too much." He crossed his arms and added, "That is what you are trying to say, right?" Hearing this, Leonhart realized those were his exact thoughts and said, "Sorry if I overstepped." Hunggu replied, "You are right. I know everyone here thinks like you. What I am doing probably looks super weird." Hunggu tapped the book and continued, "But I am the infamous youngest son, the black sheep of this family. If I act weird once or twice more, no one will bat an eye. Reading books does not hurt anyone." At this, he stood up, clutching the book, radiating confidence as he faced Leonhart. "And I get why you are worried. You are scared I will get even more disappointed and fall into despair. But I told you I'm not planning on dying anytime soon." Hunggu clenched his fists. Determination blazing in his eyes, they shone brighter, full of life. He smiled confidently. "I am going to do everything I can." After opening up, he stretched and pushed himself. Time to lie down and keep reading. Hearing that, Leonhart grew even more surprised. Everything Hunggu said was proof of his clear transformation. Leonhart looked at Hunggu lying in bed, still gripping the book, reading on. The fresh, hopeful vibe radiating from him shocked Leonhart. He remembered the image of little Storian from his past on the training grounds. The sound of crying echoed. The tiny boy knelt, tears streaming nonstop, crying out Che. Seeing this, Leonhart had gone over to comfort him. He asked, "Little Cha, why are you crying?" The boy replied, "Cha." The crying grew louder. His whole being seemed about to explode in sorrow. "Che does not like someone like me." Leonhart could only watch, worried and unsure how to console him. Then he knelt beside him and called softly, "Little Cha." Remembering that moment, Leonhart thought, back then, he was just a kid crying softly. His gaze shifted to the present Hunggu, who suddenly noticed changes on the system screen and looked over. Hunggu's eyes widened like he was about to pop out. Talk about a glow-up in likability. The system panel in front of him flashed, and he scratched his head. Wasn't it like 30 just a second ago? What the heck? How did I just jump by 30 points? Step back. You are scaring me. Leonhart put the book down on the bed and whispered, "I will wait outside. If you need anything, just call me." Still not fully composed, Hunggu stammered out, "Okay." Leonhart walked away, but with a smile playing on his lips. Maybe he was genuinely happy to see the stubborn kid he once overlooked finally changing for the better. Hunggu watched him leave, his face still struggling to calm down. He racked his brain trying to guess why could it be, because he read all those books. But nothing seemed to change back at the library. Outside, Leonhart stood silently, a proud smile on his face. While inside, Hunggu was drowning in a storm of thoughts. Didn't he say he admired perseverance? Maybe juggling a mountain of books counts as persistence. Weird guy. Hunggu sat surrounded by a circle of books and motivation, opened his system, and activated clairvoyance. The system panel updated non-stop, decoding texts. And suddenly, streams of power lit up the room. Seeing the piles of text being processed by the system, Hunggu smiled with hope. He exclaimed, "Clairvoyant speed is insane. It has got to be at least 10 times faster than normal reading." The screen displayed separate volumes. Tough parts of the documents were decoded. Reading lists, spell circle principles all neatly stored as super clear data. Thanks to the system, his decoding progress skyrocketed. The principles of spell circle activation were digitized and saved. The system panel flashed. Your knowledge has increased, accelerating the decoding process. All books in the space are fully decoded. Hongyu could not help but grin with excitement. Done already. That was fast. He tapped the screen. Next step, I will use the decoded data to cast a spell circle. Upload data from the spell circle principles. A bright golden circle appeared before him with a notification. You have understood the spell circle activation principles and meet the minimum requirements to cast your first spell circle. He touched the circle, guiding man along the golden path. I am going to make a spell circle. Without hesitation, Hongyu gently pressed down to cast. The spell circle spun rapidly as he said, "Let us do this shift." Instantly, mana from Hongyu's team seemed to merge with the spell circle ahead. His eyes closed tight as he focused on training. The power surged so hard it made the books around him flutter. The spell circle grew larger, and the system panel showed mana flowing perfectly. Sweat dripped down Hongyu's face. The overwhelming power was painful. He gritted his teeth, enduring the burn in his guts like his insides were on fire. But he had to push through. If not, the mana would backfire and damage his core. The pain intensified, but Hongyu clenched his teeth. Almost there. The spell circle he created blended with the mana in his body. His eyes squeezed shut in effort. Hongyu kept telling himself to stay awake. Just a little longer. At this moment, it felt like his internal mana had fully merged with the spell circle. The circle grew bigger and bigger. The mana fused and then vanished. His eyes flashed brightly as he wondered, did I actually make it? The system panel popped up. You have cast your first spell circle. Block mana flow has weakened. Hongyu looked at the circle in his hand, then back at the system still updating. Mana block has been enhanced. Watching the energy source in his hand, the system continued updating. You can fully place mana in the spell circle. He cheered. I can finally use magic. Hongyu jumped up, yelling loudly. I did, but after pushing himself so hard, before he could fully celebrate, his eyes started spinning. Time blurred, and when he saw the light outside the window, Hongyu thought, it is morning. I have been up all night. His vision dimmed, and just before passing out, he worried. Leonhart and Erciel might take me down. Then Hongyu collapsed onto the floor. His cheeks flushed like he had a fever. A little later, Erciel brought breakfast into the room. Here's your breakfast. Seeing he would fainted on the floor, she panicked. She rushed over to drag Hongyu up. Seriously? You fainted again? After all that reading, in just one night, Hongyu had poured all his accumulated mana into casting his first spell circle. From now on, a new chapter in his life began as the Celtaran heir and an official wizard. Scene shifts to the library, where Leonhart carefully carries a stack of battered books back to Alex. He tries to reassure her, saying at least the books are still intact. Unlike her who is about to lose it. A steaming bowl of fragrant soup paired with a hot glass of tea for breakfast. Main dish is mouth-watering grilled meat, beautifully garnished with fresh greens. Erciel beams with pride. Admiring her creation, it is finally done. She smiles, filled with hope that this delicious meal will lift everyone's spirits. Erciel imagines Hongyu's praise, thinking, did I really make all this? It is unbelievably sweet. Just like I hoped. She chuckles softly. His compliments mean the world to her. Just as she turns to bring the food to Hongyu, a maid suddenly blocks her path. The maid calls out, Hey, Erciel, is not that food meant for Lord Ko? We will take it up for you. You should rest. Erciel, puzzled, asks why they are suddenly saying this. The maid smirks. Serving Lord Ko is Sally's job, right? You are just filling in. The maid keeps taunting Erciel, who now glares coldly right back at them. Lord Ko's temper has improved a lot recently. I think it is time to go back to the old ways. Sally chips in eagerly. Erciel pauses, then flatly refuses. I do not want that. She storms past the two maids, emotionless but firm. If you have got issues with how I do things or want to change it, take it up with Lord Ko yourself. The maid huffs. Look at her talk. Hey, do not listen to her. Just as Erciel reaches the door, she runs into Daisy, who gasps. Oh wow. Erciel silently fixes Daisy with a stare, while the maid's harsh voice echoes behind her. Erciel, do you really think you are that special? Ignoring all the insults flying her way, Erciel strides forward without a care. Daisy's face instantly hardens, losing all her earlier fake friendliness, silently marking Erciel's name in her mind. Inside the vast Neo-Russian palace, Hongyu slices the grilled meat into perfect bites, savoring every piece. Seeing his joyful expression as he eats, Erciel can't help but smile along. She asks, does the food suit your taste? Lord, I followed the recipe you taught me last time. He beams. Yeah, it is really good. Erciel, your cooking skills keep getting better every day. He blushes and shyly replies, I have been practicing hard every day, and even picked up some new recipes from the head chef. Hongyu keeps praising her. You are so talented and hardworking. Erciel, after they finish eating, he suddenly asks, Hands clasped, eyes locked on her. How's your progress with the summoning magic? Okul stammers. Summoning magic? He nods and says, First, bring me that summoning manual I gave you earlier. Hungyu flips through the book, scanning the contents. While Okul stands nervously by his side, he asks, How much have you read? She hesitates, whispering, Half of it. Hearing that, Hungyu looks at the book again, murmuring, Only half. Glancing inside, he notices her dedication. Every page is filled with notes. The pages are worn, proof of her hard work. Coming from a noble family, she must have a solid basic education. Her learning pace is not slow. At her age, she shows great potential. She would be unstoppable if she had more time to hone her skills. Hungyu falls silent, deep in thought. Then he turns to Okul. But at this pace, it is still not enough. Quietly thinking to himself, he knows time's running out. On the surface, he orders her firmly. He reflects on the looming events. In 2 months, the Sultorians will hold the heir succession ceremony. On that day, a coup led by the second son, Adolf, will erupt. The noble family will collapse, and Okul, caught in the chaos, will lose her life. To prevent this tragedy, Hungyu thinks she must become stronger fast. Then he commands, From now on, leave the cooking to others and focus entirely on your studies. For Okul's own good, Hungyu wants her to get stronger. Faster, it will help her focus better. We will have Sally serve me again, so do not worry. Her hands clenched tightly together, clearly not fully convinced. Then Okul suddenly yelled out a refusal, making him secretly thrilled. No way. She seemed different than usual, so Hungyu quietly asked, Okul, you are so overwhelmed you are crying. I will keep working hard. I will study summoning magic and cooking. I won't neglect anything. So do not let anyone else serve Lord Kaihu. Tears streamed down Okul's face as she begged, Please, let me keep doing it. She genuinely cared and wanted to cook delicious meals for him, so she pleaded, Please. Seeing her like that caught Hungyu off guard, and he let out a soft He awkwardly watched her cry, unsure of what to say. Then Hungyu thought to himself, I get it now. Okul's family collapsed all of a sudden. She went from a baron's daughter to a slave, now a servant. She has not even contacted her family. She does not know if they are alive or dead. It is natural she feels so anxious. Finally, she is adapting to servant life and starting to live somewhat steadily. Back to reality, he realized that suddenly telling her to study summoning magic would obviously confuse her. That is why being a servant took priority over learning summoning. Okul probably thought if she failed at her servant duties, she would be kicked out. Hungyu silently blamed himself for not explaining better. Then gently called her name. He stood up and asked, Do you remember what I told you when I brought you here? That you are mine now. Okul's eyes widened as the image of the person speaking clearly sank in. Hungyu firmly declared, I will never abandon my people. I will always protect them. Hearing this soothed her worries, and Okul looked up at him, stunned. Then she shyly spoke, I am But before she could finish, Hungyu added, And I do not ask you to study summoning without a reason. He tried to explain, Okul, you are an amazing servant. Your cooking skills are great, and you are diligent and meticulous. If you keep working hard like this, you will definitely be promoted to head maid. But there are plenty of other servants here, meaning many could replace you. That explanation hit Okul like a slap to the face. She spoke up, hesitant, but he quickly placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. But Hungyu smiled and asked, What do you think will happen if you become a summoner? Those words stirred something in Okul. She silently pondered them. He continued to explain, Do you know how rare and respected summoners are? You will become someone incredible, the top summoner. Everyone will look up to you. You will stand above them all. No one could ever replace you in this world. Hearing this, Okul's eyes lit up, filled with hope and anticipation. He beamed, Isn't he that amazing? Though she still seemed uncertain, Okul asked, But can I really do it? He answered confidently, Absolutely. Then Hungyu pulled out a thick book with a striking red cover and gold patterns. With a confident smile, he said clearly, You can become the greatest summoner. I believe in you. Receiving this recognition, Okul was genuinely happy. She took the book and softly replied, Yes, I will work really hard. She hugged the book close, happily saying, Because I believe in you, Lord Kai. The system panel popped up, affection level increased by 60. Seeing such a big affection boost, Hungyu could not help but be a little surprised. Then he smiled happily, agreeing with what she said. After that, he officially appointed Okul as his personal servant. She started handling most of Hungyu's personal affairs, including cooking like before, and he moved Okul out of the servants' quarters and gave her a private room. Hungyu cheerfully opened the door and said, From now on, this will be your room. Okul thought happily to himself that this would be better for her studies and safety. She would not have to share with the other servants anymore. She beamed with excitement and said, "I love." Okul smiled brightly, her grin even more dazzling than the sunlight itself. She joyfully exclaimed, "This room is so close to Lord Kyo's." Seeing her happiness came from being near his room, Hunga felt a little jealous. Then he teased Okul something she absolutely loved. "You are totally hooked." "Huh?" She happily replied with a simple yes. He silently vowed, "Okul, let us work hard together. We will survive no matter what comes our way." Meanwhile, in the library, Okul was deep in study, not letting Hungu down. Catching his gaze, she glanced over. Downstairs, Hungu was strolling with Leonhart. Sensing someone watching, he looked up toward the upper floor. Seeing Okul, Hunga's eyes lit up and he waved excitedly. Seeing that, she first felt a flicker of jealousy, then smiled brightly in return. The system alert popped up, affection plus 65. Okul blushed and whispered shyly, "So embarrassing." Inside a dark, cold castle room that screamed villain vibes, on the wall hung a shield, with two crossed swords in front, glowing with a golden sound. "I have a report," Daisy whispered into Adop's hand. "Please, lend me your hand for a moment." Hearing this, he sneered with contempt. Then he asked, "Has Keiho changed?" She replied, "Yes." Lord Adopt, Daisy continued. "Recently, Lord Keiho has been training hard, boosting his strength, and spending lots of time studying magic. His personality's improved too. He no longer flies off the handle or hits servants when angry." Adopt laughed, glanced down, and said, "Finally, my dumb little brother has grown up. As the older brother, I guess I should pay him a visit." Adopt Saturn grinned slyly, clearly scheming something. Cut back to the castle. Okul waved happily, smiling with pure joy. Below, Hungu and Leonhart were still out for a stroll. Hungu ordered Leonhart, "Take me somewhere open, away from prying eyes." Leonhart asked curiously, "Planning something?" Hungu replied, "I want to test something, a magic experiment," he said, turning with a slight smile. Hearing this, Leonhart straightened up, eyes fixed on him. "Magic?" After some time, he brought Hungu to a lush forest edge and said, "There is a spot on the far side of the estate. It is secluded, surrounded by thick trees, hidden from view." Hungu looked around excitedly and said, "Perfect." Hungu reminded, "Make sure no one comes near." Leonhart nodded. Understood. He found a large tree, leaned back against it, and watched intently as Hungu stretched out his hand. Ready to begin, Leonhart folded his arms, eyes studying thoughtfully. "Magic? Huh. Lord Kyo can master swordplay or magic because of his mana vessel illness. Reading a few magic books, one T suddenly changed that. But if it is the current Lord Kyo." A burst of blazing yellow magic erupted from Hungu's hand. He shouted and unleashed the move. Magical fire arrow. The energy shot like an arrow straight at the tree ahead with a loud crack. The blast shattered the tall tree trunk. Hungu touched the stump, barely believing his own strength. Leonhart standing nearby was wide-eyed, mouth agape. The strike was so powerful it pierced the tree, leaving it wobbling and about to collapse. Both turned pale. Hungu was too stunned to even speak. Looking at the ruined scene, Hungu stammered. The tree, worried the noise might reach the mansion, he quickly asked, "Do you think they heard it?" Leonhart shook his head. "I immediately used my aura to block the blast. They won't hear any falling trees or anything else." Hungu let out a sigh of relief. "Nice reflexes. You had me scared for a second. When I saw you could use magic, I had to ask. But man, you are something else." Leonhart's face was still stunned. "When did you even create that magic circle?" Hungu shrugged coolly, hands on hips. "Not long at all. Just followed the book's instructions. Didn't expect it to actually work. Man, you are something else right now." Hungu's casual admission caught Leonhart off guard. "You cast a magic circle and said, 'I have overcome mana congestion.'" Seeing the glowing blue orb in Hungu's hand, he could not believe his eyes. Leonhart pressed his lips tight, eyes locked on the magic circle. He recalled what Hungu had insisted before. "Like I said, I want to hold back while I am young. I will do whatever it takes." He thought to himself, maybe there really was something different about this guy. Smiling, Leonhart said, "So that is it. I get it now." Pride filled his voice. "Congratulations." The system notification popped up above his head. Affinity level 10. Hungu glanced up, mentally impressed, but expected this guy's persistent. Leaning against a fallen tree, Leonhart analyzed. "The spark from that magic, that is first circle magic. From what I know, its power usually matches a solid hit from a grown man." Hungu nodded in agreement. "Right, but it feels more like fourth circle magic. Hungu stared at the magic circle in his hand, deep in thought. But I am still a first circle mage. I just channeled the power of a fourth circle through first circle magic. Leonhart marveled. Isn't he that wild? Then Hungu dropped a bombshell that froze him solid. Even I did not expect to have this kind of power. No matter how you slice it, this power is going to draw attention. Leonhart stared at the battered tree stump, lost in thought. Could it be? Lord Kyo is a prodigy. Hungu stood quietly, reflecting. Thanks to his mind's eye, he would read every book on first circle magic in the library. Without that skill, mastering a magic circle would take a whole month, but he always wondered why the magic usage decoded by the mind's eye differed from the game's mechanics. According to the spellbooks, casting magic starts with drawing a complex circle. Then, after tough equations and calculations, you activate the spell by channeling your mana classic old-school style. In the game, casting magic is way simpler. Just draw a simple symbol and bam, mana triggers it instantly. This method is easier and stronger. I have memorized all those magic symbols after 10 years of gaming. Hungu stared hard at the tree and thought, so I tried casting spells the gamer-friendly way, like in the game. But the power was off the charts. His face showed hesitation. That is the problem, it is not the right time to unleash full power yet. Hungu turned to Leonhart and said, Hey Leon, can you keep what you just saw between us? Surprised, Leonhart asked. Really? Even the head of the family? Hungu quickly nodded. Yeah, Hungu winked slyly. Let us keep this just our secret. Seeing his mischievous grin, the hard-earned affinity rating took a nosedive. Affinity dropped by 50. Hungu was shocked and a little bitter. What the heck? I am already regretting this, and now I lose affinity just for that. Is my adorable charm really that scary? He scrambled to explain, trying to claw back his lost points. Listen, there is a reason for all this. I do not want anyone to know how strong I am. Leonhart frowned. Why? Hungu sighed. The succession ceremony is in 2 months. Hearing this, Leonhart stiffened and asked, You know, right? Talking about the succession. Tradition in the Sartorian Marquis family says the heir is not chosen by age but through battles, personality, sword skills, intelligence, knowledge, public support, and royal opinions. All these decide who takes over. It is all to pick the strongest heir, who will lead the family to even greater glory. Right now, these two are locked in a fierce battle for the heiress spot. From the party entrance, a crowd is streaming in from the left side. On the opposite side, another line of people is filing in steadily. On one side stands the eldest son, Abel Sartorian, and on the other, the second son, Adolf Sartorian. Now, let us break down the power behind these two contenders. Abel Sartorian is the firstborn of the Marquis's legitimate wife, and currently the strongest candidate for heir. Calm and collected, he is a sword prodigy groomed for succession since childhood, always living up to sky-high expectations like a perfect Prince Charming. He is mainly backed by the family's loyal retainers. Adolf Sartorian, also born to the legitimate wife, was overshadowed by Abel and left in the sidelines for years. But somewhere along the way, Adolf's personality grew calmer and his sword skills improved rapidly, making him stand out fast. His supporters are mostly fiery knights. He carries the vibe of a gang leader. Back in the palace hall, Adolf stomps the floor hard. His cold eyes glare upward. He fixes his gaze on his brother and speaks up. You are ignoring me now? Big bro? Adolf smirks and nods casually. Long time no see. Abel explains. I was so caught up in my thoughts. I did not even notice you were here. Adolf chuckles. Just messing with you. But then the next words drip with venomous sarcasm. It is hard to believe the guy who has been radiating aura since age 5 could not sense someone's presence. Abel calmly replies. That was ages ago. It was not even a big deal, just a childhood fluke. Nothing to brag about. Seriously. Do not bring it up again or people will exile me. Then, as if on purpose, he digs up Adolf's dark past, making him freeze. Not something to mention the day you first emitted aura at 15. Right? The crowd behind mocks. My son's the same way. I worried he was slow and talentless. Abel continues. Some just start slow, but once they overcome that hurdle, they grow fast. The more he talks, the sharper his words cut, making Adolf's group snap back in anger. Hey old, what did you just say? You want to die? Adolf raises his hand to stop his men, shouting, cut it out. He turns, eyes threatening. We are inside the main house where father is. Don't he get reckless? His men shudder and apologize. Sorry, Commander. Seeing this, Abel glances up, silently judging, then he smiles brightly and praises. You really trained your subordinates well. His face suddenly hardens. You truly deserve to be a top hair candidate for the Storian Marquis. Those words hang like a challenge. Adolf sneers. Keep laughing like that if you want. Then he leans in close. Threatening. You won't be laughing for long, he orders. Let us move. His men respond quickly. Yes. Commander, as Adolf's group leaves, Abel's expression quietly darkens. He turns and watches them go, lost deep in thought. Cut to Hunga's room, where his hand slowly slices a steak on his plate. Hunga speaks up. The succession ceremony is in 2 months. He slowly puts the meat in his mouth. The Storian heirs do not follow the usual rules. Legitimacy does not even matter anymore. Leonhart and Erciel sit opposite, listening intently. The only criteria now is strength. Any direct bloodline to father can fight for the heirship. Hunga hesitates briefly, then adds, but there is one exception. He looks both of them dead in the eye and says, that exception is me. Hunga recalls his illness. Because I was weak. I was knocked out of the succession race early. My third brother, Dutz, was also eliminated, even though he is only 15. Which should not be an issue. If I were a bit older, my swordsmanship and magic would still be far behind my brothers. Leonhart sat upright across from him, skeptical as he spoke up. The whole inheritance battle boils down to this. Hunga quickly chimed in. Exactly, it is between my eldest brother Abel and my second brother Adolf. It is going to be a showdown between those two. The two brothers vividly painted in his story. Abel Adolf. Since the ceremony is about to happen, neither of them would want any surprises. What if I reveal a power even stronger than theirs? Hung even mentioned himself. What if a useless, talentless nobody suddenly becomes a dark horse? 2 possibilities. They will either try to recruit me to their side, or they will crush me because I am the youngest. Leonhart stared at him tensely. Silent. The Erciel behind him was stunned too. The morning sunlight streamed through the window blinds, lighting up the whole room. Leonhart's voice broke the silence. Isn't that kind of an extreme way to think? Throughout history, many families have spilled blood over inheritance. Hung quickly agreed. Exactly. He paused, glancing away, thinking silently. Given the stakes, Abel's a good guy, so he is probably fine. But Adobe, he is definitely going to try to eliminate me. From the start, that guy planned to wipe out the whole family. Hunga felt like his current situation was just him finally breaking free from the chokehold. The future looks promising, but my skills are still limited. For the youngest mage in the circle, this level is actually ideal. Suddenly, he felt a spark of excitement. Gotta convince him to join the Fae faction, or else I will have to get a little physical. Leonhart heard that and paused thoughtfully, then nodded as if he understood. Got it. Then suddenly, Leonhart stood up. Mages usually restrain their own power for defense, and they say they even fake a lower circle level, so that makes total sense now. He looked at Hunga for a moment, then said flatly, but after the succession ceremony, I will report to the family about your shortage of skin. Hunga looked a little awkward, thinking to himself, so with low favorability, that is as good as it gets. He quietly watched Leonhart's back as he left. Right now, Leonhart's loyalty lies with his father and the family, not with me. It will be tough to get him to support me unconditionally. He did not outright refuse, so it is still better than nothing. Smirking confidently, Hunga thought, even so, I will make him come around to my side. With a sly look, Hunga stared at him. Leonhart, I swear, I am gonna catch you one way or another, whether I am the thief or the robbed. Leonhart suddenly shivered, feeling a chill down his spine. Why is he suddenly snoring like that? He slowly turned his head and called out behind him, my lord. Then Leonhart looked at Hunga skeptically. Are you seriously thinking of becoming a mage? Hunga was a bit surprised by him. Then Hunga confirmed, yep, the Storian family is famous for swordsmanship. Would not having a talented mage be a huge plus? Leonhart replied slowly, I get it now. Leonhart suddenly smiled gently, looking at Hunga's confused expression, and softly said, that is good. He broke into a warm, affectionate smile. The family head will be really happy about this. The notification popped up, favorability plus 30. Hung glanced toward him. Stunned. Favorability just went up. When did that even happen? Leonhart stepped out the door, then glanced back at the tray. Hey, your cooking is great, especially the meat. The girl quickly responded politely, it is just an ordinary meal. Thank you, my lord. Meanwhile, Hunga suddenly understood eating together boosts favorability. If that is the case, he lit up with excitement. Can't let this chance slip away. From now on, Leonhart and Erciel will dine together in my room, Leonhart said comfortably, looking at Hung. Suddenly, I will just eat at the knight's dormitory. Hunga did not hesitate to give the order. This is an order. Erciel was secretly thrilled. 2 words echoed in his mind. Deal. Night fell, and the full moon's faint light spread over the splendid castle. Inside the brightly lit room, books lay scattered across the floor. Hungu lay there, swinging his legs and scratching his head in confusion. He picked up a sheet of paper and stared intently at it. If I activate magic like in the game, the speed would be crazy fast and insanely powerful. But the downside is it is insanely hard to control. Hungu could not help but recall the tree he chopped down with raw power. No idea why the game method makes magic stronger. But I just can't control it. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts, he suddenly fell into deep contemplation. Then Hungu tossed the book aside. Whatever. No clue. I will just seal it away for now. He sat, crossed his arms, and stared at the pile of papers before him. The time to show his true power was coming, but he could not keep relying on basic magic forever. The spellcasting method in this world was painfully slow, making it tough to master magic, but at least it allowed for better control over power. Hungu suddenly sensed something. Hold on. He came up with a bold idea for powerful magic battles. What if he combined this world slow casting method with the fast-paced style from the game? What would happen then? Suddenly, a system warning blared. Warning, a magical explosion might occur. Do you want to proceed? Hungu jumped in surprise, stepping back and panting hard. You really scared me there. Then, he suddenly spotted something. Hold on. Hungu stared at the warning text. Skeptical. Proceed. Can I really combine them? He looked up, lost in thought. This was not a status window, it was a warning. So there had to be risks. After a moment, he decided to take the risk. You gotta go big or go home. No guts. No glory. Hung tapped agree on the screen. A powerful spell burst out from the ground. The system's piercing warning kept ringing. Warning. Combining two casting methods. Warning. A magical explosion may happen. Warning. Do you wish to continue? Options? Yes. He looked up with fierce excitement and unshakable determination. Hell yes. The system began casting magic, analyzing his body and the spellcasting methods. Streams of immense power surged from Hungu's body. The system quickly assessed his proficiency with magic bullets was extremely high. It dove deep into his memories, calculating an effective pathway to complete the combination. Hungu's eyes suddenly lit up bright for a moment. He excitedly gazed at the floating magic formation. It worked. A tremendously powerful energy flow gathered. This was a brand new spell. A gigantic circular formation appeared in midair. Then it shrank, spinning around Hungu's hand. It was called the combined casting method. Magic bullet. He stared at the orb of power in his palm, barely containing his excitement. Amazing. The foundation's set. Let us try adding a bit more magic here, and tone this part down. Meanwhile, the warning kept blaring nonstop. Warning, a magical explosion might occur. But Hungu was laser-focused, adjusting output and refining the spell. Outside, Erciel suddenly jumped in shock at a sharp explosion. She rushed through the door, shouting, Are you okay? Are you hurt? Erciel panicked when she saw Hung. He casually replied, I am Erciel. Then Hungu slowly stood up from the rubble, sitting amidst the debris. He tried to reassure her, just practicing magic. Erciel ran. Panic-stricken. Practicing magic. Are you sure you are okay? Then she suddenly froze. As if witnessing something unbelievable, the white wall behind him was blown wide open by the blast. He regretted it immediately. Should we test it outside? Hungu stared at his hand. The warning said it might explode, so that is what the alert meant. He needed to build and study magic circles more. Combine them with barriers. Suddenly, a shocked shout rang out that was loud. Leonhart rushed in and saw the chaotic scene. All he could say was, The wall. Hungu called out happily. Leonhart. He asked for help cleaning up. Leonhart obeyed. While smoke kept billowing in the study, Hungu sighed helplessly. Let us clean this mess first. Then think. The librarian's gonna be furious about the ruined books. After a while, smoke kept rising thickly from the kitchen. Okul stood by the boiling porridge. Puzzled, something tasted off. She eyed the bubbling pot suspiciously. Suddenly, she gasped, remembering Hungu's words. Today's flavor is kinda bland. She worried silently. What should I do now? Then, someone quietly approached from behind and called out, Okul. Got it? Huh? You are prepping food for the big day. Daisy suddenly steps up beside Okul. She really is hardworking every single day. Ada stands there with a warm, friendly smile that feels so genuine. At that moment, Okul just quietly glances over at Ada. Then she sharply turns away, muttering to herself, Well, that is my job. Geez. So cautious. Daisy starts giving advice. If the stew tastes off, just add a pinch of nutmeg. Okul perks up her bunny ears, eavesdropping on Ada's words. Daisy eagerly explains. That is what gives it that rich umami flavor, trust me. Give it a shot. Okul awkwardly stays silent, clearly lost in deep thought. Ada watches intently from behind as Okul tastes the seasoning. After adjusting, Okul takes a cautious sip of the soup. She can't help but exclaim in surprise. Whoa, this is delicious. Daisy beams proudly. See, I told you. She holds the spoon up, staring at Ada without saying a word. Suddenly, Okul breaks the awkward silence. You are really good at cooking. Daisy, mind teaching me a bit? Hearing this, Daisy grins slyly. Ada puts on a friendly face, leaning in to say, Of course. I am happy to help whenever I can. Daisy excitedly chimes in. From now on, let me help you with the meals. The food is ready today. Okul politely says thanks. After a while, the food cart rolls steadily across the floor. Ada slowly pushes the cart, while Okul carefully carries a teapot alongside. Daisy suddenly asks Han, How's Lord Kyo been these past few days? I heard he has gotten more polite lately. Ada glances at Okul whispering, Honestly, I am worried about you being Lord Kyo's personal attendant. I am afraid he might trick you or make things difficult. Okul just lowers her head silently. She thinks for a moment, then suddenly reassures. It is. Lord Kyo treats me well. Well, that is a relief. Ada smiles warmly at her. I have heard Lord Kyo's health has improved too, waking early, exercising, even hitting the books. Okul walks beside her, quietly listening to Daisy talk. Daisy nods to herself with a quiet smile. Yeah, Lord Kyo's really dedicated. He has been studying a lot too. The two slowly walk from the hallway into the office. After a while, Hun Gyu, holding a book, turns to ask, Oh, Daisy asked about me. She slowly picks up a food tray, carrying it out. She says, Yes. She asked what Lord Kyo has been up to and who he has met. Hun Gyu snaps the book shut. What did you tell her? Okul turns and smiles. I told her I do not know. Hun Gyu's cold gaze listens quietly. I think it's best not to reveal anything about Lord Kyo. Okul asks, Did I answer correctly? He laughs, giving her a thumbs up. You nailed it, Okul. That was the smart move. Morning sunlight pours into the room as they keep chatting. Though in the future, she should keep her answers more measured, even if she needs to eat breakfast. But I can't hide the truth. I have already surpassed the mana barrier and secretly learned magic. Okul obediently nods. I will keep that in my head. Hun Gyu smugly thinks to himself, I expected the impatient one would act first, but the tail's already been spotted. He smirks triumphantly. Just like my second brother predicted, he is super impatient. Hun Gyu recalls the scheme behind Adopt and Daisy. Clearly, he is rushing through a lot. Suddenly, a voice breaks out in shock from the hall. Is that for real? The pile of papers on the desk trembles nonstop. The man is none other than Viscount Seltorin. Remton Seltorin, who slams his hand on the desk. Alarmed, who has surpassed the mana barrier. Leonhart urgently reports. Yes, it is true he is currently self-studying magic. He recalls the magic battle Hun Gyu performed when he reached the first level. Leonhart quickly looks away. His power has surpassed the first level. I will explain the details later. Remton stammers in shock. That kid actually broke through the mana barrier. I remember the last time I saw him he was in a terrible state. That is why I had to keep him close and be so harsh with him. He could not help but recall those times when his harshness drove Kyo to pure rage. Did I ask to be born with this body? You should have killed me before I even came into this world. Kyo ground his teeth, glaring at him with bitter resentment. Renton's clenched his fists in furious frustration. This stupid kid, shouting in anger. He screamed, I will pretend I do not have a son like you. Stay locked in your room and do not cause any trouble. At that moment, he was kneeling on the floor, head bowed low. Kyo clenched his jaw tight, filled with bitter hatred. Back in the present, Renton's hung his head, full of regret. He slowly parted his lips, asking, How old is he now? In the dim glow of the study, Leonhardvang's voice answered. He is 13 now. Renton spoke in a low tone, explaining, to break through the mana barrier, one must have a natural talent in magic or swordsmanship. As he spoke, Renton's pictured Hun Gyu talent like his usually shows up around 5 or 6 years old. Just like Kyo. Worried, Remtons asked, Has anyone ever broken the mana barrier at the end of their 13th year? Leonhart stammered, hesitating, I am not sure. Then he recalled the image of Hun Gyu he would seen. But the truth is, when Kyo broke through the mana barrier, I saw him using first-level magic. Remton stared at Leonhart, lost in thought for a moment. A miracle. Huh? The candlelight flickered in the room as he nervously asked, Leonhart, do you think I should go see him? Leonhart looked doubtful. You do not want to see him? Remtons hesitated. I am not sure myself. He glanced anxiously. That kid. Maybe he still hates me. Does not he? Leonhart stood upright, studying his expression. Confused about what he meant by hate, he kept a straight face and whispered. Quite the opposite. He said there is something he wants to tell you. Leonhart immediately remembered the moment Hun Gyu sat by the balcony. Smiling warmly at him, he quietly gazed at that smile. Like the first light of dawn in the garden full of blooming flowers. A soft voice echoed. If there is something you want to say, I will pass it along for you. I want to meet and speak to him myself. Hunggu jumped down, saying, You know, if you are under house arrest without the Marquis' permission, you can leave the annex. Leonhart replied. That is exactly why I am telling you this. Turning back, he looked at him with hopeful eyes and said, Leonhart, let my father know that I really, truly want to see him. Hunggu asked seriously. Got it. Leonhart grunted awkwardly. Then he put on an adorable, pleading face. Please. Pretty please. At that point, despite his disdain, Leonhart could not bring himself to refuse. All right, I get. Seems like he is not mad at the Marquis after all. Remtel slammed the table. Fired up. Kyo. What has Kyo said about me? His face looked calm on the outside, but inside, frustration boiled over. Meanwhile, somewhere else, morning sunlight streamed down the palace corridors. Small, hurried footsteps echoed along the hall as Leonhart's voice continued. Lord Kyo said. Or rather, Hungru's youthful face lit with excitement as he kept walking. He wants to meet the Marquis himself. Elsewhere, a portrait of Remtel Sultorian hung on the wall, head of the prestigious Sultorian sword clan, protector of the family from monsters through generations. Remtel fought alone on brutal battlefields. One of the 5 sword gods of the continent. Hungru remained deep in thought, eyes resolute on his father. Kyo Sultorian. He stared intently at the portrait hanging perfectly on the wall. Suddenly, Hungru could not hold back and began to tremble uncontrollably. He nervously clenched his shaking hands, unable to control the trembling. Hungru struggles to grip the trembling hands tightly. Come on. Hold on. Suddenly, he realizes something. Kyo's memories, his fears, and his deep resentment for his father. The terrifying memories of the original owner's father flood back. Kyo could not even hold a sword, and yet he belonged to the famed Sultorian clan, masters of the blue blade. Kyo was kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear before his father's sword. Father, I can't do it. Is it that hard? His father growled, grinding his teeth at Kyo's weak voice. Remtel roared with anger. You are Marquis Sultorian's son, and you are this weak. Pathetic. Kyo's eyes filled with terror at those words. He choked back tears, asking his father, Am I used? Can't hold a sword? Do I just get sick and die? He burst into painful sobs. Please, do not abandon me. Father, back in the present. Hunggu's heart aches as he revisits the original owner's painful memories. Suddenly, Hunggu feels a sharp pang in his heart, a jarring shock. He is reliving those tragic memories. Kyo's recent past, the current owner of this body. Hunggu looks down at his trembling hands, silently analyzing those memories are his too, because Hunggu's soul has merged with Kyo's through reincarnation. Kyo's burdens are now his own. Then Hunggu's eyes flash with determination. He glances at Remten Sultorian's portrait on the wall and clenches his fist. Kyo is no longer a coward. Hunggu clenches his fists firmly and declares, I am both Kyo and Hunggu. Remten's portrait hangs neatly on the wall. Grown men, all of them. He stares at that painting with newfound confidence and determination. Kyo Sultorian, I will prove your worth. At that moment, Remten sits in his office, his expression stern. Hunggu enters with a confident smile and steps right up to him. Remten hesitates, eyes him closely, then finally says a single word. Then Remten asks sharply, You have something to say to me? Hunggu quickly replies, Yes. Marquis? He coldly glares, calling himself Marquis instead of father. What is his angle here? Remten taps his fingers on the desk. I told you not to leave this room without my permission. His gaze heavy with authority. He warns, I have let you use the library lately, but if you cause any more trouble, it won't just be confinement next time. Remten's tone remains icy. You understand what that means, right? Hung freezes, assessing the situation. There is zero trust here, and his body is still trembling, but he can act rashly. The original owner caused plenty of trouble and was one of the continent's 5 sword gods. The system running through Remten analyzes. Remten Sultorian, 48 years old. No further data. Warning. Formidable opponent. Identity unverified. Hunggu thinks to himself. He wants to understand this man's tastes through clairvoyance. But it is too risky now. No choice but to negotiate. Calmly, Hunggu replies, I understand. Marquis, that is why I respectfully request an interview through Leonhart. Remten's eyes widen in surprise. He would be scolded him like this in the past. Coldly, he says, Seems the rumors of your maturity are true. You have grown up. Hunggu stands there, remorseful. I have caused you many troubles, Marquis, with childish mistakes. I was wrong. He suddenly bows deeply, I truly regret it and vow to change. Remton is officially stunned. Eyes wide in disbelief, then he stands abruptly. This kid's apologizing. The same kid who blamed others and lost his temper every day. He is startled when Hungu adds, and one more thing. Hungu continues. I want to make a deal with you. Marquis, Remton looks skeptical. A deal? Hungu nods firmly. You have probably heard from Leonhart I have surpassed Hermie Ain. Remton quickly responds. Yes. I know. It is hard to believe such a miracle happened. Hungu smiles confidently. It is true, a surge of multicolored power has appeared. Astonished, Renton watches as great power radiates from Hungu, gathering in his palm. His expression beams with confidence. Now, I am officially a first circle mage. He stood there, utterly stunned. Just like everyone else when they saw Hungu unleash his magic, Renton was dazed by the scene before him. Even after hearing Leonhart speak, he still doubted it. He intently watched the magical energy blazing in Hungu's hand. Renton quickly jumped in. Indeed, I can feel the flow of magic from you. Yes, I will keep pushing harder. Hungu recalled the pain he endured before mages who surpassed Hermimum were considered prodigies. Maybe that is why it only took him a few days to reach the first circle through self-study. A great mage's value was said to be equal to an entire army of knights. And Marquis Storian was famous for his swordsmanship. But is not having a standout mage among your heirs a huge advantage? If the family supports your growth as a mage, you will serve the clan as a powerful sorcerer and become its greatest asset. And the Storian Marquis, mastering both sword and magic, would rise above all other noble families in the kingdom. Remton was speechless as a blinding light shone before him. What do you think, Marquis? This is a win-win for both you and the family. With a confident smirk, Hungu boldly declared, so invest in me, a true genius. He silently analyzed. Based on the original owner's memories and reality, giving and receiving, the fastest way to gain support is proving you can bring Remton Storian benefits and honor above all else. Family ties alone won't convince him. Sometimes you gotta make bold moves for the clan's future. Leo tried to get his dad's attention by causing trouble, but his dad just brushed it off. This tactic backfired with Remton. Hungu quietly smirked. Understanding each other's tastes can still keep bonds alive, even if the relationship is not perfect. Hungu looked at him without a hint of fear. This is how adults get things done. Remton stood frozen, unable to utter a single word. He was truly shocked, furrowing his brow and wondering about this kid. Remton kept comparing this confident Hungu to the timid, fearful boy he used to know. Could this really be the same kid? Hungu was no longer that scared little boy. Once again, Hungu boldly pitched his proposal to Remton. Marquis, invest in me, a true genius. Remton's eyes widened as he scrutinized him carefully. Still deeply conflicted, he secretly wondered, is this really the same kid I know? He could not help but recall what he had seen before. He predicted exactly what the other party needed and negotiated hard to get what he wanted. Learning to wield power and influence is essential for noble kids. He kept his head bowed, pondering how this once hot-headed child could now speak with such poise. Remton recalled Hungu's confident expression earlier and could not help but marvel. The kid he thought was a lost cause had grown up. He felt immense satisfaction and silently praised. Very good. I will treat you as the Storian family's most precious asset. Then suddenly, he announced, I will provide everything you need, including magical stones for your studies. Remton kept his thoughtful expression as he said to Hungu, show me your worth. His eyes suddenly lit up bright. He boldly replied, yes, I won't let you down. A few days later, Leonhart and Erciel burst into the room, amazed by Hungu's excitement. What do you think? The two looked around the spacious, neatly arranged room. Hungu cheerfully introduced. This is my new magic lab. Golden wall lamps were intricately carved. I even upgraded the furniture with magical artifacts, and I set up items that generate magical energy and artifacts. Sunlight streams onto the desk and bookshelves, making everything gleam. Hungu laughed loudly. No more holes in the walls. Leonhart looked around and could not help but joke. This is epic. Must be cost a fortune. Where did it all come from? Looks like Kyo's influence would not pull this off, he said bluntly. That is Dad's doing. Hungu replied without hesitation. Hungu cheerfully recounted how he managed to convince Remington he dangled some irresistible bait. And the guy finally relented. Just a few days ago, you took that chance, nagging for this and that until he froze in confusion, wondering if you were really the same kid from before. Leonhart forced a smile hearing that. Irresistible bait. That worked on Lord Marquis. Meanwhile, Erciel nearby suddenly noticed something. Hungu excitedly called her over. Erciel, you need me for something? Then he slowly opened the door. Not quite like that. You can just casually use spirit magic in here, Erciel said, eyes wide in shock. Hungu led them into a specially prepared room. I set up a private space just for you. Bottles of holy water and other items in the room looked pristine, soundproofed and dust-free, so you can practice spirit magic comfortably. I have also collected books and spirit stones related to it, so use whatever you want. Erciel marveled. Looking around, I can use all these. They are right next to your bed. He smiled generously. Of course. Go ahead and use them. Hunga's eyes gleamed with expectation as he turned to her. Like I said before, I want Erciel to become my trusted ally, not just a maid, but an irreplaceable spirit mage. Erciel's eyes widened and cheeks flushed red, quietly whispering master. Suddenly, she hung her head low, making Hunga panic. Tears unexpectedly welled in Erciel's eyes. I will train really hard. I will learn as much as I can. She looked up at him, filled with happiness. The system notification popped up. Favorability plus 70. Hunga's eyes sparkled bright hearing that. He gently nodded in agreement with Erciel. All right then. Suddenly, the jewels lit up, and a magic circle appeared beneath her feet. Both Erciel and Hung jumped in shock. Turning to look behind them, they gasped looking at the magic circle. The spirit circle's reacting like that. Erciel, are you using spirit magic? What? I am not doing anything. Hunga suddenly sensed something strange, his mouth agape in surprise. But this light, both stared in awe as the glowing light soared up. It was an Aziri-type spirit, rare and powerful, appearing to assist with spirit restoration. It let out a joyful chirp and flew down. Then this adorable spirit suddenly flew right into Erciel's arms. Hunga watched, silently analyzing. Judging by how it flew to Erciel, she must have triggered the spirit restoration. Meanwhile, Erciel stared in amazement. Spirit restoration? Just as expected from someone skilled, the eternal friend of spirits. Hunga kept praising her. Great job, Erciel. You have already mastered spirit restoration. Erciel was still bewildered. But I am not doing anything, Hunga patiently explained. Spirit magic is not like chanting spells or incantations. It requires sensing the spirit energy in nature with your soul. When your emotions rise, the spirit stones here respond and restore the spirits. Erciel's eyes widened at his words. Emotions. Huh? She looked down at the Aziri spirit in her hands. Hunga's voice rose again. Look here. He pointed to where the jewels had been. Those spirit stones are gone now. Erciel, stunned, stammered. Really? They are gone. I used them all up. What do I do now? Seeing her panic, Hunga calmly reassured her. Don't worry. They are meant to be used. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Didn't expect you to restore spirits this fast. Erciel still looked a bit awkward. But spirits really are tricky little things. Hunga eyed the spirit Erciel had restored. Curiosity picked. What kind of spirit is that? The system displayed a note. High-level opponent. Unidentifiable by clairvoyance. A tiny spirit but high-level, so clairvoyance does not work. Hunga turned to Erciel. Do you know what type of spirit that is? She replied. Let me ask. She looked at it and communicated with a special incantation in a unique language. Hearing the spirit's response, Erciel suddenly paused. Surprised. Then she hugged the spirit close and said, It is an Aziris, a legendary ancient light spirit. Hunga and Leon both gawked in amazement. For real, Hunga shouted out loud. This tiny spirit is an ancient light spirit. He could not help but recall that ancient legend. Ancient spirits are something even the top spirit mages can only summon after draining all their spirit stones and praying for 3 days straight. And yet, here it was revived instantly and unconsciously. Hunga could not help but judge the spirit. It felt kind of underwhelming for an ancient spirit. The spirit got mad and lunged right at his head. Erciel panicked and quickly stepped in to stop it. This is not his true form. She hurriedly explained that if he reverted to his real form, the whole mansion would collapse. Got it. Erciel gently carried the spirit away, cautioning it not to act out. Meanwhile, Hunga was clutching his head, wincing in pain, yelling, Ouch. That hurts. Leon immediately piped up, asking him, Hey, keep it down. Will ya? While he was whining, he suddenly heard Erciel calling his name. The kid wants to be friends with me. What should we do? Hunga smiled and explained. She is asking to make a pact because the spirit was unintentionally revived by Erciel, so it must be really compatible with her, she said skeptically. A pact? Huh? Erciel gave it a teasing glare. Seriously? Cut the noise? The spirit seemed to understand and smiled brightly in response. Suddenly, the spirit was lifted high into the air by a surge of power, and a dazzling golden magic circle formed beneath their feet. She looked up at it, casting her spell to seal the pact. Erciel, hereby make the most sincere pact with Aziris, the ancient light spirit. Its eyes instantly blazed with brilliance. The spirit's voice echoed in her ear. Aziris, call you my master. My name is Adi. Suddenly, Hunga whispered in their ears. Padaki. They exchanged glances and fell silent for a moment. Adi and Padaki. To confirm it, Hunga insisted firmly. Your name is Padaki. Proud. Hung gave it that name. Adi Padaki. Confirmed. Registration complete. After sealing the pact, Padaki slowly opened its eyes. It rushed forward and hugged Okul tightly, who looked at it with affectionate eyes. From now on, you are Padaki. It is an honor to accompany you. She smiled warmly and happily at it. Thanking it for being her friend, Padaki returned her smile with an incredibly cute grin. Hunga stood nearby, happily watching the two of them cuddle. He silently celebrated inside, knowing the talent discovery trial was off to a great start. Days passed, and warm sunlight bathed the magnificent Nuanga palace. Someone gently set down a teacup and spoke with tender regret. Sorry I have not been paying attention to you lately, little one. As an older brother, the man leaned back in his chair. Hungu politely replied, It is all right. His eyes studied him calculatingly. If anything happens, you will be the first I come to. Brother Adolf sat cross-legged, chatting casually. A steamy cup of tea slowly poured before him. His gaze was sharp, like a hidden blade beneath a faint smile. His eyes never left the person opposite him, cold and precise. Okul paused and looked up softly. Is there anything else you need, sir? Hungu quickly spoke up. Okul, you have been working hard. Go rest now. She answered respectfully. Yes, master. Adolf's eyes followed Okul's retreating figure. After a brief silence, he cracked a smile and said, That kid was not she the one you bought from the slave market. She is pretty impressive. Adolf stared intently at her and continued. By the way, I happen to be looking for a new servant. He made his offer. What do you think about sending her to me? Hungu twitched uncomfortably. On the outside, she stayed calm, but inwardly cursed. What a jerk, she exhaled and thought. He came all this way just to hear about my recovery. And that is the first thing he says. Hungu hesitated, then said, Adolf, could you please choose a different kid besides her? Nervously fidgeting with her fingers, she stammered out an explanation. She is? Secretly smirking, Hungu thought to herself, to smoothly flip this situation without suspicion, I will have to act. She blushed and awkwardly continued. That is why. Adolf saw that attitude and instantly shifted gears in his mind. He caught the sharp contrast between that dazzling smile and your awkwardness. Just kidding. I am not the kind of jerk who snatch away the girl you like. I am just leading you along. Hungu said, then put on a happy face and called out. Brother Adolf, you pretended to blush and scolded. Don't tease me like that. I really got startled. Adolf waved his hand with satisfaction. All right. He glanced away briefly, silently calculating. Maybe I will have to give up for now. I am just not strong enough to face him yet. Anyway, Adolf's eyes stayed locked on Hung. He could not help but smirk, thinking, I heard the prodigal son has turned over a new leaf, but if his master is fooling around with some woman at such a young age, he might be beyond saving. Maybe that is for the best. It will be easier to lure him into darkness. If I would known he was this interesting, I would have treated him better from the start. He quickly changed the subject. Anyway, looks like your body's recovered a bit. How are you feeling? I am getting back on my feet, you replied quickly. No major issues with daily life now. The blockage is not fully healed, but it is improving. Adolf's gaze darkened again, like he was hatching another scheme. He blankly asked, Not fully healed? Hungu answered innocently. Yeah, it is chronic, so it is hard to cure completely. But it is getting better. To add some flair, you snapped your fingers and sparked a few tiny flames. Look, Adolf, check this out. A small magical flame flickered to life, and you got even more excited showing it off. This is my spell, my magic. It is 1.5 times stronger than normal magic. What do you think? Adolf stroked his chin, hiding a satisfied grin. Exactly as I hoped, he praised quickly. You can create magic too. Impressive? You could not hide your excitement. Thanks, man. On the outside, you played the happy kid showing off, but inside your mind raced, calculating. Though the illness is not fully cured, I am still growing fast in the first student level circle. So this won't affect my succession. Your act totally fooled Adolf, who suddenly recalled Daisy's report about you. Kyo's attitude changed so suddenly is like he is a different person, and his magic skills are growing because of something ongoing. Adolf smugly concluded. Daisy's report must be exaggerated. Still, better to stay cautious. He slowly let his guard down, thinking, after all, he is just a 13-year-old kid not worth my worry. Dark thoughts flooded Adolf's mind. It would be smarter to capture and exploit him in every way, then bury him once he is useless. He revealed his true intent with a sly grin. Kyo, let me talk to my little brother. Hungo listened carefully to Adolf's next words. What do you think about joining my side? Widen your eyes in surprise. dumbfounded. Wait. You mean? Join Adolf's faction? He frowned, not answering. Looking like he could not wait another second, the air thickened and fell silent. Neither of you spoke first. You thought it over slowly, finally deciding, forget it. But as Adolf looked away, you lowered your head, a sly grin spreading. Gotcha now. Time passed, and it seemed you both reached an agreement, Adolf said seriously. After that, I will ask Father for approval. You quickly put on the obedient kid act again. Yes, sir. Thanks for looking out for me. The door creaked open, revealing a pair of expensive Noble S shoes. Leonhart instinctively turned toward the noise. He bowed respectfully. Safe travels, my lord, Lord Adolf. He startled, momentarily not recognizing the person before him. Regaining composure, Adolf slowly said, Leonhart. He spat out each word with smug satisfaction. So you are here. Adolf never forgot the moment Leonhart brushed him off like an unwanted pawn, forcing him to accept a tough situation. Even though he was sidelined, he did not give up. But in Adolf's eyes now, times had changed. He felt more relaxed, thinking, at least it is better than siding with Abel. Leaving the target in the hands of a snot-nosed kid is still better. Adolf could not hold back and threw out an insult. Looking down on him, Leonhart, you are pathetic. He stared straight into his eyes, full of disdain, mocking the thought that the prize knight's son had become a bodyguard for some kid. After baiting him, Adolf walked away. Mission accomplished. Leonhart did not even bother responding. He quietly turned his head back, waiting for someone inside. Leonhart twisted around toward the door, and just as he stepped in, a welcoming voice called out, Leonhart, come on in. Hunga sat elegantly, crossing his legs, sipping his drink while announcing, I just finished the negotiations. He smiled faintly, feeling a bit more at ease, and continued, Adolf convinced me to join the scouting team. Hung pictured the battles ahead, then spoke slowly. I will probably be working with Viscount Jerome, one of my brother's closest aides, coming from the 5th Legion. This mission will be the first loyalty test for my brother. At the same time, it is a chance to boost our family's reputation. Leonhart could not predict this move, surprise flashing across his face. Regaining composure, he immediately countered, if you are joining the scouting team, then so. But before he could finish, Hungu interrupted with a hint of regret. Leonhart, do not follow me. He carefully weighed every possible outcome. If you are nearby, Adolf will be suspicious. I need to build his trust. I can bring my father's men along. Hungu added thoughtfully. It is just too dangerous. Leonhart warned cautiously. This might be a trap. Nodding vigorously, Hungu agreed but stood firm. Still, Adolf won't trust me easily. He will test my skills on the battlefield. As he spoke, a flickering flame danced in his hand. He might throw me right into the fire, but I can protect myself now, so do not worry. Besides, I want to show all my cards. Suddenly remembering something, Hungu casually asked, by the way, Leonhart, have you heard about the secret program? Before Leonhart could answer, the scene shifted to a camp deep in the Bad Heart Forest. It is in the southern region of Justin's territory, where a forest teems with monsters. The vassal state Storian often sends scouting teams here. A small hand tightened around a magic staff, quietly surveying the surroundings. Hung, clad in a brand new mage outfit, stepped into the scouting zone, greeted by a voice sweeter than a bird's chirp. Greetings, Lord Kyo. A stranger jumped off his horse, eager to meet him at last. I am Viscount Jerome. He hurriedly introduced himself. He placed a respectful hand to his brow and said smoothly, I have heard about you from Lord Adolf. We will be fighting side by side on the scouting team. Hungu replied cheerfully, this is my first battle. I look forward to working with you. Jerome waved his hand and sweet-talked. Of course. I promise. I will protect you. Hungu barely hid a bitter smile, instantly doubting this flattering snake's sincerity. Protect me. Just look at that fake grin and the negative favorability score flashing above his head. He cursed silently. -40 favorability. And he thinks he is going to protect me. Clear agenda. Then he snapped back to reality. What am I even doing here? No other way to deal with this backstabber. Just ignore him from now on. Reluctantly, Hungu said, I will get ready over here. Jerome put on a concerned act. Let me know if you need anything. Hungu quickly turned and left, while Jerome's smile slowly faded as he schemed silently. Since this kid is the first mage with magical tools, he does not know much. Just keep an eye on him. See how strong he really is. Just do not let him die. Jerome muttered to himself. Lord Adopt. Honestly, this mission's even tougher than the scouting battles. Watching Hungu's every move from afar, Jerome judged silently. A reckless kid with a fatal weakness, what can he really do? Just do not let him die. And hopefully, he won't hold anyone back. This mission, it is damn hard. Moments later, Hungu and his team were hunting monsters in the yard. He shouted, "Light magic," and unleashed a powerful beam from his staff. The dazzling energy stunning the gang of scrawny goblins on sight. The first and second squads kept cheering non-stop, and with one flash of magic light, an entire horde of goblins was wiped out. Jerome clapped excitedly, showering the Lord Kyo with non-stop praise. This guy was truly something else. Another group of goblins was swiftly blasted away by Hung, whose gruff voice rang out again. Clearly impressed, a notification popped up. Affection points increased. Without holding back, he snapped his fingers and unleashed a fiery blast that radiated out, roasting the monsters in a single strike. Terrifying. Another notification appeared. More affection points gained. After his show, Hungu leaned back, smugly gazing up at the sky as if waiting for someone to join his performance. The Lord Kyo, you are incredible. This is the easiest raid we have ever done. Glancing at Jerome's info board, Hungu saw his affection points had jumped to 50. He turned to the easygoing man before him, unsure whether to feel happy or helpless. He would never dealt with anyone this effortless before. Affection points shot up to 90 in just one go. Jerome and his crew started jumping around, pumped up and cheering loudly. Lord Adolf would be thrilled with Lord Kyo's performance tonight. Hungu did not respond to the crowd's hype, instead casually sliding his hand into his pocket. His face was full of quiet calculation and a hint of warmth. All right, time to move on with the plan. Night began to fall, and the whole group gathered around a cozy campfire like a real family. The big shots clinked their glasses, shouting cheers and toasts. Victory! Long live Lord Kyo. Sitting on the side, Hung held a skewer and modestly said, "Come on now. I did not do anything worthy of praise." Jerome immediately shot back. "No way. Your magic was seriously impressive, Lord Kyo." The soldiers nearby chimed in. "Yeah, we totally misjudged you. You are young but way more capable than we thought. We thought since you are always stuck in your territory, you would be struggling just to fight and run away." The strong soldiers by the fire kept hyping him up in the cold forest night. "Not only are you brave in battle, but you do not even complain about the dry, crappy rations." Their enthusiasm made Hungu chuckle. They really believed he was older and more mature than his years. He quietly spoke up. "Brother Adolf has probably lived like this all along, constantly out here hunting monsters." Staring into the flickering flames, he continued slowly, "Thinking about that, how could I ever be a spoiled brat?" Jerome and his gang looked at him with admiration, and the old man called out emotionally, "Lord Kyo." Jerome's eyes welled up as if he would found a soulmate. "I never knew you admired Lord Adolf this much." "Don't worry, Lord Kyo. I will make sure to tell Lord Adolf that you truly look up to him, and how amazing you are in battle." Another notification popped up. Affection points hit 60. Jerome's men all eagerly volunteered. "Me too. I want to help." Hungu just nodded, brushing it off. All right, take it easy." The fire dwindled, the last wisps of black smoke rising from the remaining logs. Now, everyone inside the tent was fast asleep, drunk and worn out. Only Hungu remained clear-headed. He stepped outside and told the guards, "I am going for a walk. I will be back to sleep soon." The guard yawned and said, "All right, just do not wander too far." Hungu walked straight away from the camp, hearing the guard's sleepy mutter. He smirked. No one suspected a kid like him of anything. It was the dead of night. Even Jerome was sound asleep, and the victorious soldiers had collapsed from exhaustion. Only a few guards remained. No need to worry too much about goblins now. Hung pulled a vial of essential oil from his pocket. The sting from early morning was fading. But what about the Oxford? I am going to use this to test some game mechanics. Let us see. The colorful bottle in his hand contained Oxford's perfume and aroma that repelled Oxford creatures within a 10 kilometers radius. Made from the Sultorian plant. On that day, when Leonhart heard him mention it, he was shocked. Oxford perfume. I have never heard of it. Hungu nodded with satisfaction. Got it. I am the first to create this. No one in this world knows Oxford's perfume formula yet. Then he casually explained its purpose. It is a perfume that drives the Oxford pack away within a certain radius. With a gloomy tone, Hungu introduced his divine potion. The better the quality, the bigger the radius. Since I made it, the quality's gotta be top tier. Leon paused, skeptical, but our raid target is the goblin territory. Oxford's way higher level. Our teams gotta be stretched thin handling them. Hungu said confidently. Exactly what I am aiming for. He laid it out smoothly. 12 elite knights in the raid team. Goblins are manageable. But Oxford, that is a whole different beast compared to the street thugs in the Southern Legion called knights, but really just a ragtag bunch. Thinking of those loyal soldiers, Hungu admitted quietly. They are devoted to adopt, but their skills? Pretty mediocre. Then he fell silent. Keeping the next thoughts to himself, these were criminals turned into Adolf's legion through dark mind control. Hungu knew the truth and sneered inwardly. The intense brainwashing made them fanatics. Adolf not only spread his influence easily but proved he could lead even the hopeless. Right now, those guys are under strict control. If Adolf acts during the succession ceremony, disaster will strike. He mulled it over. Even the street thugs are like this. If high-ranking knights get brainwashed, that is a nightmare for some folks. He quickly wiped off the serious look and calmly continued. I plan to weaken the Southern Legion ASAP before the succession. Hunga laid out his true goal bluntly. Leonhart felt dizzy hearing it. I will start with those 12 elite knights. They will fight the Oxford to the death. His eyes sharpened as if sizing up the battle. And I will be the one to survive that deadly fight. Back to the present. Hunga did not hesitate to uncork the perfume bottle soaked in sin. He silently watched as the scent quickly spread from the bottle. The scent was out, the final step of the plan complete. Hunga's impatience showed as he quietly explained the rest and prepared to crush the Oxford. The Oxford creature, with its two distinct heads, darted its eyes wildly, trying to sniff out the mysterious aroma. But ahead of it, dozens of soldiers had just woken up. The Oxford's relentless assault sent them into panic and retreat. Too strong. Suddenly, one soldier slammed on the brakes, determination blazing in his eyes as he shouted. No retreat, he roared, rallying his comrades. It is just one Oxford. But before he could finish, the beast slammed its hand down, crushing him into a bloody mess. The survivors trembled at the bloodstains on the ground, fear flooding their hearts as they whispered among themselves. One hand's enough to take down a pro knight. How can we, the average guys, stand a chance? No one had the guts to step up. They retreated step by step, trying to cling to life. Out of nowhere, the hunched figure with a small but commanding presence shouted, straightening everyone out, get a grip. Is this how Storian knights act? Their eyes were still filled with fear, fixated on the rampaging Oxford as they cried out, Erciel. No hesitation. If we fall back, Oxford's getting into our territory. We stop them here no matter what. Others were inspired by the hunched man's resolve, stepping forward to pledge. I am with you, sir. Suddenly, a rushed voice called from behind. Erciel. Germ galloped up, out of breath. It is Germ. You are safe, thank heavens. Without hesitation, the old man ordered and persuaded. Tell me one of the senior knights. Adolf told me to protect Erciel at all costs. Well, I hold them off. Find a safe place. The hunched man shouted in protest. No way, I am not running. Unshaken, he stared ahead and declared fiercely. I will stay and fight alongside everyone till the end. I can face my brother Adolf if I abandon my comrades and flee. Locking eyes with Jeremy's shocked gaze, he smiled and asked, Is that right? The old man was overwhelmed with emotion, his feelings for the kid before him flaring up uncontrollably. He softly called out. Lord Kyo sprang into action immediately, power surging through his hands as he quickly transferred a boost to Jerem, enveloping the old man's entire body in a protective force. Jerem marveled as he felt every ounce of vitality surging through his body. Amazed? I feel lighter. Hunchback swiftly commanded, Since I am still only at the first stage, I will handle support and control from the rear. Lord Jerem steeled himself, drawing his sword with determination, facing the battle head-on, without a hint of retreat. He leapt off his horse with a silent vow. Truly, Lord Kyo's Adolf's irreplaceable asset. I will tell him to trust the kid without hesitation. Jerem gripped his sword tight, flames flickering around him, burning as fiercely as his fiery spirit. His eyes sparked brightly as he clenched his teeth and shouted, Let us burn it down. Without a shred of panic, he dashed forward like a lightning bolt, roaring a fierce challenge. Face me, two-headed brute. The other soldiers standing nearby were jolted awake by his fierce energy, and all shouted in unison. Lord Jerem. The troops who deep been frozen in fear just moments ago now spun around 180 degrees, their hearts blazing with renewed zeal, because neither Lord Jeremy nor Lord Kyo is backing down. We can't afford to show cowardice like this. The quiet night mountains seemed to tremble from their spirit, pushing everyone forward, charged with Lord Jerem. Hunchback, standing behind, looked worried but urged, Everyone, give it your all. Like a crowd effect, those who were timid moments ago now took turns shouting fierce battle cries like true warriors. Hunchback could not help but smile inwardly, thinking, I have really revived the spirit of the two-headed brute. Watching the epic scene unfold, he felt satisfied this brute's essence works wonders, doubling or tripling the danger of any mutation. Hunchback's cloak fluttered in the wind, but his voice was steady, without a trace of hesitation as he quietly called out, Keep fighting. Southern Legion. Hunchback commanded. His next words were buried deep inside, the place where their fate would be sealed. One soldier after another charged in, only to fall in an instant. Germ grew angrier by the second, recklessly charging forward, seeking revenge with no regard for life or death. Germ's eyes burned with hatred as he attacked, shouting, "I am your real opponent." Two-headed brute. The colossal two-headed brute, drenched in blood, turned its head in horror at the sound of the commotion. It struck first with a surprise attack, slashing Germ's shoulder with a single blow. The two-headed brute took a critical hit, but the outcome was still anyone's guess. The soldiers below nervously shouted, "Watch out for Germ." One of them faltered, eyes darting to the scattered corpses around him, crying out, "Another high-ranking knight is down. It feels like we have no one left." The man trembled, collapsing to his knees, nearly hopeless. Can we really survive this? This thing is way too powerful. Hunchback caught sight of this, frowning, thinking, if this keeps up, there won't be anyone left. He focused intently on the brutal battle unfolding before him, calculating silently, "I will wipe out every knight tainted by darkness right here. That is the mission of that Oxford freak." Jeremy and the other knights pressed their fierce assault, but he felt his body weakening as he counted 12 high-ranking knights in total. Seeing the battlefield soaked with the blood of his comrades, Jerm's heart sank. Only 3 remain, including himself. Doubt crept in as Jerm wondered, can we really win this? Clutching his sword tightly, he silently made a decision. It is time to use our last resort. But then hesitation flickered. He recalled Adolf's warning from Lord Jerm himself. You have gained the power of darkness and grown stronger. You must feel it flowing through your veins. But remember, if you unleash that dark power to its fullest, you will never return to your original self. Adolf's face grew serious, emphasizing, when that happens, you will become a monstrous, uncontrollable beast without a shred of humanity. Jeremy was slowly consumed by the surrounding dark energy. Just as he prepared to decide, Adolf's voice echoed in his ear. So you absolutely cannot recklessly unleash this power. Jerome's eyes darkened, his mind torn in two. If you do this, you might take down the two-headed Oxford, but you will never stop your own madness. He stared intently at the Oxford beast, relentlessly picking through the leaves like a relentless predator. Even Jerome himself was slowly sinking under the demonic energy, his heart set on a choice still. Better to fight than die without a chance. Right? Just as he was about to strike, thunder cracked sharply ahead, aimed straight at the monster. Jerome flinched, then quickly spun around and muttered, "Lord." Hungu panicked, shouting, "I will cast a magic shield." Jerome, dig deeper. Like a lifeline thrown his way, Jerome nodded eagerly, exhaling his resolve. Right, Lord, our mage is here. Hung swiftly cast the spell, and Jerome sighed in relief. Too soon to pull out the ultimate move just yet. The magic of mental clarity took effect instantly. Every soldier nearby felt their energy restore visibly. Jerome glanced at his hands, amazed at the sudden lightness coursing through him. The soldiers around cheered in turn. I feel my strength surging, my mind's razor sharp. He clenched his fists, energized, shouting, "Of course. We are the 5th Legion under Lord Adamus' command." Instantly, the troops roared in unison. Show them our true power. One by the knights charged recklessly at the Oxford, throwing caution to the wind. Hungo stayed back, quietly observing the entire battle unfold. His gaze was ice cold as he slowly counted down from 3. Right after, a furious knight lunging forward was mercilessly thrown aside. Panic erupted among the troops below as they screamed for their front line. Hungo silently continued his count. 2. The Oxford, just finishing off one victim, hungrily scanned left and right for its next prey. It quickly locked eyes on the next target. Seeing its massive hand reaching out, panicked and bolted. Predictably, he was crushed against a tree right in front of Jerome. Hungo smirked silently, pleased as he counted down to 1. He focused on the terrified final target's face, thinking to himself, the priority is to wipe out the 12 knights under Adamus' command. 11 are dead. Just 1 left. Count Jerome. Jerome looked at the scattered remains on the ground, whispering softly, "Your sacrifice will not be in vain." He shouted fiercely, "Lord Keo, please accept me once more. I will finish that mutated Oxford in a single strike." Hungo smiled faintly, as if everything was falling perfectly into place, just as planned. The time has come. Hung cast a sealing spell silently, thinking, "As you wish." Jerome, ready to recklessly charge the Oxford, suddenly found himself locked in place by the spell's binding trap. He felt dozens of hands gripping him tight, panic rising as he stammered, "What is happening? I can't move." Jerome struggled desperately as if trying to break free. Hungo kindly reminded him, "Look ahead." Suddenly remembering, Jerome raised his head and his eyes met a raging Oxford, already upon them. Terror surged to its peak inside Jerome, but he was utterly frozen, unable to move an inch. The Oxford grinned wildly, its massive hand raised like savoring a delicious feast. Ignoring the frantic screams beneath it, with death closing in, Jerome's eyes bulged, his mouth uncontrollably screaming. In an instant, he was crushed like a rotten apple right before the soldier's eyes. Jerome's blood splattered everywhere. The survivors' faces turned pale with dread. Some regained their senses but kept trembling, whispering, "Even Count Jerome is dead." One by hope was snuffed out as they saw the Oxford still bursting with energy. Crying out, "What do we do now?" The murmurs grew louder. Catching the Oxford's attention, the more panicked they got, the worse their chances. The low-ranked soldiers screamed in turns, wondering if we would all end up like Baron Jerome. Just as despair gripped everyone, suddenly Oxford was engulfed in mysterious flames. Burning from head to toe, the scorching fire seared him relentlessly, writhing in agony, unable to move an inch. Fear after fear crashed down, and the soldiers stared wide-eyed in shock at the scene before them. Oxford was finished. Oxford's entire body charred black, eyes rolled back, completely white. Finally, he collapsed lifelessly, leaving everyone standing frozen in disbelief. Oxford was done for. Out of nowhere, a small foot suddenly stepped close to Oxford's body. Hunga struck a cool pose atop the battlefield trophy below, dragging his words slowly like he was exhausted. "It is." The surviving soldiers behind started to make out his figure through the smoke. Lord Kaio. Hunga did not immediately respond. His eyes locked onto the rare treasure before him, the highest grade. Truly one of a kind. He smiled with satisfaction after a grueling day, quietly thinking, time to end this farce. Filled with courage, Hunga declared to everyone's amazement, "The mutated Oxford is dead, thanks to the chance Baron Jerome seized. We finally took him down." He clenched his fist as if mourning, then fiercely claimed, "This victory belongs to the 12 brave senior knights, and every soul who fought, risking their lives." As dawn broke after a terrifying night, Hunga's proclamation echoed with pride. "This is our victory." He smiled warmly in the morning light, arms wide open like bestowing a blessing. "We did it." The crowd stood stunned, frozen as if they could not believe their eyes, or that they were still alive. But as reality hit, their smiles burst forth, vibrant with life. Cheers and shouts erupted nonstop. "We did it." Hunga smiled silently, feeling his purpose fulfilled, standing like a supreme leader amidst thunderous applause. Hail the Lord of the battlefield. After the brutal battle, as night turned to dusk, the surviving soldiers returned from the massacre. This suppression was a success. One recalled that horrific night. "We wiped out the 2 mutated Oxford beasts and cleaned out the goblin nests, our original target." Looking at the sparse troop numbers, they fell silent again, admitting the losses had been heavy. Just as the mood grew gloomy, a sharp shout rang out from a far charge. Adolf rushed over, breathless, urgently asking, "Is it true Baron Jerome is dead?" Surprised by his arrival, Hunga called out, "Brother Adolf." Hearing the question, Hunga hung his head and confessed, "Baron Jerome fought fiercely against the mutated Oxford." He continued grimly, "If he had not fought so hard that day, then..." But Adolf lost interest, ripping off the tarp covering the body. Seeing Jerome's corpse, Adolf flinched in shock. The body was barely recognizable now, only the clothes giving any clue. Unable to accept the blow, Adolf doubted relentlessly, wondering if Jerome even had time to use his dark magic. Losing Baron Jerome now was a massive blow, especially with senior knights also fallen. Adolf gradually accepted reality, gripping the cloth tightly to hold back his rage. "We have to find a way to herd that Oxford back to camp." Turning to Hunga's expression, Adolf noticed his cold indifference. Someone next to him worriedly called out, "Day, are you okay?" After a long silence, he finally said, "Good thing you made it back alive." Emotionally, Hunga responded softly, "Brother." While Adolf encouraged him, "Defeating the mutated Oxford is your achievement." Gently rubbing Hunga's head, he promised, "I will tell father and make sure you get the honor you deserve." Hunga smiled brightly and obediently replied, "Yes." "Thank you." Adolf said nothing, his gaze shifting sharply. Unlike the glance he gave earlier, unable to contain the cold fury inside, Adolf stormed off without looking back. Behind him, Hunga smiled smugly, thinking, "Now I have got him just where I want him," and quietly confirmed, "Looks like Adolf's completely bought it." Outside the palace, night had fully fallen. Only the dim lights flicker, casting eerie shadows across the empty courtyard. Inside, lively chatter breaks the silence. "This right here is what we call a perfect strike from both of us." Hunga excitedly recapped everything. "We crushed the 5th Legion, earned Adolf's recognition, and even snagged the core of the mutant Oxer. Now, it is finally time to unleash Hermit." Lin quietly pondered before speaking up. "Then it has got to be a triple strike. Right? Things got dangerous. But thankfully you made it back safe. He voiced his concerns. A mutated oxer showed up. Hung cut. It is nothing. I could be taking it down solo. He hugged Paddocky lazily and explained. I was just playing weak. Hungu rambled on, wanting to prove he is powerful yet harmless. While only Leon looked worried and asked, so you are siding with Adopt now? What about Eamon? He just chuckled quietly, already plotting his next move. Hungu shrugged off Paddocky towards the Okal and casually said, just wait and see, pointing confidently at himself. He assured, he will come looking for me soon enough. A few days later, in Seltorian's meeting room, a crowd had gathered. Eamon sat coldly in a corner, quietly listening as today's agenda began. Adopt sat across from him, icy and silent. The host's voice echoed. Let us review the results of the purge and decide how to split the spoils. Everyone present listened tensely. We will also discuss Kaio's contribution. He played a key role in taking down the mutated Oxer. Remington calmly asked. If anyone objects, speak now. The power players exchanged stunned looks before taking turns scrutinizing Kaio's role. Adopt remained smug, thinking, Dad was right. This could be a way to win him over. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. I have something to say. It was Namthaki Hamilton, a bit resentful yet cautious as he challenged. Isn't it a bit much to credit Lord Kaio so highly in this purge? Remington could not help but ask, what do you mean? Hamilton shot back. Well, of course I admire the youngest son and want to reward him, but Lord Kaio is still just a basic mage, barely learned magic, considering the chaos and problems he caused. Praising him just because he survived the purge seems a bit exaggerated, does not it? Seeing everyone's reaction, Hamilton pressed on. It is hard to believe he matured overnight. Standing like a seasoned speaker, he greedily sought approval. Isn't it true? Everyone knows the mess he caused. Just as Hamilton hoped, his harsh words shook those nearby, making his argument sound pretty convincing about Lord Kaio. I worry about what else he might cause. Hungu smiled on the surface, but felt a storm inside. They were calling him out straight to his face. He blamed Kaio's bad rep for this, but Kaio stormed in angrily. What else could he say? Hungu lost patience and shot back. Namtha Hamilton, you should face a mutated oxer yourself before making any judgments. In the guise of a kid, he did not hesitate to tear him down. Only then can you be objective. Though his words were sharp, Hungu still wore the face of an angel as he pressed on. It is not as easy as talking. You face it yourself. Kaio, right? Adopt looked surprised at Hungu's tone, while Hamilton stammered in disbelief. Well, that is, another voice jumped in, dripping with disdain. Namtha Hamilton. It was a cool and aloof, stepping in to back Hungu's critique. Even veteran knights struggle against an oxer, facing a mutated oxer twice as strong as a normal one and coming back alive. That is a miracle. Hamilton no longer bothered arguing, his face shifting as Abel's words hit hard, growing agitated. Hamilton shouted, because the soldiers risked their lives protecting Lord Kaio. All 12 senior knights except Lord Kaio died. He stood firm, unshaken, stubbornly defending his own thoughts, but that decision shattered the mutated oxer. Kaio's magic was unbeatable. The surviving knights all confirmed it, despite Kaio's wild antics as a kid. The boy definitely played a key role in this battle. Now he is grinding hard at magic. Hamilton should drop his biases and just admit Kaio's contributions already. He kept pushing back. But before Hamilton could make another mistake, a voice, louder and angrier than ever, cut through. Enough. Hamilton. Adopt slammed his hand on the table, mouth and brain firing at full throttle. Stop wrecking everything. Shut it. He snapped. Who made you the judge of Kaio? The Marquis' direct here is not here to get dragged into some old family drama. Gritting his teeth, he warned Hamilton. You are skating on thin ice here. Careful, or you will cross the line. Hamilton did not dare move. Meekly stammering. Sir, I would not. Living long enough? You see everything. Ungu was stunned by the scene. Even Adopt seemed caught off guard. What is going on here? His thoughts shifted noticeably. Everyone seemed to be praising him. In his eye, Big Brother Adopt was beaming with pride. He is the pillar of the family, Adopt said with full confidence. And our eldest, Adopt, trust him completely. He is studying hard. Adopt coughed softly, like putting a period at the end of his little speech. He turned to Hamilton, flattering him. Father, I agree with all of Kaio's achievements. He deserves proper recognition. Leading the 5th Legion, everyone acknowledged Kaio's bravery, and Adopt stood firm by his side. Every flattering word from Adopt reached his brother's ears. Hamilton pondered a moment, then said, if both Abel and Adopt vouch for him, Then no one can dispute Kyo's contributions. He gently placed his hand on the table and declared, "Then from today forward, Kyo Sultorian's house arrest is officially lifted." Hungo's eyes lit up at those words. He would be allowed into the main mansion and free to roam as he pleased. But just as the joy settled, Hamilton crushed his dreams with a follow-up. However, the spoils will be divided based on contribution, and Kyo will receive none of the loot. This meeting is adjourned. Dismissed. Hung jumped up, mind racing with 1,000 question marks. They acknowledge me, but I get no share. I want it all. He dashed after Kyo, pleading desperately, "Wait. Seriously. I get nothing. After all I have been through." Hamilton shot back. "What else do you want?" He stepped up close, lowering his voice. "You are still holding on to the core of Oksa, right?" Hungu froze, hit right in the gut by that truth, silently admiring the man so he already knew. A true swordmaster caught red-handed. Hungu dared not say another word, obediently replying, "Yes, sir, I lack nothing. Just not being under house arrest is enough." Hamilton softened. "All right then. Push forward from now on. We are counting on you." Hung grinned and eagerly said, "Yes, sir." As Hamilton left, Adopt quietly approached and called out, "Hey, kid." Hungu responded warmly, "Brother Adopt." Adopt acted friendly. "See, I promised Dad I would speak up for your achievements." Adopt subtly reminded him in public, "Remember how much I have got your back." Hungu caught the hint and nodded. Yeah, I know," though he said it politely. Inside he was rolling his eyes. This guy always playing the sly game. Another voice cut in smoothly. "Looks like the youngest is starting to change a bit." Abel stood silently at a distance, smiling with satisfaction before adding, "We will have a chat." After some time in Hunga's room, Abel gracefully lifted his teacup and calmly began, "I have a rather ordinary skill." He locked eyes with Hungu and continued, "You are the first to hear this. Dad does not even know about it." Hungu smiled and gave a quick response. "I see." But inside, he thought, suddenly revealing a secret like this, no pressure at all, waiting for Abel to approach. Abel, opposite him, showed no hesitation. Casually chatting. The tea is surprisingly good. Just before this afternoon tea, right after the meeting ended, just as Hungu was about to leave, he suddenly heard his name being called. He hesitated a bit before responding. Abel, with a calm and gentle expression, praised him slowly. "You did an excellent job in the battle." Abel kept showering him with compliments. "You handled a real fight like a pro. Now, you are officially a respected wizard and the pride of our family." Hungu kept his obedient, humble demeanor and replied modestly, "I have still got a long way to go. I am just at the beginning. I was just lucky on that expedition." Abel, clearly pleased with Hunga's attitude, took the initiative to say, "Do you have some time before dinner?" Hunga was caught off guard for a moment when Abel suddenly made the request. "I want to hear the full story of your achievements on the expedition." He seemed to realize something and smiled slightly as he replied, "Of course. You can come by any time." And now, here we are having that very conversation. Hungu sat up straight, silent and serious, like a mind that has been racing nonstop. He suspected Abel had some hidden agenda behind asking about his accomplishments. But to his surprise, Abel revealed a secret even his own father did not know. He knew Abel meant no harm, but the real reason behind his inquiry remained a mystery. Hung carefully weighed every possible outcome. After all, Abel's goal was to recruit him to overcome the chaos caused by Adopt, the Marquis Sultorian's rival. Abel needed to solidify his own position while weakening Adopt's influence. Only Hungu could survive this fantasy defense game with the backing of the Marquis family. Right now, he had to choose his words carefully. He responded cautiously, "A secret even your father does not know. Maybe it is better if I do not know about that, right?" Abel smirked slightly, glancing at him as if weighing his options. He asked slowly, eyes never leaving Hung, "You do not want to hear it?" "Come on," Hungu quickly answered, almost like defending himself. "It is not that I do not want to." He tried to calm himself and explained carefully, "It is just, I am afraid you want something from me by revealing such a big secret. Even just last month." That surprise flickered in Abel's eyes. He started piecing together Hungu's thoughts, smiled softly, then said seriously, "You mean?" Abel looked Hungu straight in the eyes and bluntly asked, "You think I want something from you?" Hungu did not answer directly, instead flashing a confident smile and dodging the question. "Just like I expected from my big brother." Hungu leisurely set down his teacup and explained, "I get what you mean. Besides, I am not confident I could win a probing match against you. So let us just be straightforward." The more Abel listened, the more passionate his eyes became, while Hung quickly voiced his stance. "Although I am currently on your brother's side, I do not actually support him. Hungu stared Abel down, his voice steady and unwavering. But that does not mean I plan to join your side either. Abel, meanwhile, outside the usually peaceful palace, chaos seemed to be brewing. Daisy was there too, showing no emotion despite the wild storm of magical energy around her. Ahead, tornadoes of magic swirled across the training ground as the source of the fury revealed itself. Adolf, eyes blazing with 100 fires, stared straight ahead. He swung his sword fiercely at a training dummy, as if trying to rip someone apart. The top half of the dummy flew off, tumbling slowly toward Daisy. Adolf suddenly asked, "Did that big brother guy go to Kyle's place?" Daisy kept her cool on the surface, yet even she showed a flicker of hesitation facing him. Yes, the knights escorting him were there, so I could not hear what they said. Adolf pulled a handkerchief from his coat pocket, every gesture and word dripping with rage. I can already guess what that guy said. He wiped sweat from his face, eyes fierce enough to tear apart anyone who dared challenge him. I have been keeping an eye on Kyle first. That guy thinks he can win if he gets Kyle's fire. Adolf glanced at Daisy, then warned as if addressing both of them. If Kyle wavers because of that guy, I will crush him. No question. Daisy bowed her head slightly in acknowledgement as he continued. That is why I called you here. Hungu hesitated a moment, then as usual replied, understood. Heading back inside that place filled with elegance, Abel felt awkward and let out a sigh after hearing Hungu's answer. Hungu lowered his face like he was about to say something hard to admit. Abel gently asked, "Want to hear the reason?" Abel did not answer, just raised his teacup to hide the slight twitch of his mouth. Hungu forced himself to say each word clearly. "It is because," then suddenly jumped up and slammed the table, shouting, "My big brother's just too kind-hearted," and showed rare awkwardness in his hesitant words. Kind-hearted? Hungu was not any less flustered. He pretended to stay calm but was deep in thought. Even he could hear it. Abel being called a good person was not just about his in-game actions. Hungu seriously pondered. Then the notification popped up. Clairvoyance activated. Details about Abel flashed quickly. High-level target, but the core nature was inaccessible. Abel Seltrin, age 25. Unknown talent. Unknown status. No like ability. Hungu's eyes locked on the last line, his mind screaming silently. No like ability. Seriously, he hid the sting deep inside, repeating the thought. Has it improved even a bit? Except for Okul. No one ever had such a low likability score with him. Hungu painfully covered his face, then forced himself to meet Abel's gaze and softly said, "Big brother, you really are a good person." He was already confused enough. Now, with that expression, he got even more scared and asked, "Ko, why do you look like that?" "Why that face?" Abel slowly regained composure but expressed, "I am grateful you see me in a good light. But honestly, I feel a bit guilty. As your brother, I failed to take care of you, and only now have I come to you." Hungu softened back into his usual obedient self. "You do not have to apologize. If I had a deceitful little brother like you, I would have buried him ages ago." Saying that, he nodded to his own words and added, "Though honestly, just not doing that is impressive enough." After a moment of stiff awkwardness, Abin cracked a smile and replied, "You really know how to joke." His mood seemed genuinely good. Every word was praise for Hungu. "If I would known you were this funny earlier, I would have tried to meet you sooner. Then I would not have arrived after Adopt." Abin suddenly got serious, his tone shifting as he said, "Listen, I can offer you everything Adopt promised. Actually, I can offer you even better terms." He slowly laid out some tempting offers. "Think it over. I am not trying to win you over just because I am a good guy." Hungu stayed stone-faced, unwavering in his refusal. "But you are holding on to a good big brother here, at least a brother." Though polite, Hungu's next words carried a chilling edge. "You would not hurt me just because I joined Adopt, right?" Hungu quietly analyzed further, each sentence painting a vivid picture of Adopt. But the man was different. He had a cruel core. If you become an obstacle, he will use any means necessary to wipe you off his path. You have just broken through your mana bottleneck. Still a first-level witch. A newbie. Hungu's eyes grew cold, his voice heavier. "You do not have the strength to protect yourself. If Adopt targets you, you won't stand a chance." Abel listened quietly from start to finish, his face showing no emotion. Gone was the gentle smile from before. He spoke now with a firm, resolute tone. "You might be the only one in this family to make such harsh judgments about Adopt." Without protest, Hungu admitted, "I think so too." His voice lingered, calmly continuing his point. But Abel neither denied nor opposed it, meaning he agreed with Hungu's view. Right? Abel, usually so composed, was caught off guard by this sharp insight and blurted out a simple right. He continued, his voice dropping slightly. And that brings us back to what I said earlier. The mediocre skill I have is clairvoyance. Hongyu, puzzled, thought. Clairvoyance. Abel did not hold back. He laid it all out. To add weight to his words, he confessed that ever since he was a kid, he has had this gut feeling, a sharp sixth sense warning him of impending doom. And it has saved him more times than he can count. But now, with the succession ceremony looming, that bad omen keeps growing stronger, especially since Abel suspects the danger is coming straight from Adopt. Hungru was briefly stunned but stayed focused. Without solid proof, he was not sure. Yet with every word, he could not help but think, wait, is he actually reading the situation dead on right now? Hungru gave the man before him a serious once-over. That sharp intuition? It is some kind of low-level awareness. Right? Seems like Abel's power to sense the shadows has just been triggered. None of that was in the game before. Maybe this is new. He started piecing it together from the moment he first crossed into this world. Stepping into the game had unlocked something new. He would develop a talent Storian never had. Other NPCs were changing in ways they never did before. Like Okul, who was supposed to fade out as a side character, but suddenly gained a unique elemental magic ability. Back at this covert tea gathering, Abel fell silent for a long moment after spilling everything. His voice calm yet charged as he continued. A shocking theory. Right? Hungru did not interrupt but listened intently. Even though Adolf was still Abel's younger brother, and the family's second direct heir, their father might be thought Adolf was a bit hot-headed, but never expected him to cross any real lines. Yet here Abel was, driven only by a bad feeling, trying to keep his younger brother in check with no solid proof to convince anyone else. After baring his soul, Abel quietly bowed his head, a small gesture, but paired with his words, it revealed his deep inner turmoil. That is why he kept this secret so close. All these subtle details locked in Hungru's gaze, pulling him deeper into the words of the man before him. Hungru felt he could not hold back. He bluntly said he trusted his brother's instincts. If Adolf becomes heir, the noble family is doomed. Hungru pressed on seriously, speaking like someone who already knew the endgame. No one, not even him, would be safe. Abel's earlier calm snapped back sharply. He fell silent, then whispered Hungru's name, Kaio. The sky darkened, mirroring the heavy mood between them. Abel, unbelieving, asked quietly, you really trust me? Because I am thinking the exact same thing. What is your plan? Hungru tossed aside his usual angelic image, embracing his darker side as he laid it bare. I will pretend to side with Adolf, watch everything from the inside. From now on, I will act like a loyal subordinate to lower his guard, then hit him where it hurts. Abel masked his shock with a calm voice. So you are planning to stab him in the back? Hungru's tone was steady, like the calm before a storm. If you help me, I can take him down for good. Just one conversation flipped the game. Now Hungru was the one making the move. What do you think? Will you back me up? Abel's eyes widened. Stunned by this unexpected turn, they locked eyes, Abel quickly feeling satisfied. With a smooth confidence, he spoke as if sealing the deal was a done deal. As your big brother, how could I say no to my adorable little brother? Fine. I will have your back, but... Hungru's grin spread wide at those words. Before the deal could settle, Hungru cut him off with a sly smile. First, can I make one request? A few days later, late one quiet night, still inside the lavish castle, someone gasped in disbelief at the sight of platinum coins stacked on the bed. Just one coin was worth several months' salary. 10 gold coins equaled one platinum coin. It was Leonhart. His face a mess of panic. With wild eyes, he asked Hungru, where did you get all this money? Hungru covered his mouth, grinning proudly. That is from my big brother. Hearing this, Leonhart froze. Since the day of Abel. How did this come about? Hungru stared intently and clicked his platinum hairpin, smiling brightly. At first, I just planned to borrow a little, he recalled Abel, looking sharp and calm, asking, you need money. How much? I will get it for you right away. You do not have to pay me back. This is a gift for my little brother. Hungru laughed delightedly. He said that, didn't expect him to be so generous. Leonhart stood there, stunned into silence. Suddenly, Leonhart's eyes caught a communicator among the gold coins. He asked curiously, Lord Kyo, what is this? Hungru explained. It is a personal communicator. He gave me this to make contacting him easier. This made Leonhart even more amazed. He gave you a personal communicator. It's valueless enough to buy a whole mansion with a garden, Hungru said calmly as he tidied up the money. I know, Hungru cheerfully held up the orb. But this is a simplified version. It only connects to him. Leonhart fell silent, staring at Hungru with deep thought. After a moment, he asked, you seem really close with Lord Abel now. Hungru smiled. Exactly. My big brother is as kind as I thought. He handed all the money to Leonhart. ordering, "Keep this safe for me. I will need it soon." Leonhart was a bit surprised but replied with a firm yes, curious about Hungyu's purpose. Leonhart asked, "Why do you need this money? The workshop's renovation is done, and we have bought the stones and spirit stones. So there is nothing else to buy?" Hungyu stretched and said openly, "I am going to make money." He turned on his crutches and emphasized, "It is an investment fund." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Okul was raising a staff high. It seemed she was practicing a new one-sided skill. She seriously chanted, "Light, focus on the tip of my staff and illuminate the surroundings." After her chant, nothing happened, only Padaki appeared. Leaving Okul disappointed, she stared at the staff in shock. "I was trying to make it glow. So why did Padaki show up?" She glanced over to see it jumping onto Hungyu's head, making a cozy nest. "Padaki, do not sit on the jailer's head like that. Come here." Then she turned to him, softly apologizing. "Sorry, Lord Jailer." Hungyu laughed. "No worries. It is like having a boring little lamp on me, pretty convenient." Oak was surprised. "A boring little lamp? What is that?" Meanwhile, Leonhart just sighed with helplessness. Suddenly, Leonhart turned to them with a serious tone. "Wait, Lord Jailer," he asked suspiciously. "Why are we in a dungeon?" Pointing to their surroundings, Hungyu answered cheerfully. "Why? Because there is a dungeon. So we went in." Leonhart shouted in frustration. "That is not what I meant." Leonhart raised his voice, explaining again. "We clearly left home to head to Enfilum, the neighboring country." The three of them were puzzled, thinking about the chaos in the carriage. Leonhart was full of confusion. "But why did we suddenly?" Hungyu finally caught on and happily said, "There was a dungeon on the way to Enfilum, so we had to stop by." Hearing that nonsense, Leonhart sighed. "Well, either way, we have to get out of here," he warned softly. "We should not stay here too long." Surprised, Hungyu asked, "Get out? What are you talking about? The dungeon exploration is just getting started." Suddenly, Leonhart's voice turned serious. "It is dangerous." He fixed his gaze on Hungyu. "Hey, remember the path we just took into this place?" He recounted their entry. "There were loads of low-level monsters, but the deeper we went, the fewer there were." He looked coldly at Hungyu. "That means there is probably a boss monster deep inside. The low and mid-level monsters are avoiding it, they are scared of the boss." Clenching his sword, he scanned their surroundings. "I could handle those guys earlier, but who knows what is in there? We have to turn back." Suddenly, Hungyu grinned. "That boss is exactly my target." Those words stunned Leonhart into silence. He turned around in surprise, realizing the day already knew, so the excuse for leaving the house was to head to Enfilum. Hungyu smiled and replied, "Not exactly. I do have business in Enfilum." He smiled like he would figured everything out, adding, "I just knew this dungeon would show up on the way." Hungyu released Padaki and continued, "If I told you we were heading into a dungeon, I would not have even left the house, and the number of guards would only skyrocket. My brother's spies would tail us, and the eldest would send extra guards. How could we even trigger the dungeon with all that chaos? If they fought, I would get caught for sure." He glanced at Okul, who also sensed the tension. She was puzzled why her godson's back suddenly felt so fragile. Hungyu sighed deeply. "The training in spirit magic for Okul has to stay secret. I only told my father. It is not time for the others to know. Padaki must stay hidden." He grinned slyly. "Honestly, the biggest issue is if too many people come. I want to get to claim the reward alone. I want it all." Leonhart looked startled. "But with just the three of us, this is cutting it close." He grew a bit worried. "I am a senior knight. Sure, but Okul just started learning spirit magic, and he has only just reached the 2nd tier." Hungyu spoke coldly, eyes icy as he called out Leonhart's name. The tone was sharp as ice. "Just because I act weak at home does not mean I am powerless." He continued, "You have seen me break through both my mana channels and magic. My magic is not like any ordinary spell." Leonhart hesitated for a moment, but Hungyu cut him off coldly. "Our team is strong enough." Hung glanced at Leonhart with a frosty stare. "We have got a tank." Then looked at Okul. "A spellcaster." Finally, pointing at himself with full confidence. "And a heavy hitter. We are fully prepped. What is there to fear?" He reassured him. "Leonhart, your master, is plenty strong, and he is only going to get stronger." He ordered Leonhart, "Watch closely and make your choice." Standing before him, Hungyu smiled confidently. "Who will you stay loyal to, me or my father?" He sighed heavily. "Pressing an invisible pressure a knight serving 2 masters is pointless. I need one who is loyal only to me." Leonhart clenched his sword hilt, veins bulging on his arm. Having listened to everything, he could only stammer. Repeating, Hung gave him a cold, Assessing glance right now, Leonhart was still taking orders from the father watching over him. In other words, no matter how loyal Leonhart seems to me, his true master is not me, it is the Lord he serves. To earn his full loyalty, raw power alone won't cut it. Forcing Leonhart will only backfire. His hesitation is the clearest proof. When he truly accepts me, Hunga thought confidently, I will have a knight whose armor can be pierced by anything. After some time, they pressed deeper into the cave. Finally, after a while, they reached their destination. The three slowly pushed open the massive gate at last. We have arrived where the dungeon's master lives, Hunga ordered Ling to announce. Boss room. Inside, Minotaur sat towering in the center, as if waiting for them. It sat there clutching a gigantic hammer, its head massive, eyes deep and mysterious. The beast stood imposing in the room. This was the secret lair of the Minotaur. Erciel eyed the room, amazed at its vastness. Hunga thought to himself, that is the dungeon's name. In fantasy defense, newbies almost always come to this dungeon, no traps. Short paths? Just monsters. Erciel looked toward the corner where the treasure lay, and most importantly, the rewards far outweighed the difficulty. Thinking of the treasure, Hunga clenched his fists in excitement. Why should I share this loot with anyone? No way, that is why only 3 of us are here. Leonhart looked around nervously. I heard Minotaur's 3 times stronger than before. Luckily, it seems to be sleeping. He breathed out. Hunga agreed bluntly. It does not use magic, but its strength is terrifying. If you try to block its hammer without sword energy, he sighed, you will be crushed. Then turned to share his strategy with Leonhart. Leonhart, you are taking point, distract the Minotaur and soak up its hammer strikes. I will cast a shield to boost your defense. With your sword combined with my shield, you will stand strong against the Minotaur's fiercest blows. You sound serious. But there is one thing you need to watch out for. Be careful when the Minotaur charges like a raging bull and spins in for that crushing blow. You must dodge at all costs. If you try to block it, no matter how strong the shield is, it will pierce right through. Here's the plan. Dodge and strike back. Push it to the edges, and hold out as long as you can. When it is exhausted, that is our moment to strike. Seems to get it and nods sharply. Hunga turns to Erciel to give orders, and before the battle kicks off, she buffs both me and Leonhart to dodge. I gently tell her, since this is her first real fight, if she gets scared, just buff and find a safe spot to hide. But Erciel shakes her head with steely resolve. No way. I did not learn elemental magic just to hide behind others and run away. She grips her staff tight and declares, I want to help you. Leonhart, today, I will show you what my training's worth. Hunga was moved by her determination. Visibly softened. I quietly celebrate inside. She said that this kid's resolve made Hunga finally relent. All right then, I warn her gently. But do not push yourself too hard, keep a safe distance, and pull back if things get dangerous. Hunga steps forward to analyze further. She is the team's healer and buffer, the crucial pillar. Erciel, jump in fast and protect Leonhart at all costs. I shake my head firmly. No. The most important thing is survival. Hunga's voice turns serious. If she is alive, we always have a fighting chance. Erciel, you hold both my and Leonhart's lives in your hands. I put a hand on her shoulder and remind her to never forget that. Hunga smiles warmly, adding, and do not forget to protect yourself too. Faced with Hunga's sincere words, Erciel beams Leonhart. She shyly bites her lip and replies, yes, I understand. Leonhart stands silent, lost in thought. Quietly pondering, the dungeon's nature remains a mystery. The vital role of a healer on the battlefield, the whole Minotaur attack strategy, these things only come with real experience. Leonhart's mind races with doubt. How does this kid always seem to know so much about the dungeon? His gaze sharpens. Leonhart, he probes cautiously. You seem pretty well versed in dungeon tactics. That hit right at Hunga's core. Leonhart looks puzzled. This is your first time in a dungeon, right? His words make Hunga's heart skip, fear rising silently. Damn it! I am acting like I know too much. I forgot I am supposed to be a 13-year-old kid here, even if I am a magic prodigy. Knowing all these tactics is kinda weird. I quickly come up with an excuse. I picked up a few basics when hunting goblins during our fight with Oxford. Leonhart surprised, asking, you learned about Minotaur's attributes and fighting style from the goblin hunters. He does not buy it, eyes narrowing suspiciously, hitting me with a critical question. You guys could not even handle one Oxford. I stammer. Well, Hunga's thinking, why so many questions? Suddenly, Hunga freezes. Could Leonhart have figured it out? Did he realize I am not the real Kaio? I imagine Leonhart pointing right at me, shouting, that kid is not the real Kaio Storian. He immediately orders his men. Seize him. As I am dragged before a dop, he sighs. I knew something was off. No way this noble brat suddenly grew up overnight. They coldly conclude, He is possessed by a demon, burn him at the stake. At that moment, I can only scream in terror. No. System screen flashes. Game over. Panic floods through me. I can let this happen. I stammer out. I read about this in a book. Leonhart eyes me suspiciously. You read about Minotaurs in a book? I nod quickly. Yes. Yes, I practically lived in the library for a while, secretly even skimmed some military strategy books. He looked at you with a serious face, saying nothing. On the outside, Hungru smiled. But inside, he silently prayed. Trust me. Leonhart sighed deeply as he looked at you, lost in thought. Without a word, you suddenly caught on and smiled brightly. So that is how it is. Leonhart bent down with a cheerful praise. You have been hitting the library a lot lately. You must be working hard on your studies. Who would have thought you are not just studying magic, but monster fighting too? Hungru, caught off guard by his action, awkwardly gave a half-hearted reply. He thought to himself, is this actually working? Leonhart smiled confidently. I am sure the Marquis would be proud to see how much you have grown. You have made big progress. Young Lord. Okul chimed in from the side. Yeah, young Lord's always been awesome and cool. You breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, see, even if he seems strict, he is easy to win over. Look at that rising goodwill meter the system keeps showing their favor towards me skyrocketing. Hungru exhaled quietly and thought, but hey, I gotta come up with a better excuse. I can't keep leaning on the magic prodigy title forever. That is getting old. In the pitch black room, bathed only in a gloomy blue light, Okul raised her staff and began chanting. Light, grant them the power to protect themselves, she continued shouting, combining it with internal energy training. Power. Light. Okul thrust her staff forward, yelling. Healing light. A swarm of tiny spirit orbs rushed to surround Hungru and Leonhart. The system's notifications kept flashing. Power. Light. Plus 30% stamina and defense. Mana and sword energy enhanced. The little spirit orbs buzzed around. Impressive indeed. Hungru happily praised her skill. The effects are way stronger than when you first learned this. You have leveled up fast. She beamed with pride at the compliment. Hungru stood in the center of the large room, readying his stance. With Leonhart supporting the attack and Okul backing them up, they all faced the Minotaur. Alright, now's the time. Yet, in the middle of the room, it was still sitting there. Fast asleep, you immediately ordered Leonhart. Go on. Leonhart, without hesitation, he charged straight at the Minotaur, announcing loudly, closing the distance fast. Leonhart sprinted right up to it. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the Minotaur's eyes snapped open. Leonhart launched an attack, but it quickly blocked his strike. Fully awakened by Leonhart's assault, the Minotaur rose to its feet, glaring right at him. Leonhart glanced behind, thinking, honestly, with the shield from the young lord and Okul's muscle, my body feels totally different. He gripped his sword tightly, feeling steadier and lighter than before. The Minotaur roared furiously. Who are you? Who dares invade my slumber and go after my treasure? If that is the case, I will smash you in two with my hammer. It bellowed, full of rage. No one steals from me in lives. Suddenly, an ice strike slammed into the Minotaur. Taken by surprise, it blinked. What the hell was that? That attack came straight from Hungru, whose eyes now burned with confidence. Hungru unleashed more magic with a mocking grin. What do you think? Of course. I am here to raid the dungeon. Hungru hurled a flurry of ice shards at the beast. The Minotaur was stunned by the sudden assault, yelling, where the heck did you come from? Leonhart seized the moment and swung his sword down with a powerful strike. He slashed down its body, making the Minotaur howl in pain. His eyes grew cold and sharp, with a mocking tone. He warned, don't lose focus. Hungru stood nearby, grinning proudly. My knight's seriously talented. Leonhart pressed forward with each strike, leaving the Minotaur helpless to defend. He swiftly moved past it after every hit, a smart tactic against a big brute like this. Hungru watched, totally impressed, praising, my knight's killing it. The Minotaur could not believe its eyes, roaring, no way. It bellowed at Leonhart, charging forward. You bastard. Anyone going after my treasure dies. Filled with rage, it raised its massive hammer. Hungru stayed behind, maintaining the shield. A bit tense, the Minotaur slammed a heavy boulder down onto Leonhart like a thunderclap. The Minotaur's eyes burned red as it growled. What the hell? You actually blocked my full power attack. Leon stood there, struggling to hold his ground, letting out a quiet grunt. He watched the hammer pounding down relentlessly and silently admired its strength. Damn, if young Master Kyo had not cast the shield and stone armor just in time, My arm would be been snapped. Lin recalled all the times Hungu had used magic before. Young Master Kyo always chose the perfect spell. It was as if he could see the future. His magic always landed at the exact right moment in battle. His ability to assess the situation and cast spells was something he was born with. Lin was certain of one thing. Young Master Kyo was controlling this fight. Hungu shouted an order for Lin to get out of the way as he cast a spell, using a trap technique. A surge of power suddenly enveloped the Minotaur's massive body. The beast struggled, furious as it realized its movements were locked down. I can T-move. Hungu quickly cast another spell, conjuring a magic matrix. A golden beam shot straight at the Minotaur magic bullets. It could only bear the assault. Howling in pain with every hit, the Minotaur collapsed. And kneeling in defeat before them, Lin stood behind, worry etched across his face. Did young master hesitate to finish him off? Hungu stayed alert, eyes locked on the beast. When suddenly a smug laugh echoed through the air, the Minotaur struggled to stand, finally admitting grudgingly, "Not bad. You humans have made me work for this." But then, filled with murderous rage, it roared, "This ends now," and charged at the three like a whirlwind, spinning its hammer. A fierce wind swirled around its hulking frame. Hungu shouted, "It is the whirlwind attack," casting a spell with one hand. He ordered Lin to keep attacking and forced the beast to split apart. Without hesitation, Lin obeyed and surged forward. Hungu boosted his speed and blessed him with light. Even powered up, Lin's eyes flickered with doubt as he looked at the Minotaur. Then, he lunged. Slashing a sword toward it, the blade struck the Minotaur's neck, then flew off. The Minotaur's eyes burned deeper red as it shifted its focus onto Lin. Lin wasted no time. Sprinting away with a desperate leap, the Minotaur fell right into the trap and gave chase. Hungu and Okul hid nearby. Watching closely, Hungu counted down silently in his mind. Every second critical. 30. 29. 28. He remembered the instructions he gave Lin earlier. Dodging the whirlwind is the best move. We can T-block it right now. But do not worry. That attack will leave him stunned for a bit. That is our cue to strike back. Hungu's eyes sharpened. Lin's eyes widened. Realization dawning on him, he analyzed the chase unfolding before him. Only 5 seconds left. As the final 5 seconds ticked down, Okul stood tense, face tight as a drum. 1 more second passed. Lin sprinted for his life. The countdown hit 3. The Minotaur raised its hammer to strike. At 2 seconds, it swung wildly. Reckless, Lin could not time his dodge and just stared in panic. Just 1 second left. The Minotaur brought the hammer crashing down. Lin barely dodged the death blow. The system finally announced. Speed boost expired. Velocity back to normal. The blessing faded. Healing, defense, and stamina all returned to baseline. Lin gasped, heart pounding like crazy. The Minotaur collapsed on one knee. It was defeated. Lin thought to himself, right as young Master Ko's magic support wore off. If we would been a second slower, that hit would be landed. Was this all part of his plan from the start? The moment was ripe time to attack. Hungu did not hesitate, unleashing the Shard Ice spell immediately. The system chimed. Magic charge in user mode confirmed. He thought, this one's gonna unlock some next level power. Then, a surge of powerful magic radiated from him. Hungu launched a powerful attack at it, striking with icy wounds. Moments later, no one knew how much time had passed. But only the Minotaur's hammer remained on the ground. Okul began casting healing magic on Leonhart, a radiant light mending his wounds. In just seconds, his injuries were completely healed. Leonhart gratefully grasped his arm. Fully restored. Thanks, Okul. She replied with a simple, no problem. Hungu happily rushed to the treasure, excitement practically bursting out of him. He lost all control, like a kid in a candy store, mesmerized by the beautiful glowing sword before him. Let us see what is inside. Hungu cheerfully opened the sword, triggering the system S-scan. Activated clairvoyance. Analyzing target. Tezak's sword, a legendary artifact forged from Tezak's horn and rare metal, boosting Tezak's power by 10%. Its blade is tougher than regular weapons, rating a durability. Hungu exclaimed with delight. A greatsword perfect for Leonhart. The system continued. Leo's necklace, a pendant brimming with natural energy. Nature spirits will love it. Blessing of Nature lets it store natural energy. Clear Mind lets you channel energy faster than normal. This artifact's made for spirit mages. Okul should use it. Hungu eagerly rummaged through the treasure, handing the relics over to the two, who could not hide their awe. Hungu smiled proudly when he spotted what he had been searching for. He stared at the staff, feeling a surge of hope. The staff of courage radiated a dense aura, speeding up spell casting. Info popped up. Memories. Stores up to 3 spells. Stored spells cost no mana. Highest level is double cast. In fantasy defense, if you are a mage, Grabbing this staff from the dungeon is a must, a staff that grows stronger with higher spell tiers. Hungyu clutching it like a priceless treasure. Leonhart held the sword, silently amazed. Yeah, a fine blade. Even at first glance, with its magic effects. It is no wonder some reckless fool risked his life to protect it. But do I even deserve this? Leonhart recalled Hungyu's words. Where does his loyalty lie? With him or his father? I do not want a knight who serves two masters. I want one who serves only me. He scolded himself for not answering that question back then. Okla approached with the necklace. I feel like I have not contributed much. I want to help, but if I take this treasure, how can I ever repay you? Hungyu was a bit surprised. Not helping. What are you talking about? You have already done so much in today's fight. Leonhart stepped forward, agreeing with her. Okul's right. Your Highness, this treasure means too much to me. Hungyu shot him a sharp look. He sighed, handing the relics. This is not a reward. I am giving these to you so you can get stronger. We need to be stronger. But we do not have time. This will boost our power. Normally, when you find valuable dungeon loot, you have to report it to the clan and follow the distribution rules. But I am not reporting this. I do not want the clan knowing about our true strength. Leonhart and Okul, you are the only ones I trust. Take these artifacts and get stronger. Become my strength. Hungyu clenched his fists with resolve. We need to get even stronger. It is the only way to survive, especially with darkness creeping over the Storian estate. Hungyu smiled gently. You will accept this? Right? Okul and Leonhart exchanged looks. Nodding quietly, Leonhart took the lead, responding with a firm yes, and Okul nodded gratefully in agreement. Thank you, Your Highness, Hungyu said cheerfully. He slowly turned and signaled. All right then. Turning back with hands on hips, he smiled confidently. Let us head back to Infer Umno. A few days later, the scene shifted to the rice fields of Enferum. At a grand mansion, a loud knock echoed. What is going on here? Suddenly, someone from the Storian Marquis household appeared without warning. Lady Fantanerian, Lord of Enferum, was utterly shocked. He hurriedly dressed and ran downstairs. Who could have arrived? The eldest and the fourth child, along with the butler standing respectfully behind. I am not entirely sure, but they bear the symbol that only the direct descendants of the Storian family possess. He froze for a moment. They are not planning to drag our territory into this mess. Right? That family rumor has it their heir candidates are fierce and ready to storm in like a tempest. The butler quickly reassured him, saying it is an unspoken rule not to meddle in other families' affairs. Fandel clenched his fists, shouting, I really do not want to deal with this headache. A moment later, he reached the front door of the guest room. Fandel stood outside, steadying his breath. He took a deep breath. Then Fandel strode inside, flashing a polite smile. What brings the Storian family here unannounced? If you had given notice, I would have come out to greet you. Suddenly, he paused, eyes wide in surprise. Right before him was Hung, munching on a pastry. Staring back in surprise, he pulled out the pastry and cheerfully introduced himself. Nice to meet you. Fantil was caught off guard. Sorry for barging in without warning. Fantil froze, staring at Hungus group in disbelief. He had no idea who this kid was. After a moment, suddenly his shout echoed through the room. What? You are that infamous fourth son. As soon as he said it, Fantil caught the sharp magic aura from Leonhart and realized he would just made a huge mistake. Hungus smiled warmly. He raised his cup and said, Yeah, I used to be troublemaker number one, but after surviving the darkest day, I took a hard look in the mirror and decided to change. Fantil was genuinely surprised, clenching his fists excitedly. He asked, You survived the darkest day? Seriously? Hungu nodded solemnly. I practiced magic by drawing circles. It is still just basic spells. But I have been doing my best to help the family. Fantil pondered quietly. He would heard the youngest was an incorrigible troublemaker. A lost, but now, seeing him, those rumors seemed dead wrong. His eyes showed no weakness, just politeness and good manners. Plus, he actually wants to help the family. Someone's definitely been spreading lies. Fantil smiled warmly. That is right. Your father must have been worried, but now he can finally rest easy. Never thought the first wizard would come from a sword-wielding family. The Storian Marquises must be relieved. The kid laughed brightly. You are too kind. Fantil smiled and shifted gears. All right then. Let us cut to the chase. I am guessing you did not come to Imperium just for small talk, right? Hungu just smiled quietly. Then he softened his tone. Sorry for dropping by unannounced. You know how it is? The Marquis is in a complicated spot right now due to succession issues. I do not want anyone tracking my movements. Fandel thought that made sense. Hunga folded his hands. The reason I am here is to buy grain from Imperium. It is the biggest grain supplier in the north. Fantil frowned. Buy grain? We already trade food with the Storians regularly. You want to buy more? Hungu quickly answered. Yes. For personal use I want it for magic research. I can't reveal the research yet, but I plan to buy multiple times from now on. Imperium has had excellent grain harvests these past few years. You have surplus grain you do not know what to do with. And I want to buy the excess stock that is hard to manage. Hungu snapped his fingers and casually added, as for the budget, Fantal's voice turned serious. That is exactly what I have been thinking about. He opened the pouch in Leonhart's hand confidently, like he already had the upper hand. What do you say? He was instantly stunned, eyes wide as he stared at the shining silver coins. Amazed? Silver coins? How on earth does this guy have so much cash? Fenthio cleared his throat softly, then said, selling the surplus grain is not a problem. Honestly, we did not even know what to do with it, and the mage research is top secret. So I won't pry into what exactly you are using it for. Hungu smiled brightly and replied, thanks for understanding me. Fenthio glanced at the money with a hint of suspicion and suggested, but I have to confirm where this big sum came from. Handling unknown funds could land me in trouble, especially since you are so young. Hungu quickly reassured him. No worries there, my eldest brother is the sponsor, he said boldly. Fenthio's eyes widened in surprise. Your eldest brother? Abel? Hungu nodded immediately. Hungu tilted his head, smirking. Who else could I call my eldest brother but Abel? Fenthio caught on instantly and said seriously, I get it now. You two must be really close. Fenthio thought to himself. The combo of steady leadership and a promising youngest son, Abel and this kid are not half bad. Way better than dealing with some reckless second son. Looks like I can keep a good relationship with Abel for a while. The answer was already set. Alright. If Lord Abel is backing you, then I trust you. I will sell it to you. Now let us talk price. I am starting at 7 silver coins per sack. Hungu immediately raised his hand to bargain. 4 silver coins, 7 silver for old stock. That is a bit steep. If you keep holding on, you will just rack up storage fees. Why not clear out your warehouse and sell to me? Ingo stopped his price drop at 6 silver. Hungu casually slashed the price again. 4.5 silver. Any higher and you would be biting your nails. Fenthio was not convinced. Calculating storage costs, he figured he deserved at least 1 silver per sack. The two stood there, going back and forth, neither willing to budge, so much so that after a tiring price war, the sky outside the window had already turned late afternoon. Hungu finally perked up. Alright. Settled at 5 silver per sack then. Deal made. Back in his room, he flopped onto the bed excitedly. Leonhart stood nearby, impressed. You are really good at negotiating. I learned from that book. Hungu's answer stunned him, and he looked a bit embarrassed. Of course. It is in the library. Hungu silently recalled how back in the old world, he actually learned negotiation from online shopping. Leonhart eyed him curiously. Lord K, you mentioned Imperium. Is buying grain part of your plan? Hungu lay on the bed, feeling great. Admitting, I buy cheap and sell high to turn a profit. Leonhart pondered. But the supply is pretty stable now. Our territory has enough food stock to last until next year. Even if you sell old grain, you won't make much? He asked again. But you have to be prepared. Right? I am getting ready just in case something happens. Hungu recalled the story's plot. A massive famine was looming. After the Sultorian's inheritance ceremony, strange weather caused a huge famine. Food prices would skyrocket. And even with money, you could not buy any. Just like that, no one cared if the grain was old or new anymore. Back in reality, Hungu thought, I figured it out because I know the future. But how do I explain this to stubborn fools? A gene mage, that is a tough sell. Suddenly, Leonhart's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. I get it now. Everything you do is for a good cause. So this time, I will hold back my doubts. Hungu looked up at him, stunned. The system dinged. Goodwill plus 50. He was shocked when they first met. It was cold, but now it is heating up fast. Progress like this feels amazing. Hungu sat on the bed, eyes full of emotion staring at Leonhart, making him shiver. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. Okul opened it and called softly. Lord K. She respectfully announced. Lady Tikaniran wishes to discuss something before dinner today. Please spare some time. Hungu looked puzzled and asked, Lady Tikaniran, it is already dusk. A moment later, he slowly knocked on Fenthio's door. Hungu stepped in and greeted softly. Lady Tikaniran, were you looking for me? Fenthio cheerfully called him over. Come in. This is an important day. I have got someone I want you to meet. Hungu, curious, asked, who is it? Suddenly, a clear, confident voice rang out. Hello? Ina? Fenthio's daughter. Seeing the girl standing before him, he could not help but widen his eyes in surprise. Hungu looked at her bowing politely and thought, no way. She introduced herself as Iris Niran, and his mind went into shock. This was her. Iris Niren. Hungyu recalled the storyline. Iris Niren, with her cute looks and top-tier rank magic skills, ranked in the top 5%, had quite a fanbase in fantasy defense, especially early in the game when levels were low. She was super reliable. But in the storyline, she was known for being sassy and looking down on the weak. Iris always appeared with a sly smile, saying, "If you want to see me, bring me jewels. Diamonds only." Of course, with her flashy taste and diva attitude, she had plenty of character flaws. Many players went broke trying to win her favor. Iris was one tough nut to crack. Eventually, after inflation hit the game, more rank and cis rank mages appeared. Iris, and a rank character, became less useful and was often discarded by players. You had to put up with her difficult personality. Still, it was unexpected that the forest master would tie himself to this guy's daughter. Fentheo put a hand on Iris' shoulder and cheerfully introduced, "This is my daughter, 11 years old. I called her here because you are 13, not much older. So I hope you two can get along. You probably already know she is studying magic too. I am not saying this just because she is my daughter, but Iris really is talented with magic. Since you both study magic, I thought it would be great if you could chat and learn from each other." Hungyu blinked and replied, "Yes, I understand." He glanced at Iris, who looked annoyed, thinking, seems like his daughter thinks differently than he does. Hungyu turned to her and started a friendly greeting. "Nice to meet you." He reached out his hand to Iris, bowed slightly, and introduced himself. "I am Keo Soltori, the fourth son of the Marquis. Looking forward to your guidance." The system voice chimed in. Activation of clairvoyance. A flood of info popped up. Name Iris Niren, 11 years old. Talented. Manus companion. Magic brain. Loves luxury. Craves respect. Favorability 40. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. "Hold on a sec." Hungyu focused on the first lines. Manus companion, he thought. Even though I have mana, a talent I have never seen before, the #1 magic talent in Gamgorg, held by only 0.01% of SSS rank mages. How could Iris, and a rank in fantasy defense, have this talent? Could she have a potential like Abel or Erciel? Hungyu calculated silently. Though her personality makes people not want to raise her, if she really has SSS level talent, that changes everything. I can't let this slip away. Iris sneered at him. The fourth son of the Storian family. I have heard plenty about Abel and Adopt, but never about you. I heard you only have one magic circle. I have got 2 already. Hungyu forced a smile, inwardly annoyed, thinking, this brat's been sassy since she was a kid. He did not deny it. I am at the first magic circle, but I have only been studying magic for 3 months. Iris felt a pang of jealousy. You got a magic circle after just 3 months, twice as fast as me. But then she quickly found a reason to mock. But starting magic at 13 is a bit late. Do not you think, if you want to learn magic, you should be started by 50 at the latest? Hungyu thought, if I compared her to a cat or a dog, I could handle her attitude. Then he smiled and said bluntly, yeah, I started late. I had to fight through some blockages, but I just got past them recently. Iris looked surprised. You have recovered from your blockage. She blushed quickly, effortlessly letting out a lazy compliment. Awesome. Then suddenly she got shy. Don't get me wrong. I am not trying to flatter you. Fentheo smiled gently and asked her, Iris, have you heard about the embolism disease? To overcome it, one must be born with extraordinary magic or aura. That is why those who recover are often called genius mages or prodigy technicians. He looked at him happily and said, Kia recovered from it when he was 13, pretty amazing. Right? Kia's only going to get stronger. I hope Iris learns a lot and gains much from being around him. She said, then turned away. Clearly annoyed, but he only has one magic circle. What could I possibly learn from someone below my level? Fentheo awkwardly called her name, like a reminder. Hongho stood there thinking silently, but judging by her disdain for the weak, she must look down on me for a reason. He quietly observed her, then thought, yeah, this attitude's got some serious issues. I need to straighten her out. Recruitment project number 3. Iris, you are up next. Hongho smiled widely and said, don't judge people by their looks, Iris. He slowly stepped over to Iris. Hongho approached her with a smile. If I can prove I am not inferior to you, will you stop looking down on me? Iris blushed a little, thinking, too close. She stammered, well, what? But she quickly regained her confidence and fired back. Bold talk. How exactly do you plan to prove that? Hongho proposed. One-on-one duel. If I will admit I am weaker than you. Iris widened her eyes. And before he could finish, She interrupted. I accept your challenge. She smiled mischievously. And if you will have to kneel and lick my feet. After saying that, she stood there laughing triumphantly while her father was frozen in shock. Fantio nervously stammered. Where did you learn that from? A proper lady should not talk like that. Iris replied innocently. I read it in a book. He immediately shouted. You have been reading those romance novels meant for older readers again. Have not you? She crossed her arms and denied it right away. Hong Ho cheerfully agreed. If I will lick your feet. Twos, anywhere you want. Fantio panicked and blurted. Hold on. What are you saying? Calmly? He suggested. Even if you lose, do not actually do that. But if you have to accept me as your mentor, and you will never look down on anyone weaker or lower than you again. You have to promise. Iris pursed her lips, thought it over, then said, all right, let us see how this goes. Someone with just one magic circle who has barely started learning magic could actually beat me. Saying that, she slammed the door and left alone in the room. Fantio struggled to explain. My daughter's personality issues come from being spoiled by the whole family since she was little, but if she grows up like this, I will have to straighten her out. She does not have a single friend her age. And honestly, her reputation in the community is not great, Hongyu assessed. Even her doting father knows this is a problem. He scratched his head helplessly and sighed. Because he himself had a pretty tough childhood, I think you can understand Iris' mindset and behavior. Please forgive her for any losses. Losing and learning a lesson will be a valuable experience for her while she is still young. Don't hold back, fight with everything you have got. I approve. Hongyu sat there expressionless, staring at Fantio. Then he broke into an excited smile. Looks like the parents gave me the green light. Hongyu was thrilled inside. I am going to teach her a lesson. Down the hallway, Iris stomped along muttering. Some newbie with just one magic circle dares to say he wants to teach me. So annoying. Suddenly, she paused for a moment. Iris suddenly recalled images of Hongyu, but she blushed admitting, he is actually pretty handsome. Realizing she would slipped up, Iris panicked but reminded herself, he only has one magic circle. Of course. I am definitely going to make him lick my feet. Suddenly, the system announced a notification. Favorability increased. In a lavish white room of the palace, draped in elegant ivory tones, Leonhart thoughtfully mentioned the earlier event. Clearly, Niren's introduction of his daughter had some hidden agenda. Hongyu noticed the phrase hidden agenda and asked, what exactly do you mean by that? He continued his thought, evaluating that even though she is only 11, that age is just right for an engagement, and the age gap with the hair is actually perfect. Maybe Lady Teehee was thinking about their future, which gave Hongyu chills. 11 years old. What is he even saying? Leonhart had a different take. Nobles usually marry earlier than commoners, so getting engaged in your teens. Totally normal. He did not say more when he saw Hongyu's awkward expression. Now the kid finally caught on to the whole scheme. Leonhart gave a little warning: do not be too harsh on her during tomorrow's duel. No one knows how their future will turn out, and even if she is a bit arrogant, she is still just a young lady after all. His hand stiffened like stone, forcing each word out with determination. No way. If that is his plan, then I have to put her in her place. Marrying some high-maintenance brat just for her status. Not a chance. I am saying no, and I will use everything I have got to break that spoiled attitude. Okal, standing behind, had overheard everything. She grew a bit worried. An engagement with that brat and the hair. The next day, the sun peeked over the white mansion as a voice announced, the duel will be a single round only. Hongyu gripped his staff, listening as the referee continued, defeat your opponent with magic, but no injuring each other. If things get dangerous, I will step in. He was facing Iris, the one Engu felt needed some serious discipline. Leonhart stood between them and asked. Both agreed to these terms. His eyes gleamed with firm resolve. I am your knight guard, and I will be the referee. Any objections? Iris lifted her chin, oozing arrogance. No way. Leonhart is a top-ranked knight, famous throughout Infelum. He won't take sides. Leonhart raised his hand, a signal to start. Iris twirled her weapon, ready to throw down. She boldly spun her staff and pointed it forward. Let us begin. A blazing fireball shot at Engu. It was a fire missile. He just smirked knowingly. She is fast with her spells. Hard to believe she is only 11, but still way outclassed. His staff was powering up. Engu was about to show her what failure tastes like. Confidently, he unleashed an attack infused with matcha-colored energy. A gust of wind. It whipped around Iris' fire missile, catching her completely off guard. Wind and fire clashed. He blocked the fire missile with wind. Iris grit her teeth. No way I am losing like this. She clenched her staff tightly. Flames flared wildly. Don't underestimate me. When it comes to magic, I'm no slouch. I won't lose to a mere level 1 mage. This time, her fire missile was stronger. Spiraling toward him like a fairy tornado, Hung quickly conjured a protective shield. He gave Iris a nod of encouragement. This kid's got guts. Secretly, he assessed her skill. Her magic was impressive for her age, but his moves had a special twist. Can you feel this? 2 waves of soul energy collided magic missiles. Fantio, standing aside, was startled. Eyes wide, Iris was completely mesmerized by the magic missile's glow. Is this really a level 1 mage's technique? Without hesitation, she quickly raised a shield. But facing this attack was a tough challenge for Iris. Moments later, her eyes widened. Face pale as a banana leaf. I am done. Her flames were being swallowed by Hangu's power. She gasped, trying to calm down. Even the wind can swallow fire. No way, I need a different spell. Something strange caught Iris' eye. Hangu closed in fast, swinging his staff right in front of her. Iris' face drained of color, showing signs of surrender. Hangu flashed a victorious smile and quietly declared, "Checkmate." Leonhart signaled the end. Enough. The hair wins. The duel finished. Someone called for Hangu, and he turned to leave. Iris gritted her teeth, frustrated by her loss. Shameful thoughts swirling in her mind. No way, did I just lose? A level 1 mage beating a level 2. Tiny hands clenching tight. Trembling nonstop, Iris screamed in anger, making everyone jump and turn around. Luck was all it was. Her face showed clear confusion. I was not at my best just now. Let us fight again. Hangu agreed without hesitation, but kindly warned Iris that the outcome would not change much. She bit her lip, cheeks flushed. What are you talking about? This time, I am definitely winning. After a fierce battle, Iris' magic staff slipped from her grasp. She slumped down, trembling all over, gasping for breath. The result remained the same, losing at the 5th duel. He smugly declared it. No matter how many times she tried again, the outcome would not change. Iris could not accept that result. She wanted it to end here. Her magic was completely drained anyway. Her face darkened, teeth clenched tight, tears slipping down her trembling hands. Then Iris burst into sobs. I lost? I just can't accept this. No way, I am accepting it. Hangu froze, caught off guard by her outburst. Utterly clueless how to comfort an 11-year-old, Fantio rushed over. Pale as death, Hangu was sweating bullets, thinking, oh man, I made her cry. Was I too harsh? Iris cried like she had been bullied, while Fantio fussed over his daughter with all his heart. Night fell into an eerie blackness that evening at Betexi mansion. Hangu noticed a gift on the table, a white shirt. Betexi even sent him an outfit for the party. Though it was just a family gathering, Leonhart gently advised, it is an important occasion, so you better dress sharp. Hung held the formal wear, puzzled. But why invite me to a party? I just made his daughter cry. I thought he would cancel the whole thing. Leonhart tried to soothe him, but Tech said it is fine, and honestly, he probably expected this would happen because young Master Kao decisively defeated Miss Iris. But Tech seemed even more determined to strengthen ties between him and his family. Hangu sighed, walking away. But Iris hates me even more now. I have no idea how she really feels. Leonhart saw things differently. I do not think that is the case. He recalled Iris' attitude earlier that day. Judging by her expression, young Lady Iris. Hangu sought confirmation, and Leonhart calmly said, still, you should get ready. Okul will help you. Watching from outside as Okul helped Hangu try on clothes, it seemed young Master Kao knew everything except about love. At least in that department. He was just like any other kid his age. Lucky. Okul carefully fixed his hair, then politely stepped back, announcing, all done. Young Master Kao, you look amazing. The outfit was made from the finest fabric, with a blue and white combo that gave Hangu a smooth, captivating look. Leonhart and Okul were both impressed, showering him with compliments. This really suits you. Hangu nodded, satisfied, and quickly said, all right, let us roll. In a lavish mansion under the night sky, voices took turns greeting. Welcome, young Master Kao. We have been waiting for you. Hangu smiled gratefully. Thanks for the invite. Lemon and Miles shook his hand enthusiastically. Nice to meet you. I am the eldest. Miles. I am the younger. Lemon. Looking forward to this meal. Fantio was thrilled by the good vibe between his two sons and Hangu. But then he remembered Iris had not shown up yet. Where's my princess? He sent a servant to call Iris. But this accidentally reached Hangu's ears, making him uneasy. I made her cry earlier. Maybe that is why she is not coming. Finally, Iris appeared in a formal dress, walking calmly forward as she spoke. Father, Her hair was neatly pinned up, paired with an elegant long black gown. The moment her eyes met those in front, Iris froze in shock, not even hearing her name called. Hung, across from her, was equally stunned, while Fantio behind them clapped enthusiastically, praising his daughter nonstop. The two locked eyes in an awkward silence. Hungo felt a bit flustered, thinking, I thought she would not come after all those tears. What a surprise. Iris felt the same way, thinking, yeah, I knew he was good-looking, but up close he is even more handsome. Fantio, the host, spoke up. All right, let us all sit and eat. You sit here. Hungu hesitated, sitting awkwardly next to Iris. Are you sure I should sit here? What if she cries or snaps at me for being so close? Suddenly, a system alert sounded. Clairvoyance activated. A notification popped up with some info. Iris Niren, 11 years old, proud and disdainful of the weak. Superficial, obsessed with luxury. Negative affinity. Hungu jolted in surprise. You are confusing me. Your favorability score is in the negatives, but suddenly it is shot up to 30 points. Did something happen to boost it? All I remember is making her cry. Maybe it is because of that quirky personality of hers. Next time, I gotta prepare better. The beautiful red flowers by the window shimmered, while the table overflowed with exquisite dishes, turning the meal into a livelier affair than I expected. Even Iris kept her cool in front of the family. No dramatic outbursts this time. But when she spoke, oh man, Iris' voice was crystal clear as she said, could you please pass me the pepper shaker? That is when Hungu noticed the pepper shaker right next to him. Being kind, he instinctively handed it over to Iris, saying, here you go. It is right here. Their hands accidentally brushed against each other. The unexpected touch made her blush so hard her face turned bright red. Iris stammered, barely able to get the words out. You awkwardly explained, the pepper shaker is just right here. The atmosphere instantly turned tense and forced. Hungu broke the silence. I will leave the pepper here, she shyly replied. Thank you, sir. He glanced at the blushing Iris and thought, scores going up, but her attitude seemed even colder. Somehow, Iris did not even dare to look directly at Hung, making him even more flustered. A new day began. Hunga sat upright at the banquet table, still feeling uneasy. He was the first to speak. Honestly, I did not expect you would come see me first. Miss Iris. Iris took a delicate sip of her tea. After finishing, she did not rush to reply, just stared intently at Hungu. She placed her cup down with a tap and reluctantly said, you promised to be my teacher. Right? Then teach me why is your magic so unbelievably powerful. It is unlike any spellcasting method I have ever seen in any book. Who taught you? Or did you invent it yourself? How can you perform dual spells at once? Hearing all those questions, Hungu was totally stunned. Since when? Miss Iris wants to become my disciple. Huh? But that is not all there is to it. Of course. Iris pushed back. What do you mean? Hung quickly laid down the law. If you want to learn magic from me, you have got to change your attitude first. She was confused and fired back. My attitude? What do you mean? He held up 3 fingers, repeating the rules slowly before losing his temper. Iris' face instantly froze hearing those rules. She shouted, that is unfair. Even my father does not demand that from me. Hungu did not back down. If you do not change, I want to teach you. But Iris refused to accept it. Hunga switched gears. Like you guessed, my magic comes from a unique method I invented myself. It is a transformation technique I have never revealed anywhere, so you won't find this method anywhere else. And having the inventor teach you directly is a 1 in a million chance. Surely, a magic student like you understands how huge this opportunity is. Right? Her jaw dropped from the demonstration. She stammered but was clearly amazed. Standing in front of Hung, she looked like she was facing an impossible choice. Inside, Iris' mind twisted and turned in anguish. Her face contorted with the struggle. I will accept all the hardships to learn your magic. Fine. I accept everything. Hunga smiled inwardly but warned. Don't even think about pretending in front of me I know all your tricks. He got serious and said, to make it clear, I have prepared this in advance. Iris got excited. What is that? Something appeared, glowing right before her eyes. It was a paper with terms written inside a magical contract. Hunga levitated it with magic and explained. This states you agree to all conditions and will become my disciple. Thoughtful as ever, Hung handed Iris a pen. Just sign here. You know, breaking this contract means absolute punishment by divine power. This punishment is enforced by the gods themselves, so no magic can break it. Be careful. Then Iris started making a big fuss. Wait a minute. I really have to sign a magical contract just for this? You do not believe me. Just admit it, you do not trust me. But actually, Hungu did this to improve her attitude. There was no other way. That rumor's been around for 11 years. If that bad situation had been fixed, You would not have to go through all this drama. Hungo also revealed that this magical contract was handed to me by Lord Niran. Fintheo specifically instructed me, after the training match with her yesterday, to please teach my daughter well. After today, I am sure you can do it. You are the only one who can handle that girl. If Iris does not listen, just use this magical contract. It is a rare item, my family only has 2 of them. I am dead serious here. You recounted every word he said, and when Iris heard it, her heart shattered, her mouth dropping open like a cartoon. But she did not believe it. Iris spun around, smoothing her dress, determined to confirm. Dun T lie. There is no way Dad would say that. I am going to confront him. You just sat there watching Iris walk away. Hungo sighed in exasperation and ordered her to stop. If you leave, the contract becomes void. And of course, I won't teach you magic anymore. You will never see me again. Panic started to creep in. Never see you again. Hung crossed his legs, trying to snap Iris out of it. Decide now, sign the contract and learn my magic. 2 steps out of this room and never meet again. The tension between them was electric. Hungo was just waiting for Iris to sign. Come on, make up your mind, kid. I will overlook all the petty drama you have thrown my way until now. Even though Iris has the potential of a rare S-tier genius, if her attitude is off, there is no other choice but to give up. I need trustworthy teammates and subordinates, not a boss I have to constantly kiss up to and pamper all day. She struggled to say the words. All right then. Suddenly, the mood shifted and grew heavy in an instant. Iris gripped the brush pen firmly in her hand. She thought, I am doing something I do not like, but I can handle it. I will sign. One calm and collected, the other hiding a storm in her brain. Hungo smiled and reached out his hand approvingly. You have got potential. Huh? Good. Read the terms carefully and sign. Iris held the contract like she might crumple it at any second. You explained. I am party. And you, Iris, are party too. Yet, surprisingly, she obediently listened and read each clause aloud. There are 7 clauses total, covering the duties of both parties and outlining the penalties. Iris questioned a term. A mild stomach check. Hungo cheerfully confirmed. Yeah, a mild stomach check. Though it seems you are underestimating this, I was worried about the penalties. But it is not that bad after all. After a quick read, Iris sighed. Seems okay. You just smirked knowingly. She has not felt the pain yet, so she does not know. Now she is deep in thought. Pondering something, Iris looked up and shared. But the penalty in Clause 7 is pretty harsh. Do I really have to fight? Hungo nodded. Of course. If you are scared to fight, there is no point in learning stronger magic. But Hungo was curious about one thing. Why did she want to learn magic in the first place? Iris lowered her eyes. Thinking quietly, she answered honestly. Because I want to be better than others. I want to be praised. The feeling of beating others and making them submit, it is thrilling. Iris remembered the crowd's cheering faces. I want everyone to keep looking up to me and admiring me. That is why I have to start learning magic. Iris even admitted. But lately, I have started to enjoy magic. I love seeing my skills improve. Getting stronger is fun too. I can even stay up all night studying. Hungo listened carefully to every word she said. He smiled gently. Right? That competitive spirit and hunger to grow stronger. Seems like Iris is exactly who I have been looking for. This is precisely what I needed to confirm. The key to becoming a true mage is not just raw mana, it is curiosity and an insatiable desire to explore magic. And that burning desire for power. Without these, no one can ever grow stronger. These are the true traits of a mana companion. Iris made the right call. I want to become a battle mage. She picked up the pen, ready to seal the pact. Ever since I first learned magic, I have wanted to get stronger, to make my magic more powerful, to gain even more strength. Hunga sat silently, not saying a word. Iris' name appeared on the contract. The moment her pen lifted, the contract and quill floated up, her neat signature sealed in stone. The contract drifted over to Hungu. The deal was done. Then he slowly reached out his hand, pointing it toward Iris. Hungu treated her like a business partner, eager to work alongside her. I hope Miss Iris becomes a trustworthy companion of mine, he said. Suddenly, she blushed and jumped back at the word companion. That is when Hungu truly thought about it. Companion sounds like a proposal, right? Iris must be freaking out. What are you talking about? I am way too young for that, he stammered, totally clueless. The conversation got too awkward, so she bolted. We are done here, I gotta go. Hungu awkwardly waved goodbye. Man, how do you even wave like this? Even Leonhart passing by would be embarrassed for me. Bro, watch your words, you have no idea how handsome I am. Someone's footsteps suddenly stopped in the hallway. Oshel turned her head, clearly curious about something. Night quickly fell, and a female voice rang out. You are planning to marry Miss Iris. Hearing that, Hunga's face went pale, as if the wind had been knocked out of him. His tone was more like a shout. What are you saying? Erciel, she is only 11. And I am just 13. I have not even thought about marriage. Flustered, Hungu opened a book to cover his embarrassment. Why does everyone here expect kids to marry so early? Erciel hesitated. You really have not thought about it at all, he bluntly replied. Of course not. I have got way too much to do. The world's ending soon. Who has time to think about marriage or love? I won't even consider marriage until I am 18. Her words made Erciel glance away. I get, she said sweetly. Secretly thrilled. So you are not thinking about that? When I am 18, I will be 17. Suddenly Erciel said, my mom's really beautiful, which left Hungu puzzled. Staring blankly, she continued slowly. I will be beautiful when I grow up too. After hearing that, he froze in place while Erciel hurried away. I am off. Good night. Hungu's face flushed bright red. Stammering, what was that? She awkwardly slipped out of his room. Hung tried to calm himself with a new thought. These kids here are mature. If Erciel worries about marriage, she says she will grow up beautiful, but she is already beautiful now. So she will be even more stunning later. Then he remembered someone, Erciel's mother. Erciel comes from the noble Helhelm family of Namthuk. After her clan was overthrown and demoted, she was sold into slavery. Her father and brothers are gone, but her mother and sister are said to be alive. No one knows where they are now. Erciel must be curious too, but she never talks about it. Is she just not interested in finding her family's trail? Hungu curled up in his chair, wondering if she feels too guilty to ask for help alone. This thought made him rest his chin and fall deep into thought. He recalled Erciel's always gloomy face and silently vowed no matter what. I have to find out the truth. Days passed in a blink. Hungu sat in a carriage, waving goodbye. I am off. Thanks for everything. See you later. 4 people watched the carriage roll away with regret. The carriage disappeared into the distance, and a young voice began to speak. Since that day, I rushed straight home. Back then, she could be stayed a few more days. Fen teased, reading the feelings in her heart like an open book. Looks like my girl really enjoys being a little moody. Huh, he chuckled heartily. Just kidding. Do not be upset. Anyway, in a few months, she will be back to teach you magic. The fiery heat inside Iris flared up again. Who said anyone likes anyone? I'm Ed now. Back then, she did not teach me a thing before leaving. Just wait and see. Next time. I want to open the door. Suddenly, a sharp electric shock coursed through her body. Iris collapsed in pain, making everyone around panic. What is wrong, Iris? Fen urgently asked. My stomach hurts so bad. She groaned. Fen immediately caught on. If you do not control it, your stomach's gonna hurt. Could this be some kind of contract punishment, Iris? Calm down. Count to 3. He urged. You gotta hold back your anger, or your stomach will keep hurting. She screamed. How can I not be mad? Iris cried out in pain, clutching her belly, cursing fiercely. Damn this curse stuff. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, he was just chillin' on the carriage, gazing at the sky. Totally relaxed. Hungu's gut feeling kicked in. Mood sharp as ever, he knew someone was probably cursing him again. Not sure, but the luxurious palace shimmered golden under the sun, casting a beautiful rainbow glow after returning from Impellum. The place was lush with greenery and blooming flowers. Abel had come to see Hungu, making him both excited and curious. You are buying grains from Impellum too? Why would you do that? Hungu found it odd, since Abel never mentioned stockpiling food for some mega famine. Abel calmly clasped his hands behind his back, explaining patiently after hearing the story. I thought it was a good idea, so I grabbed some. Want me to be more specific on how much? He hesitated a bit, then reluctantly gestured with his fingers. About this much. Hungu was stunned hearing the amount that much. That is 100 times what I bought. Abel stayed calm. I figured the more, the better, even if it costs a fortune. I want to blame you. Trying to hide his shock, Hungu shrugged it off, but inside he was ready to set off fireworks. Spend money. If it is just me, I am already drowning in debt. Curious? He asked. Are you the type who is always rolling in duff? Abel, too rich to care, answered casually. Rolling in duff? Huh, with my status, that is kinda waste. So I have never really tried it. Hungu secretly envied him with that kind of wealth. What could he possibly worry about? A day passed quickly at the palace. In a dust, not so clean place, a strong hand struck decisively. Remington, with his powerful chest, unleashed incredible blows. A gentle voice spoke up. You called for me, sir? Hungu brought a towel to show his respect. Remington did not grab the towel immediately but asked Han. Thanks, you are here. How was your trip to Imperium? Hongyu answered honestly. Count Neelan treated me really well. And the place was super comfy, taking the white towel to wipe his sweat. He praised. Good job. I just got a letter from the Count. Heard you are going to teach magic to Iris. Hongyu did not hide anything. Yes, sir. We bumped into each other by chance. And it all happened that way. The Lord hesitated before asking. The daughter of that clan is kinda unique, right? Iris was probably trembling in surprise right now. Hongyu did not deny it but was quietly amazed. Remington advised like a wise man. It is a good experience for you. Be sure to teach that girl carefully. Hongyu respectfully replied. Yes, I will do my best. Also, there is something I want to mention. While I am it, did the Count say anything else? Remington hesitated. Trying to recall something, the Count mentioned the engagement between you and Iris. But as you know, the Storian clan does not do early betrothals. Neither my older brothers are engaged yet. So I am not allowed either. Hongyu totally agreed. I think the same. Besides, I still have a lot to learn. I have fallen behind because of the pulse issue. So I need to catch up. Right now, I do not want to talk about engagements or anything. Could you handle that for me? For Remington, that was no big deal. He nodded in agreement. All right, consider it done. Hongyu replied with deep gratitude. Thank you, sir. After discussing that, he let out a sigh of relief, feeling the burden lift just a bit now. He would not have to worry about being bothered by that engagement anymore. Just as the man's hand was about to touch the sword, Remtel, as if holding back something, softly called out his name. He confided in his child, saying, I never forced you into any political marriage. Hongyu asked curiously, and Remtel shared about his unofficial marriage, saying he and your mother never officially wed not because of her low status. Then his hand slowly rested on his chest. Remtel still had many secrets, only now being revealed. Your mother. She did not want it that way. He suddenly remembered that time when she smiled gently, hand stroking her belly, whispering, I do not need a fancy wedding. I am happy with everything as it is. Remtel sat beside her firmly objecting, saying, Why? If it is about status, I do not care. I would be fine as a concubine. My people have already agreed to it all. She kept her calm tone, replying, I know, but I am the late Marquis' maid. I feel guilty toward her, and I feel guilty toward the two young masters who just lost their mother. I do not need any formal title. As long as I have you and the kids beside me, my husband, and the child I am carrying, I am content. She gently caressed her belly, giving the baby all the warmth and love. Will you protect us? Hearing those heartfelt words, Remtel's emotions tangled in ways hard to describe. They looked at each other, eyes full of love. Hands warmly clasped me and the kids. Remtel answered sweetly, Of course I will. They embraced warmly in the cold night, and he sincerely said, I love you and the children too. Remtel recounted with heavy emotion. Your mother and I loved each other and had children. Choosing a partner, you should consider the family's approval. Maybe Remtel had been through a love full of hardship. Feeling more guilty than ever, he told Hun, I will wholeheartedly support you. Then he firmly stressed once more. Definitely. Hongyu looked at him with completely new eyes. Standing before this tall, middle-aged man, he asked a question surprisingly. The man actually felt guilty. The Marquis really did have a fatherly heart. For Hun, things just could not be that simple. He tried to think otherwise. The situation was far more complicated if the youngest son, who has no inheritance rights, marries the daughter of a powerful family and gains strength. It would spark conflicts within the clan. He assumed that was the real reason behind Remtel's stance. But on the outside, Hongyu kept playing the obedient, respectful son, saying, Yes, I understand. I am still young, so I do not fully get it yet. In his mind, Hongyu was plotting better to act like a harmless youngest son for now. Remtel nodded with a hint of sadness on his face. Hongyu took the chance to leave, asking, If that is all, may I head back now? You need to study in the library. Remtel agreed with praise. Good. Go ahead. He quietly watched as Hongyu walked away. Hongyu's figure grew smaller, and Remtel silently thought, That kid, I mentioned Isha's name, but he deliberately avoided the topic. He did not even call me father. He cherished the golden pendant in his hand. Inside was her image. Remtel wondered, Does Isha hate me too? Hongyu strode down the wide, quiet hallway, feeling the weight of it all. He stopped. Hongyu recalled every word Remtel said. I could not do much for you before, but from now on, I will support you wholeheartedly. His expression darkened with emotions hard to read, as if those words stirred something deep inside, but the silence to ponder that care had not lifted yet. And suddenly Hongyu remembered something important. He forgot to mention the dungeon. He blanked out talking about his mother and the baby. What to do now? Going back to bring that up might be awkward. Hongyu seriously mulled over this. He told Leonhart not to report to the Marquis. wanting to handle it himself. But he was not sure whose order Leon would follow first, his or the Marquis'. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to calculate the odds of pulling this off. The more Hungu thought about it, the more his head ached. But he did not bother dwelling on it. He quickly pushed the thought aside. Whatever. If he reports back, I will handle it when the time comes. For now, I have got to get to the library first. But no sooner had he lifted his aching feet and taken a few steps than he ran right into a familiar figure. The guy in front, realizing he bumped into someone, politely apologized, but the moment he really saw who it was, his tone shifted sharply. Bitter as hell, Hungu squinted. Taking in the man before him, it was the third son of the Seltorian family, Duck Seltorian. The moment he recognized Hungu, his face twisted into a scowl of pure annoyance. Just looking at him gave Hungu a brutal headache. He really did not want to see this guy again. Has he gotten taller since we last met, even though he is only 2 years older? His physique completely overshadows mine, probably thanks to that night training program he has been in since childhood. Word is, he just got promoted to a low-ranking knight recently. Duck sneered and asked, "Why are you here? Father told you not to set foot in the main house. Did not he?" Hungu gave a cold smirk, his tone just icy. "The ban's been lifted. You earned recognition for your contributions to the reconnaissance team." Duck laughed mockingly. Contributions? Huh? What scheme are you cooking up now? He rolled his eyes, clearly annoyed. Playing the grown-up now, Hungu did not bother responding, just silently mocking that condescending tone. Yeah. Look who is talking. Dark memories flashed through Duck's mind again as he glared at the sheep beside their mother. He absolutely despised his 2-year younger brother, seeing their frail mother lying there. Duck's hatred for Hungu only deepened. He believed their mother, Isha, died early from the stress of giving birth to Hungu. In his silent, bitter grief, the main door suddenly slammed open. Hungu stood behind, casually oblivious to the tension. Speaking up. Why so? Mom should be happy her son's finally home. Duck bowed his head, anger and grief twisting his face as he spoke slowly and dryly. Mom's gone. His cold words hit like a punch to the throat, leaving the stunned Hungu momentarily speechless. His gaunt face looked even more pitiful, eyes wide with panic, as his gaze fell on the cold body on the bed. The weight of it all finally hit him, unlike normal customs. Hungu cracked a bitter smile, then muttered, "Damn it!" He spat out the words sharply in the suffocating silence, whether reproach or relief. It was hard to tell. Never thought she would leave before me. Duck froze for a beat, eyes hardening like steel, ready to tear apart whoever dared say that. He shouted Hungu's name. Duck lunged like an arrow in the wind, grabbing Hungu's shoulders tightly, grinding out each word through clenched teeth. "You bastard." His fury exploded like a storm, every word dripping with raw hatred. "How dare you say that? Mom was always worried about you. But all you did was cause endless trouble, always fighting, stealing money to party. Do you even know how sick Mom got because of you? Do you know how serious her condition really was?" Duck's words spilled out in a torrent of grief and anger. "It was all your fault," he screamed over Hungu's stunned silence. "You are the one who destroyed her." Hungu's face twisted, unwilling to accept the accusations. He growled, "Let go." Hungu pushed Duck away with all his strength, trying to break free from his brother's grip, but it only made Duck more unhinged. He sneered, mocking every word. "Because of you, Mom died. Then who is to blame for your illness?" Heavy breaths and tears glistening in his eyes. Duck bit back, voice cracking with rage and sorrow. "Who begged you to come into this world so fragile?" That was the last straw for Duck. He lost control, throwing a punch that slammed across Hungu's face. Hungu's frail body could not take the blow. His upper body twisted as one side of his face was pushed painfully to the side. Duck's eyes burned with pure rage and resentment. He stared down at Hungu's weak, lifeless frame, utterly unmoved. Duck stood there, his already frail frame looking even more pitiful, his whole body burning with anger. "You are less than an animal. Back when Mom was alive, I held my tongue. But now, I have reached my breaking point." Duck forced himself to swallow years of buried resentment and turned to walk away. Kai-ho, powerless and heartbroken, shed tears, unable to defend himself or strike back anymore. He clenched his fists tightly at the cutting words that fell like daggers. "I do not have a brother like you." At that moment, Hunga, learning the painful past of this body's original owner, suddenly understood it all. He sighed deeply, lowering his gaze, lost for words to justify what had happened. This feud was going to be tough to mend. At the same time, Duck sneered with clear hostility in his voice. "Head of the clan, do not make me laugh. I am not afraid to fight back. I know your crap better than anyone. From now on, do not ever set foot in the main house again." Hungu reluctantly took the blame but refused to back down. He simply could not stand being treated like this. Boldly, he stepped toward Duck and shot back, That is going to be a problem. Dad officially lifted your lockdown and gave you access to the main house. So what right do you have to boss me around? Hung-gu looked him straight in the eye, a hint of concern peeling back the layers. Duts, you have more power than the clan chief. Duck was hit right where it hurt. His face darkened instantly, his eyes trembling coldly, terrifying in their chill. His hands tightened until they shook, like he wanted to relive the past again. You damn rat. Just as a fight was about to erupt, Adop suddenly appeared, grabbed Duck's arm, and shouted, "Stop right there." Hung-gu was saved in the nick of time. He blinked, wondering silently. Adop, where the hell did he come from? Duck was abruptly stopped but did not dare snap back at the newcomer. He trembled quietly. Adop looked magnanimous as he warned, "Don't you dare lay a hand on your brother." Duts, his tone was stern, like a warning, especially here, inside Dad's main house. Duck jolted awake as if struck by lightning. He replied, "Sorry." Adop shot back. "Keep your apologies to her, not me." Duck frowned at Adop's face but firmly refused. "I can do that." Slowly calming, Duck's words drew a clear line for Hung-gu. "Please forgive me, brother." Hung-gu understood the roots of this hostility and did not bother quibbling over the details. Duck turned his back and walked away, leaving behind a mix of glances and attitudes. Adop showed clear annoyance. "That stubborn streak, whose kid is that? Anyway?" Hung-gu shot him a hateful look and silently blamed him. Adop's timing was on point. He must have been watching the whole time. Right? He feigned concern, asking Han, "Hey, you hurt or what?" "Kai-ho, it is not like Duck's always like that." Hung-gu put on a mature, obedient face and replied, "I know. I have messed up a lot in the past. So it is understandable why Duck does not trust me." As he finished, Adop casually placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "But I believe you." His face could not hide a dark agenda, as he acted like he understood perfectly. Hung-gu saw right through it. "So that is why he has been watching me all this time." He forced a wry smile and smoothly replied to brush it off. "Thanks for believing in me." Taking advantage of the private moment, Adop began badmouthing. "But lately, Duck's been learning swordsmanship from me. No matter how much he trains, his skills stay average. His aura talent has limits." Riding the momentum, as soon as he put Duck down, he quickly lifted Hung-gu up. "You are a mage who has broken through the bottleneck, completely different from a regular guy like Duck. Teaching you will be way more exciting. If Duck gives you a hard time, just tell me, I can send him packing." Hung-gu glanced at him thoughtfully. Duck learning swordsmanship from Adop and comparing Duck to himself to score points. "So he is jealous of me that much?" Hung-gu quickly masked his suspicion with a polite smile and replied, "You flatter me. I have only done one round. I still have a lot to learn. Then I am heading to the library. Thanks for your help." With no reason to hold Hung-gu back anymore, Adop casually said, "Study hard." "All right." Hung-gu frowned, deep in thought. Why would Adop teach swordsmanship to Duck, someone so average at best? Adop's not the type to fuss over his little brother, nor would he go through all that trouble just to rile him up. Hung-gu started piecing together what he knew before traveling through time in fantasy defense. No matter the path, Duck never survived the rebellion. Could Adop have intervened? But why? The deeper he dug, the more trapped he felt. His serious gaze locked onto the villain lurking behind. Suddenly, a sharp, metallic thought rang in Hung-gu's mind. Maybe there is a secret about Duck he has never known. On a peaceful morning in a quiet town, flowers stretched gently in the breeze as a new pair of footsteps crossed into this land. Leonhart clutched a carefully wrapped box, his eyes scanning the surroundings, alert and watchful. His golden hair shimmered softly under the sun, his calm, deep eyes reflecting a quiet strength within. Recalled that night after reporting in and saying he was done, Remington sat sternly, deep in thought. The captain seemed well behaved in Imperium, just as Baron Niren had described in his letter. He nodded with satisfaction and asked, "Nothing happened on the road?" Leonhart kept a serious face, not answering Remington's question straight away. He glanced away, lost in thought. Remembering Hung-gu's advice to keep the dungeon and reward a secret, and let him tell their father himself, he hesitated briefly before replying, "Nothing major, sir. Just a few low-level monsters showed up, but they were not any real threat." Remington was not easily fooled. "Understood." He smiled and cautioned, "Keep monitoring everything closely. I feel way more at ease with you by my side." Captain, back in the present, Leonhart walked the trail leading into the village, a heavy weight pressing on his heart. For a moment, he wondered, had he put young Master Kyle's orders above the clan's? Was that okay? Suddenly, a voice snapped through his tangled thoughts. Startled, Leonhart looked up and greeted warmly, "And how long is your break this time?" The man's cheerful tone brought a rare smile as they both sat down. "Too bad. You only come home once every 6 months," he said regretfully. Leonhart responded naturally, I will try to visit as often as I can. The man pressed on. I heard a rumor the young master's grown up now. Right? Leonhart's face betrayed a flicker of emotion before he quietly nodded. A vivid image of a more mature Hungu flashed in his mind. Slowly, he spoke. He has changed a lot since then. As the feeling settled, a rare calm washed over him and he continued, more responsible now. Watching ripples dance across the clear lake, Leonhart confided, I never thought I would end up as the young master's bodyguard for this long. I originally planned to just do my duty and then return to the Seltran Knights to climb the ranks. Leonhart paused thoughtfully, but the man shot him a knowing smile, as if he could read his every thought, still playing it cool. He teased. You have changed your mind lately. Leonhart hesitated. The atmosphere was unchanged, his voice holding back something unsaid, something he was not sure even he understood. He stared thoughtfully at the shimmering water, his emotions still swirling beneath the surface. Leonhart recalled a night when Hungu had set a sword on the ground and said, I have always wanted to give you a new sword. He looked at Hung, a bit embarrassed. Hungu explained carefully, your old sword was too weak, it could not handle the aura of a high-ranking knight. If you pushed all your strength into it, the sword would just break. That is why you always had to hold back your aura. Leonhart's voice held awe. You knew that? Hungu replied casually. Of course. I did a little research. A mage needs to know both magic and the basics of aura, he admitted. Though most of what he would learn came from gaming. Hung gazed at the red flames and added, as if sending a secret message. You have needed a new sword for a long time, but standing by my side as my guard. He missed his chance to prove himself. I felt a bit guilty about that, but now that he finally has a new sword, I feel a weight lifted off my shoulders. Leonhart, full of doubt, wondered silently. Why did everything suddenly stop back then? Leonhart stopped, lost in his father's words. Silently repeating, what I want. Hungu smiled, though his voice carried a hint of surprise. What are you talking about? Of course I am worried. Leonhart is my knight. Hearing this, he stepped closer, emotion swirling in a way he could not explain. My knight, even the Marquis never called me that. He fell silent. Reflecting back, Remington had so many loyal aides since his youth. I can compare to them neither in skill nor closeness to that era. Just as these thoughts pulled him away again, his father's voice brought him back to reality. Do what you want. Once you care, you get sharp. Do not, just like when you joined the Knights. Even though you came from a minor noble family, just a title on paper, our family could not even afford a proper sword instructor for you. But when you turned 15, you joined the Knights selection all by yourself and got accepted. You must be finally figured out what your heart truly desires. Leonhart paused, listening to his father. I just had not realized it yet, he silently repeated. Is that what I want? The fresh scene before them, he and his father whispered back and forth. Don't worry about our family. You owe us nothing, and you were not the only knight back then. Right? Hearing only, his mind felt a tug lightened and weighed down at once. Complex emotions flooded him, but after their talk, Leonhart finally managed a faint, hopeful smile. With everything Hungu and he had been through, Leonhart grew more certain. I think you are right, Dad. He smiled softly, realizing, now to that era, I am the one and only. His father heard that and felt even happier than Leonhart did, smiling as he looked at the grown knight before him. Suddenly, the fishing rod jerked sharply, making them both jump in surprise. Instantly, they shouted in excitement, got a bite. With water this stirred up, it has got to be a big one. Leonhart, give it all you have got. Another day slipped away. Inside the sprawling mansion, lights dimmed as a book snapped shut abruptly. Adop's panic was clear as Abel gently pulled him back. He hurriedly asked, you did not actually listen to him, did you? Why are you telling me only now? Hung, flustered by Adop's overreaction, quickly replied, of course not. If I would not be telling you. He sighed quietly, thinking, that librarian girl must have convinced him. Everyone assumes he agreed. Hungu softly explained, trying to calm him. I was just surprised Abel suddenly wanted to talk to me. He's never spoken to me before. Honestly, he kinda scares me. And there is quite an age gap. After thinking for a moment, Adop said, looks like he is making his move on you. Riding the momentum? Adop continued, Abel's always like that. If there is no gain, he would not even notice. Now that he sees you studying magic, he probably wants to play the good older brother card. He did not even take care of you when you were sick. Adop snapped angrily. What a shameless jerk. Hungu did not expect him to get so fired up. Slowly calming down, Adop's eyes instinctively scanned Hungu from head to toe. He sighed in relief, thinking, I was worried Abel stole this kid from me, but he is still mine. Jerome, the noble, has fallen. I can't afford to lose any more assets. I can't lose this boy. He is only a first-level mage. But better to have him than not. Plus, this kid's got serious potential. But Adolf is not the only one making moves. Hungu quietly strikes back with his calm composure. He did not take care of me when I was sick. Well, neither did you. Abel's approach is obvious. It just means I matter to him now. But I am still me. The fight to survive and defeat those cursed immortal forces threatening the continent. I need the power of the Saltorian Sword Clan for my people's survival. First, I have to shatter Adolf's ambitions. Adolf suddenly cut through Hungu's train of thought. I have heard the eldest brother's up to something lately. He is buying a ton of grain from Infant. What is he going to do with all that? You are acting like it is the first time you have ever heard about grain. Grain? I bought a little to study magic. But Abel's into magic too. Weird. He does not have any magic circles. Adolf looked up at him, disappointment plain on his face. So you do not know either. Hungu sighed. Regretful. Then admitted honestly. Nope. Sorry. I have not caught wind of anything. He replied. But hey, at least you are focusing on magic. You have got to grow strong to help your big brother. He tossed the book toward him, eyes full of trust and expectation. So get on it. All right. Hungu obediently took the book and gave a firm nod. Outside the door, Okul stood silently. While inside the room a voice called out, I will take my leave now. She immediately turned her gaze to the room, as if waiting for her master to step out. Suddenly, another voice rang out not from inside the room. You even look down on me. Huh? Okul looked up and caught sight of Daisy standing right before her. I am not exactly the friendly type. First meeting and already picking fights. You know I did not volunteer to be a spy. Right? He is holding my family hostage. Adolf's ruthless. He won't hesitate to do whatever it takes. So I have got no choice but to follow orders. Okul did not respond. Only whispered softly. Don't ever show your face in front of the missing child again. Daisy instantly fired back. Fired up and agreeing, she could not hold back her anger and kept taunting Okul. You are really lucky. You know that. Daisy's words stung, and Okul immediately straightened up, no longer feeling weighed down by family ties. She showed no resistance, as if silently agreeing. Once calm returned, Daisy hurriedly dashed away. Then Daiki appeared out of nowhere, her expression and voice soothing as she comforted Okul. Distracted, Okul focused all her attention on her. I have the missing child. I am not alone. I heard I should ask the missing child to find my family, but it is tough. I do not even know how they are living. And I do not want to be another burden to him. Painful memories flashed sharply in her mind, vague yet clear as day. I know what happens to women who get sold off. If I had not met the missing child back then, maybe I would have. After these thoughts settled, Okul spoke quietly to herself, reminding herself why she must keep going. I will get stronger. She lifted her head, hands slowly clenching, eyes burning with determination. For the missing child who saved me, a new day dawned. A fire reignited inside her, mystical and fierce, sparking an unstoppable force. Suddenly, the flame blazed fiercely in Hungu's hands. Like a backlash from the power just unleashed, the fire grew relentlessly, its fierce energy forcing Okul and Padaki to shield their eyes. Just as the flame was about to explode, he shouted each word with force. Rocket! Instantly, a fiery orb shot forward like a blazing sun on a collision course. The fireball sped straight at the pitiful figure. No need to guess the outcome. Just one strike from Hungu tore the poor soul apart beyond recognition. Standing at the center of the arena, a safe distance away, Hungu's attack hit its mark flawlessly. Excited, Hungu clenched his fists, telling himself, nice. Above him, the system notification appeared. Second magic circle. Rocket. Achieved 100% effectiveness. Hungu's status was excellent. I have mastered Rocket completely. Just in time. That means I have unlocked the second magic circle. Okul rushed in from outside. Concerned? You have been practicing hard. Want to take a break now? He thought for a moment, but firmly declined. I have still got some things to do. She blinked, then asked gently, things to do? What kind of things? Hung kept silent, then looked back at Okul with a knowing smile. I'm heading to Brian Ernest to recruit new talent. Seems like Hungu told Leonhart everything. After hearing it, Lin immediately objected sharply. No way, you are no angel yourself. That stubborn, drawn-out tone mixed with that mischievous kid begging for candy vibe. Why not? Leonhart firmly refuses. Anywhere else is fine. Maybe, but not Brian Ernest. Why? Of course. You know the reason already. Hungu fell silent for a moment, as if caught off guard, tongue-tied and lacking the confidence to argue, but pride kept him from speaking the truth aloud. Of course. I know debt, gambling, casinos, you name it. Brian Ernest is the city of endless entertainment and pleasure. By the standards of the world I have lived in, It is basically a no-go zone for minors. Seeing Hunga's silence, Leonhart's tone hardened. Forgot already, last time you went there. You gambled away all your clothes and almost got sold off in the slave market. I was the one who saved you. And you swore off gambling forever after that. Did not you? Hearing that hit right where it hurt, Hunga silently cursed his bad luck as the old demons crept back. Flustered, he tried to defend himself, but this time, I am not going for fun. I have got business in the arena, like pouring gasoline on a fire. Leonhart's excitement flared up. The arena. Still not satisfied with gambling. Now you want to bet on fighters. The arena's even worse. Since you are back, I want to let you go to such a dangerous place again. From now on, stay at the mansion. Hungu panicked, clutching at that fragile thread of hope like a lifeline. He stared hopelessly at the slammed door, barely able to whisper, I really have to go to Brian Ernest. I did not expect him to be this stubborn. Okul finally broke the silence, steady as ever. Sir, should I start crying? Swiftly pulling out a small vial, she offered it without hesitation. Okul's serious say it. Do it attitude just made Hungu more uneasy. Hungu sighed deeply, exhausted by his rare and determined subordinates, and racked his brain for a plan. He knew that stubborn guy would be the biggest obstacle, but he could not waste any more time. This was the only chance to keep a close eye on him. No one else but a pitiful wreck named Kim Ki. Cern, a quick intro. Cern's the main playable character in fantasy defense. With impressive stats and huge potential, Cern's default setup is a swordsman, but he can develop skills in other areas. If trained as a swordsman like originally planned, his performance would be nearly unmatched. Hungu propped his chin on his hand, trying to look a few years older as he muttered to himself. Cern's proven talent means recruiting him would be a game changer in dealing with the supernatural later on. Hunga scanned his memory for key info, recalling Cern's current location, a place packed with countless souls, where life and death are just currency. The underground arena of Brian Ernest. Another day begins, and so does a new match. The announcer's voice boomed, joined by the crowd's raucous cheers. Thanks for waiting, everyone. On the battleground, men brandishing weapons looked tough, but their expressions betrayed a strange nervousness. Introducing the undefeated champion of Brian Ernest's arena. From the wings emerged a frail pair of legs, cold and gaunt, like a starving ghost. The announcer's voice rose an octave. The demon swordsman has arrived. Hidden beneath long hair covering his face were hollow eyes, heavy with gloom. The dramatic entrance instantly sparked whispers among the newcomers. What? That kid's the demon swordsman. That scrawny guy. Another veteran smirked. You do not know. First time here. Huh, he pointed at Cern, schooling the newcomer. That kid looks weak, but he climbed this far with just that sword. He is downright terrifying. Rumor has it his personality shifts when he wields that sword. At that moment, Cern's eyes twitched sharply. In a blink, the spot he just stood on was wiped clean. Nothing but dust trails left behind. The three facing him immediately sensed their end was near. A lifetime of suppressed fear exploding at once. Seeing that ghost and the long sword charging straight at them, survival instincts kicked and they bolted like mad. Cern, possessed by some demon, his dull gaze now burning with murderous intent, declared, no one's getting away. One desperate to cling to life could only watch helplessly as the razor-sharp blade lunged forward. Dark red blood splattered, mixing with dirt, drenching the two survivors. The bloodied sword touched the ground lightly, adding a sinister splash to the arena. Gripping the sword's hilt with both hands, Cern coldly challenged, who's next? He recklessly picked a target and slowly advanced. Come on. When one fell, the fate of the other was not any better. Only bloodstains and screams echoed in the arena. The sword, stained by countless kills, still gleamed unnaturally sharp. Cern stared intently at the lifeless body, devoid of any warmth. The crowd was not horrified. Instead, their excitement soared. Standing alone in the arena, Cern became the epicenter of ruthless cheers. Bloodstains on the ground blended into a strange, bloody melody. Dark voices swirled around, as if trying to swallow Cern whole. He snapped awake, eyes wide, hearing those eerie calls from the void. His body trembled uncontrollably. Dazed as if drained of all strength, the cursed sword, responsible for so many strikes, clattered onto the cold ground. Cern's eyes lost their bloodthirsty gleam but also their focus. Back in the cold prison cell, only the crackling torch broke the silence. A desperate hand slowly reached toward the prison bars. Cern struggled to grasp them, as if yearning to break free from the cold iron. He coughed up hoarse cries, drawing the attention of those outside. They had no intention to help, just casually gossiping. That kid looks like he is about to die. Let him be. His body is still undeveloped, and he is moving too much. That is why he is hurting. Leave him alone. He will heal on his own. What a monster. The two walked away leisurely, still whispering about the poor soul inside. Cern fought hard against the pain racking his body. Many ears caught every single whispered word. Nobody knew if his parents were dead, or if he would been abandoned. All he knew was his own name, the other guy. Hearing this, looked surprised and asked, "Even the demon sword has a name?" Cern slowly lifted his head to look at the two. The intrusive voice echoed again inside the cell. "What is that?" Back at the Sultorian mansion, Hungu's face lit up with excitement as he absorbed all the info about this new prodigy. Cern's the same age as me, so he is 13 now, in the arena. They call him the Demon Sword. If Cern's on my side, he will be a powerhouse asset. I have got to get to him before he leaves the arena. I can't let this chance slip by. I am recruiting him as the 4th member in my elite talent project. Dinner came quick, and the feast spread out before them, had everyone gasping in delight. This looks amazing. Let us eat up. Thanks for the meal. The lively start quickly faded once the feast began. Suddenly, the mood turned tense. Both Erciel and Hungu were sweating bullets, watching Leonhart's every move. They did not dare touch their food until a loud slurp finally broke the silence from his side. Instantly, both relaxed and exchanged looks like they would just won a small victory. Leonhart caught these odd behaviors right away, but could not make heads or tails of them. As the moon climbed high into the night sky, while everyone else was deep in drunken bliss, a tiny foot slipped quietly through the doorway. The gang hung, Erciel and Padaki moved like ghosts, sneaking around without a sound. A soft, childish voice whispered, "Anyone here?" She whispered back nervously, "Nope. Leonhart's a heavy sleeper. Left my stuff by the back door." Hungu exhaled sharply, every move jittery like a scared mouse. "Good. Perfect. Now all that is left is to slip down the hallway." Suddenly sensing something off, he froze, replaying it in his head. Hungu blinked, wondering why he even needed to sneak, when someone behind him chimed in, "Yeah, I am curious too." Leonhart stepped forward slowly, his icy voice exposing their whole scheme. "You even slipped me a sleeping pill." Hungu jumped, caught red-handed, stumbling over his words in panic. "Leonhart." Wait, he tried to cut him off. "You think that sleeping pill works on me?" Leonhart interrupted sharply. "I used aura to block the effects." Hungu snapped back to reality, realizing he would seriously underestimated a high-level knight like him. He dodged Leon's gaze and mused, "But with the magical sleeping pill I brewed, I thought he would be out cold forever." Leonhart lost patience, demanding, "So what is your game here? You drugged me, snuck out alone from the mansion, and now what? You really planning to go to Brian Enersa? And she is the maid for the young master. You should stop him, not help him." Hungu snapped when he heard that. "Dunty." Leonhart. "Erciel's done nothing wrong. I convinced her, so do not make things harder for her." Leonhart sighed, letting go of his frustration, and reminded him again, "Young Master Caro, the security in Brian Enners has gotten a hell of a lot worse since you last saw it. Brian Enners is the most crime-ridden city on this entire continent, and for a young woman like Erciel, it is way too dangerous. Sure, with the young master's magic, you could blow the whole city up to defend yourself, but do you really want to unleash that kind of chaos?" Hungu lowered his gaze, a sly smile creeping across his face. "I have had enough. Yeah, I am planning to cause a ruckus." Leonhart flinched at his words. Still, Hungu kept his stance firm, almost stubbornly insisting, "But Leonhart, you are right, I can pull this off alone." He paused, scheming to trick him into forming an alliance once again. "I will be honest, then." Resolute, Hungu slammed his hand down and declared, "I want to destroy Brianus Arena, and I will free all the slave fighters trapped there. That is why I need to go to Brianius. But to make this happen, I need you by my side. But to pull this off, I need you right by my side. I know this is sudden, but I have thought about it for a long time. I can't just stand by and watch kids my age suffer like this anymore. I refuse to see that happen." Leonhart barely managed a flicker of hesitation as he tried to speak again. According to Jikayo, Hungu did not give him a second to think and launched a swift strike. "Leonhart, you are gonna pull back, right?" No need for an answer, just looking at the mix of admiration and emotion on his face was enough to satisfy the kid's smug grin. This kind of talk always hits the spot with him. "Huh, you impulsive friend." Not only did he mess with Leonhart's mind, but his speech also memorized Erciel and Padaki. "You two nailed it." Hungu dodged guilt by twisting the truth since he planned to free Cern anyway. Rescuing slaves was not exactly a lie. A few days later, once again, nightfall wrapped everything in mystery. Inside the casino, all the guests on the east side were frozen, captivated by some spectacle, while the west side's eyes were glued to the same spot. At the center of attention, a young adult's hand danced skillfully across the table. Hungu looked up confidently and announced, "Lord of the Hall." Fresh off a big win, he got fired up again on the next round. Pure copper chains. The only bummer was Hungu's proud shout. "Four of a kind." Everyone around gasped in amazement and started cheering. "No way. Another win." Man, how many rounds has he taken already? Whether they wanted to believe it or not, even the dealer had switched 3 times. Hungu soaked up the hype, flashing a slight mischievous grin. Easy peasy. Clairvoyance already told me which cards are gold at Brian Ernest Casino. Before arriving, Leonhart was moved by Hungus' words but kept a cautious stance. But O could not go. So after convincing Leonhart to visit Brian Ernest, they could not head straight to the underground arena. Sitting upright, Hungus started calculating if he could not go straight in, he would have to make them come out first. Suddenly, from afar, a strange voice rang out along with exaggerated applause. Yep, the young overseer. This guy really is something else. Hungus' attention snapped to the commotion. Looking up, he immediately locked eyes with Riddle Remington. Lord Brian Ernest, heir to the Remington line, approached while praising, a noble blessed with luck. Seeing Riddle's face, Hung showed clear disdain but muttered, "This is nothing. Not giving up." Riddle stepped up. "Let us switch it up, no holding back." He laid down his cards like he was bored with this dull game, then shrugged. "I am done with this." Then he shot Riddle a sharp glance, hinting, "Got anything more thrilling? Something wild, like screams and chaos, for example, that hits the spot." Riddle sensed a wild energy behind this young overseer's eyes and hesitated. "Yeah, I got something." Regaining his composure, Riddle felt that thrill rising like an undercurrent and did not hesitate to say, "There is definitely something like that." Without missing a beat, Riddle took the lead. "Follow me, sir." Hungus' plan was set now, just enjoy every moment. "All right. Leonhart, do not forget to pocket all your winnings." Riddle strode ahead, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning the two behind him like he was plotting something. A guard rushed up. "Sir Riddle, are you seriously going to let that guy run out of cash?" "Let him." Riddle waved him off confidently. "I will get it back anyway." Let him win a few rounds to keep his mood up, then wipe him out. As he spoke, he silently noted the kid's name, Kyle Storian. Word is this kid's mature for his age. I was worried, but turns out he is just another troublemaker. Before Riddle left, someone had already trusted him with Kyle Storian's arrival at Bryanus. An old man who looked like Riddle's twin, the Baron Remington, Lord of Bryanus, watched with expectant eyes, wondering what Kyle was up to here. Riddle calmly replied like it was no big deal. "Probably nothing. He is just there for the sky. Don't worry. I will handle that idiot. People say he has changed." Total nonsense. He was born a troublemaker. Can he change that? Looks like he got sick of pretending to be good at home and just had to get out. If you are going to deal with him, let him win some cash. The old man relaxed, hearing that. "I leave him to you." Riddle, now standing tall at Pride Inners Casino. Riddle faced Hungu head on, brimming with quiet confidence. "Don't sweat it. Cha. He is staring at you like there is some personal grudge." Silently declaring, "I will strip him down to the bone." Riddle led the two of them into a dark place, then suddenly turned toward that smirking mouth. "Not just anyone gets in here, only you, sir. And I will spill some secrets just for your entertainment. You understand my intentions, right?" Hung quickly dodged the bait, but kept his cool, replying politely, "Of course." He flashed a sly smile, then whispered to you like a veiled warning, "You will be pleased, sir. We have everything you desire, sir." Hungu was not one to back down either. Locking eyes with him, he answered slowly, accepting the challenge. "I am looking forward to this. Yes, I am really looking forward to it."